Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Forest Edge for the Kart Club in 2025. And what a day of racing it's sure to be here today on the south coast of England. We've got a huge number of entries here today at Forest Edge. It's absolutely fantastic to see. We're close to now 180 entries I've got down on my list here, which is just unbelievable. Of course, split between multiple different classes, but I know we've got a huge number across particularly the junior and the senior Rotaxes. 52 entries in junior Rotax for today and 44 entries for seniors as well. And I mean, it doesn't really stop as we go down the rest of the classes. We've got 17 in Rotax Max, 8 in Rotax Masters. We've got 9 of them in the Superkarts, which were just out for their practice session a second ago. And then some of our younger classes as well. 25 Rotax Inters, 11 Rotax Cadets, and 15 Honda Cadets as well. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be busy out there on the circuit, that's for sure. And I mean, that should make my job, well, not easier, but more exciting for sure. And that'll mean it's more exciting for you all at home as well who are enjoying the racing and watching. Make sure you let me know in the live chat where you're watching from. I imagine some of you are probably here at the circuit, so hopefully my dulcet tones bring a bit of extra something to the racing here today. Of course, if you do enjoy my commentary at Ratters Media, go and drop me a follow on Instagram. I would really appreciate it. But like we say, the 2025 season for the Forest Edge Kart Club is about to get underway, and we've got a seriously bumper schedule ready for you today. Let's have a look through what we've got coming up. So of course we're going to kick it off with the first round of heats. The first session out on track is going to be heat number 1 for senior Rotax, and then we're going to jump into 2 back-to-back heats, I think, for the juniors. That's at least what I've got here on my sheet. Of course, things might change through the day, so I'll try and keep you updated as best as I can. We'll run through loads of heats before we then go into the lunch break. Then we'll finish off the heats before we go into those all-important finals. But like we say, lots of entries today. It means we then got more heats to fit into the schedule, and hopefully there's no red flags or anything that pushes us behind schedule, but you never know when it comes to karting. You never know what's going to happen. So I'll try and keep you up to date as to how things change throughout the day. But with those extra entries as well, it means in juniors and seniors we're going to have a B final as well. So that's going to be interesting to see which drivers can make their way up from the B final to the A final, and whether they can then get a decent result in the A final as well. Now, first heat of the day will be coming out on track shortly. Senior Rotax heat number 1. We've got 34 drivers on the grid for this upcoming race. So let's run you through the grid before they head out onto the circuit. Then it's Brody Skinner who's going to line up on pole position alongside Ben Hicks. Then Jamie Burt and Christian Brooks are on row 2. They're followed by Kieran Gifford, Ryan Sayers, Paolo Nunes Aranda, Mitchell Mulvey, Henry Swanson and Dean Pedersen. That's your top 10. Then behind them, Jamie Green, Emily Davidson, Ollie Owen, Erin Meddy, Arthur Thacker, Maxim Smith, Michael Pugh, Kieran Ives, Mason Perrin, Toby Street, Jarek Metters, Oliver Gussman, Adrian Hanovic, then Ben Ballou, Ethan Lomax, Charlie Green, Kaius Zingmata, Luke Evans, William Ray, Aidan Blair, Joshua Withcombe, James Bailey Sartin, Taylor England, and Callum Brockhurst. 34 karts on track, and yeah, you can tell it looking out the window. Hopefully you can see it on the cameras as well. Like I said on my little intro over on Instagram, it's rather chilly down here at Forest Edge today, but the sun is shining. That should hopefully start to bring a little bit of heat into the tarmac, a little bit of heat into those tyres as the drivers crack on with the first heats of the day. But it is a little bit blinding here. I imagine most of the drivers are going to be having some tinted visors on to make sure that they're protected from the sun. But sadly, we don't have a tinted window here in the comms box, so I'm a little bit blind as we go into the first few races. But I'll do my best to pick out the numbers. Well, the drivers, as you can see on the CCTV cameras around the circuit, heading around these warm-up laps. And like I say, trying to get as much heat into the tyres as possible before we crack on with the first heat of the day. Right, okay then, 7 minutes plus 1 lap is going to be on the clock here for senior Rotax heat number 1. You can see them there coming up towards the bus stop chicane. 2x2 to the lights. Hopefully we can get the first race started. First time of asking. Red lights are on, red lights are off, and we are underway and racing. Then a couple of drivers flirting with the grass on the outside of the first corner. They dive down through into the Haynes loop. We've got one spinner in the mid-pack. He managed to get rejoined pretty swiftly though, and they all squabble into Johnny's. 2-3 wide there as a couple of drivers head straight over that inside curve. It looks as though Brody Skinner has had a good start though on the number 85. I do believe he's still held on to the lead here as they head through into second. Hello. Right, the microphone's decided to work, finally. Welcome back, everyone. Not without issues here today at Forest Edge. Not only in the commentary box, having issues with the microphone, having issues with the stream, but of course on track as well. We went to red flag there in our first senior Rotax heat of the day. And sadly, driver taken off in the ambulance. Hopefully all okay. Now, I don't know 100% who that was, so I'm not going to speculate who that was in the senior Rotax heat number 1. But basically, we're going to go for a full restart in the seniors, but we're going to first go for the first junior heat of the day, then we'll go back to senior heat number 1, and then it'll be on to junior Rotax heat number 2. So that is the plan moving forward then, and hopefully we'll be out without issues for the rest of the day, both on my end here on the stream and of course out on the track as well. Let's try and run you through the grid then before they come round. I don't think I'm going to get time, but I'll try my best. Elijah Dush lines on row number 1 with Jamie Rowe. Then it's Alfie Clark and Leo Busterfield, Tyler Rackham, Sam Green, Gomez, Arthur Way, Noah McNicholas, Charlie Hume, Alfred Matthews are your top 10. But we're going green flag racing already then. We'll try and guide you through as best we can here. 27 junior Rotax taking to the start, and already a big incident down at the Haynes Loop. There's got to be 8, 9, 10 drivers involved there. Off into the barrier on the outside. We said time and time again how many drivers are out there on circuit today that it's going to be a little bit chaotic, and that's exactly what has happened here right at the start of the junior Rotax first heat of the day. There's got to be 10 drivers minimum there off into the barrier, so that's really going to change up the order. I saw one of the novices there right at the back who was a little bit late to the start. It was actually probably quite beneficial for them. They gained quite a few places off of that. It looks as though all but one driver has rejoined the race. We've still got one in the barrier on the outside of the Haynes Loop. So it's going to be a yellow flag there as the leaders come back across the line. Leo Busterfield has taken the lead of the race then on heat number 1. 3 places gained by himself. Sam Green Gomez follows him through, up 4 places to P2. They're in the battle for the lead at the moment as the rest of the drivers chop in behind. Great to see as well Mr. Arthur Way making the jump up to junior Rotax. Of course, our Honda Cadet champion in 2024 was Arthur Way. He was dominant in the Hondas, and now he's trying his hand at junior Rotax. He's had a good start anyway, up 1 place to 6th position. But I can tell you the big losers there on that first lap: Dylan Morton, Noah Moulton, Lucas Reeves, Jonas Janasauskas, Tyler Rackham, Barnaby Grubb, Jesse Whitmore and Jaden Shearing all going off. And it looks as though the driver out of the race is Spencer Trahorn down at the first corner. So one driver out of this race, and it's the 41 of Spencer Trahorn. That is a gutting start to the day for him. Still yellow flags down at the Haynes Loop then, so a big overtaking opportunity of the lap lost for the rest of the drivers. It looks as though at the moment, though, currently fastest on this lap, Alfred Matthews in 6th place. So he's one to watch out for as he joins the back of that leading squabble. Still Busterfield leading the way then as they head through up into sector number 3. All remaining as they were. Through midgets they've gone, down into climate now, and then into Tollies as they come to the end of lap number 3. Gorble for 4th, kicking off, move down the inside, late move to the inside there at Haynes Loop, but he's given the room side by side as they come through into Johnny's, and place gained, that is for the number 18. Good move from Noah McNicholas. He's going to shuffle Elijah Dush down into 5th place, but a great committed move to the inside. However, I've just realised it was a great committed move, but there was a yellow flag down at the first corner there. So that means that Noah McNicholas has gone for the move in the yellow flag zone, so he's going to get a penalty for that one. Slam dunk penalty there. The yellow flag was definitely still out. It's just gone in at the first corner. So racing recommences there down at the Haynes Loop, but that's going to be a penalty at the end of this one for Noah McNicholas. Oh, big moment onto the grass there for the 77. Sam Green Gomez with a mistake there, exiting the final corner, hops and skips over the grass. Has he lost a place from that? I think he has. Yeah, down 1 place then for the 77. Charlie Hume has snuck through there, courtesy of that mistake from Sam Green Gomez, and that's going to give a little bit of breathing room to Leo Busterfield at the front as well, so he'll be happy to see that happening in behind him. That's opened up a good, maybe 9/10, maybe a second between the two of those now. As there's a move for 2nd place, is that a re-overtake? I think it might be. Sam Green Gomez going back through there up at Midget's corner, and they're scrapping in for 3rd place as well. No, it wasn't. Charlie Hume is still in 2nd place, so that was a re-overtake attempt from McNicholas. I think it was a re-overtake, sorry, from Sam Green Gomez, and a re-overtake from Noah McNicholas. So Green Gomez losing 2 places on that last lap, down from 2nd to 4th. Clearly that little mistake just knocking him out of kilter a little bit on that last lap, losing a few places, but he's settled back in well there in 4th place. He's got about a second back to Elijah Duss, so a bit of breathing room to get himself back into the motions here through the second part of this race. Nearly 4 minutes through, 3 minutes to go then in this first junior Rotax heat of the day. And we've lost out on a little bit of racing at the front, courtesy of that incident at the first corner. We lost quite a few of our heavy hitters in this race in that first lap incident, and that's just extended the gaps at the front ever so slightly. 1.4 seconds now the gap between Basterfield and Hume. And a new fastest lap from Basterfield. Both Hume and McNicholas in behind, only 0.03 of a second off of that new fastest lap of the race set by Leo Basterfield. But some big movers in this race. A lot of the top 5, well, all of the top 5 big movers in this one, but biggest movers, 11 places gained. That is Travis Rose, who has gained 11 places. The same with Ethan Barrow. So that's one of our novices as well. Ethan Barrow up 11 places to 12th in this race. Great movements through the pack then for Ethan Barrow. He's going to be very happy with the end of this one. Of course, all the novices having to start at the back of the grid before they can get all of the signatures on their licence. Bit of an up and under move there at the Haynes Loop. That was nicely done. Who was that? The 22 getting an up and under move completed. That was Alfred Matthews in that battle at the bottom end of the top 5. Travis Rose, though, in 6th place has now taken the fastest lap of 41.3, as the circuit clearly getting more and more and more. We got the 15 off, is that? It is the 15 of Ethan Barrow. He's gone for a spin just out of climber. Looks as though he's got it back off the grass, though. He rejoins the action in behind the 54, though. So he's dropped 12 places because of that. Span out from P12, rejoins in P24. So Ethan Barrow, it was Ethan who I was just saying was going to be super happy with that result at the end of this one. Now dropping down the order, sadly, for Ethan. It looks as though we've relatively settled into a bit of a rhythm here, at least at the front of the order. Gaps remaining relatively stagnant between the top 3. Battle going on for 4th place, though. That's the that's the 94 and the 63 and 20th place, my apologies, who are battling well. Lucas Reeves and Tyler Rackham, that is. As there is the leaders finally coming through. So there's Leo Basterfield. He's actually having to overtake some back markers now in a 7-minute heat race. He's overtaking some back markers because obviously a lot of them lost a lot of time early on in this one. That's Ethan Barrow that he's just put a lap on there through the first sector. But Travis Rose with yet another fastest lap of the race. Down in the 41.1s now is Travis. He's finding some brilliant pace out there. He's got through on Elijah Dush for 5th place over the last couple of laps. Arthur Ways made a move as well up to P7 on Jamie Rowe. Dylan Morton through on Sam Green Gomez for P10 as well. So Sam, after that mistake earlier on, has just dropped down the order in this one. Penultimate lap though. Last lap now started by Leo Basterfield. He comes through into the Haynes Loop to begin the last lap. Travis Rose, yet another move then on the last lap. He gets through on Alfred Matthews for 4th place. And Teddy Cooper shuffles Jamie Rowe a little bit further back as well. Change for 8th place, that is, as our leader heads through the final lap of this race. He should just be coming through the bus stop chicane about now, heading into sector number 3. And Leo Basterfield is going to be very happy with this one. Up from 4th place on the grid here in this first heat of the day. And as he comes through sector number 3, the number 61 is going to be the first driver today to see the checkered flag. 61 heading through into the final corner now then. Leo Basterfield across the line, sees the checkered flag first, takes the first win of the day here in Forest Edge for 2025. Basterfield leads home Hume, McNicholas, Arthur Way, Teddy Cooper, Jamie Rowe and Dylan Morton are the top 10. Sam Green Gomez outside of the top 10 then. Alfie Clark, Ethan Hunt, Zach Ormshaw, Matthew Liddle. Then Noah Moulton, Barnaby Grubb, Jonas Janazauskas, Joshua Jestin, Tyler Rackham rounds out the top 20, followed across the line by Lucas Reeves, Jesse Whitmore, Jaden Shearing, Ethan Barrow, Alexander Stefanov, and of course Spencer Trahorn. We lost him on the first lap of this race. There might be a little bit of confusion though. I think the checkered flag went out a little bit late in that one, so some drivers might have thought they were still racing there after the checkered flag. But hey, we're all getting back into the swing of things here for 2025. And hopefully, only occasion we're going to get an issue such as that. But Barsterfield takes the win in the opening heat of the day then in Junior Rotax. And as we bring that one to a close, looks as though the seniors are about ready to go yet again. Of course, we had a red flag in that one with an injured driver. Hopefully, we see them back out later on today. But we should, in a moment's time, be getting ready to go for Senior Rotax heat number 1 once again. Back out on track then come our senior Rotax drivers. Let's give it another go, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, red flagged earlier on, but we're going to go for a full race restart here in Senior Rotax. So let's again run you through the grid for this one. Brody Skinner and Ben Hicks line up on the front row. It's a great start from Brody Skinner in the first attempt of this race, so hopefully he can repeat that here in the second chance. Jamie Burt and Christian Brooks on row 2. Kieran Gifford and Ryan Sayers are on row 3. Then Paolo Nunes-Aranda and Mitchell Mulvey on row 4. Henry Swanson and Dean Pedersen round out the top 10. Behind then, Jamie Green, Emily Davidson, Ollie Owen, Erin Meddy, Arthur Thacker, Maxim Smith, Michael Pugh, Kieran Ives, Mason Perrin, Toby Street, Jarek Metters, Oliver Gussman, Adrian Hanovic, and then Ben Ballou, Ethan Lomax, Charles Green, K.S. Zaigmanta, Luke Evans, William Ray, Aidan Blair, Joshua Withcombe, James Bailey-Sartin, Taylor England and Callum Brockhurst. Of course, had a couple of people with incidents in the first chance at this race, so potentially some of those I've just read out might not make it to the grid in this one, but we'll wait and see who ends up turning up. Right then, 2 by 2 already coming to the lights. Lights are out and we're underway in racing yet again. It's not been such a good start from Pole. He's off on the grass already. Chucked out to the inside. He's going to try and rejoin there as the rest of the drivers come together at the apex. 2 drivers off into the barrier on the outside then, and I do think that might have been your pole sitter or maybe P2. It was your pole sitter. So Brody Skinner, after a fantastic start to the first attempt of this race, he's not gotten so lucky here at attempt number 2. Getting nerfed out wide onto the grass there, and as soon as he's onto that slippery grass, of course it being nice and cold here, you've got a lot of morning dew still on the grass. Once he's on that, there's no chance he's holding on to it. Managed to get it stopped before rejoining, though, right at the apex. So well done to Brody for making sure he kept it nice and safe there. But it's the 84 of Ben Hicks who has taken the lead in all of that. There's more battles going on in the mid-pack, and a spin there down at Haynes Loop again. The driver's just about avoiding him, not quite, as he tries to rejoin the track, and someone drives straight into the side of him. That was not the fault of the driver there on circuit. That wasn't the best rejoin there from one of our drivers. We'll see who drops down the order as to who was at fault for that one. But either way, Ben Hicks, it's been a great start for him to this race, leading the way into sector number 3 here on lap number 2. Who's this across the line? I think that's a straggler from an earlier incident. Yes, it is. So here come the leaders then. Ben Hicks ahead of Christian Brooks, and a bit of a gap back to 3rd place, which is now Mitchell Mulvey. Mitchell Mulvey and Kieran Gifford have got through on the last lap. 2 places gained for both of them. They drop Ryan Sayers and Jamie Burke down the order. Some big movers already in this race. That isn't... Surely that can't be right. It says here that one of our drivers, it is a TX number, so potentially it could just be incorrect. It says they gained 27 places. That would be ridiculous. But hey, we'll wait and see. It's a TX number, so I can't tell you the name of the driver anyway. Top 2 beginning to scamper away here already. Only 2 minutes into this race. However, Ben Hicks is under a lot of pressure here. A big amount of pressure down to Haynes Loop from Christian Brooks. He can't quite get alongside, though. I have to sit back and think about it once more. But new fastest lap of the race on the last one from Christian Brooks. And he clearly feels he's in prime position here to take the lead of the race away from Ben Hicks. My only issue here with Forest, given that there's so many karts on track, I've only got my 1 vantage point here from the comms box, so I need about 18 sets of eyes to try and keep up to date with everything that's happening throughout the order. So if I miss any great battles, I do apologise. But you can see, hopefully, a decent showing on your cameras there on the right-hand side of the screen. We've got the drivers flying up towards the bus stop chicane, and then through that final sector and across the start-finish line. I'll keep you updated as to what happens, though, through the Haynes Loop. We're missing out on the Haynes Loop camera today, sadly for us. Well, still, it's still Ben Hicks who... No, it's not. Wait for that to update. Thank you, timing. It's still Ben Hicks in the lead of the race, followed by Christian Brooks. Brooks unable to find a way through, but they are chasing down a back marker. They are now getting through and past the back marker. And luckily, they do move over and give way there. I think that is potentially Aaron Meddy on the 78. I'll double check that as they come through to finish this lap. It is indeed the 78 of Aaron Meddy. I know Aaron was involved in the incident in the previous race, which was red flagged. Good to see Aaron back out, but it clearly hasn't gone well at the start of this one either for the number 76. Change on the last lap. Michael Pugh moves up through. So does our TX number. Not sure who that is. Past Jamie Burt. So Burt drops down from 5th to 7th on that last lap around the circuit. Through the final corner then come the leaders. This is Ben Hicks and Christian Brooks to finish another lap then. He's going to go for it. Looks straight down the inside. Late move under braking there. Great committed move from Christian Brooks. He gets it done down into the Haynes Loop. And we have a new race leader here in the seniors. Blue flag still being shown to Aaron Meddy. It's now Kieran Gifford closes in. But Kieran about 2 seconds off the lead now. Has a nice buffer back to Mitchell Mulvey in 4th place. But a change at the front of the order then. Some great racing to kick off the day here. The juniors were fantastic and the seniors continuing that also. Through into Climate they go then yet again and into the final corner of Tollies. And it looks as though Ben Hicks has got the re-overtake. So that must have been down through sector number 2, where that move was made. Retakes the lead then. So on the live timing, it seems as though nothing's changed. But I promise you, it very much has. Christian Brooks did get through at one point, but Ben Hicks re-sending the move. That probably was down at sort of Winger's Dip, potentially up at the bus stop. We got a mechanical flag, though, out on track for Toby Street. The Toby's going to be heading back into the pits. The number 40, that is, of Toby Street, currently in 25th place in this race. Bit of a slide through the final corner. Could this be the move opportunity again? Not quite. Leans on that rear right of the kart there as two drivers going side by side there through the first corner. I think that was Mason Perrin and Henry Swanson going side by side in their battle for 7th place. 15 and 76 as well. Mitchell Mulvey and Mason Perrin were flying. Michael Pugh involved in that. Henry Swanson as well in that battle in the middle of the top 10. That's there. I think that was Toby Street coming into the pits potentially. Across the line they come once again. They're starting a new lap of this race. Michael Pugh moves his way up into 4th place. Okay, there we go. It's the number 50 I've just spotted out on track that we are missing. So it's Dean Pedersen that we're missing off of the live timing. That is my TX number, who now is in 5th place. So Dean is up 5 places from the start, to be fair, from 10th place to 5th. He's just lost a position there to Michael Pugh. Jumps himself up into the top 4. 15 seconds left to go on the clock then. The drivers will come across the line to start a new lap of this race. So this will be the penultimate lap of the race then. The drivers down into the 39s already in this one. Fastest lap of the race though, courtesy of Charles Green in 15th place. 39.71 for Charles at the moment. We've got about 6 or 7 drivers lapping down in the 39s, all around the order in this one. Of course, given that we're going for heat racing, you might see some people out of position than maybe what you would expect coming into the day anyway. So of course Charles Green, your champion in junior Rotax last year, moving his way up into seniors for 2025, and he's battling through the pack well at the moment and clearly has some pace under him in that car. But a rearward start in this one for Charles. Yeah, it was 26th place start for Charles, so he was fighting from the back of the pack in this one. But as we say, no qualifying here, just heat racing. So you'll get sort of a rearward start, a middle start, and a frontward start. Number 22 has lost their exhaust. That's Arthur Thacker, who'll be heading back into the pit lane. Exhaust issues for him. But final lap it is, and it's Ben Hicks who's leading us around the final few corners. It was a great attack earlier on from Christian Brooks, but he couldn't quite get it done. End of the race then for Ben Hicks, and he takes the win in senior Rotax heat number 1. Christian Brooks and Kieran Gifford, your top 3 in that one. 4th place for Michael Pugh. Dean Pedersen in 5th place. Then Mason Perrin, Mitchell Mulvey, Kieran Ives, Maxine Smith and Ben Ballou, your top 10. They were followed by Jamie Burt, Ollie Owen, Charles Green up to P13. They're on that last lap. Ethan Lomax, Joshua Withcombe, William Ray, Ryan Sayers, Paolo Nunes-Aranda, Henry Swanson and Luke Evans, your top 20. Then it was Jamie Green, Brody Skinner, Aidan Blair, Emily Davidson, Adrian Hanovic, then Callum Brockhurst and Taylor England. Then Jarek Metters, Arthur Thacker didn't make it to the end of that race, sadly. Aaron Meddy did there in 30th, but neither did Oliver Gussman or Toby Street. So he lost a few drivers from that senior Rotax heat number 1. But certainly some interesting racing at the front of the order. And yeah, pretty gutting for the start of that one for Brody Skinner. Like we said, he done so well in the first start of that race earlier on, but the restart didn't quite go so well. Ends up that one in 22nd place. A good battle through from being off the circuit early on in that one. But Ben Hicks takes the win. Well then, senior Rotax heat number 1 done and dusted. I think we're going to go straight back to the juniors, as if we haven't missed them enough already. Heat 2 of junior Rotax will be coming up in only a few moments' time. Back out on track come our junior Rotax drivers then. Heat number 2 is about to get underway. So likely we're going to see a lot of new faces in this one. It's all going to be shuffled up between the heats. We've got so many drivers out on circuit today. Let's run you through the grid for this one then. Aidan Large and Luca Cook are going to be on the front row, with Jack Price and Kai Pepperell on row 2. Then Harvey Lee Wintridge and Sam Mott on row 3. Rufus Holmes and Ethan Hatch, they're on row 4. Matthew Whitmarsh and Nicolas Goziodis on row number 5. Gozalidis, sorry Nicolas, I'll get that right through today. Daniel Wisniauskas and Aidan Clark on row 6, with Nathan Edwards, Finley Hines, Jensen Hookey, Ethan Cousins, Karthik Kameta, James Finley, Devin Taylor, Jaden Sherwood, Leo Steed, Cruz Strachan, Ison Theodore, Theo Jones and Trevlian Sansom. Those are our drivers. It looks as though we've already got someone parking up though out of the Haynes Loop. Doesn't look like the car wants to go any further. It's made it about 10 metres from the pit lane exit, and sadly doesn't want to go any further. So I think the drivers might be going around again here, given that it's a yellow flag and Kart stuck on the circuit. So we are going to a false start here for the first attempt at this Heat 2 for junior Rotax. And they will go round again. I'm trying to see. There we go. I knew I recognised that name from my notes somewhere. So Jensen Hookey, who takes to the start here in Junior Rotax, was your 2023 Forest Edge Kart Club Honda Cadet champion. So he's moved up the rankings here, up in the juniors now. I can't recall off the top of my head whether he was in juniors last year. I imagine he was here at the Forest Edge Kart Club. But great to see Jensen back, starting 15th place in this race. Looks as though we've got the car off of the circuit though. Sadly, his race going no further. But the rest of the drivers are about to kick this one off. 2 by 2 round the final corner. The lights will go red and the lights will go out. We do go racing. And that was quite a good start there for the 32. Immediately someone else getting nerfed off onto the grass to the inside. Just about getting it stopped down the first corner, but spins as he rejoins the circuit. Drivers just about avoiding them there, but I think that was the taking to the grass, getting some cold tyres as they then rejoined, tried to chuck the anchors on. And the tyre said, no thank you, we're going for a little rotation there. They rejoined the track. We'll see who that was when we come to the end of lap number 1. Leader has already scampered off there. I think it was Aidan Large with a great jump as one other driver is off onto the grass there. Grass cutting on the exit of the bus stop chicane. They managed to get it rejoined and stopped for midgets. They've lost a few positions as they get swallowed up by the pack. Around the final corner then, Aidan Large is going to lead us on to lap number 2. Second place is still Luca Cook, but Kai Pepperell has got through. It was Jack Price who had the big off then at the first couple of corners. It can't have been. Jack Price has lost only 10 places. It was Finley Hines who was off at the start of this race, and one of our TX numbers as well, so I can't quite tell you who that is. But 10 places lost for Finley Hines, 10 places lost for Jack Price on that start there. Some big losers at the start of this one, but some big winners as well. Jensen Hookey, who I mentioned, up 8 places to P7. Karthik Kameta up 8 places to P9. So some drivers doing very well out of that in this first couple of laps of this race. But Aidan Large setting early hot lapping pace here with a 44.35 for Aidan. Squabbling in though. It's the battle between the 38, the 28 and the 33. All trying to make moves, but big defensive move there. That was Sam Mott holding on to 5th position. Ethan Hatch and Jensen Hookey all over the rear end of that car. And Jensen Hookey trying to find a way through. He was all over the back there of Ethan Hatch as they headed out of Johnny's. We've got a driver off into the barrier though, down at the Haynes Loop. So one driver not coming through to sector number 2. We'll see who doesn't make it through, but we've gone to a red flag yet again here at Forest Edge, I'm afraid to say. Driver off into the barrier down at Haynes Loop. I'm not sure if that is the reason for the red flag, but it's the only incident that I can see from my commentary box window. So drivers are going to come to a stop here on the start finish straight, and sadly we're going to go to another stoppage here at Forest Edge. We said at the start of the day, there's a lot of drivers on the entry list here at Forest Edge for the first round of the year, which is fantastic to see. So many drivers heading down to what is a brilliant kart circuit. But sadly, that just puts the pressure on everyone to make sure everything's running smoothly. And when there's a lot of drivers on circuit, more likely to have incidents, particularly on quite a tight and twisty circuit such as this. those things sadly are going to happen, and that's happened again here in heat number 2 for Junior Rotax. Now I can't quite tell who it is that's gone off there down at the first couple of corners, but I'll let you know as soon as I know. But as we say, we're going to a red flag yet again here for heat number 2 of Junior Rotax. Hopefully I'll be able to bring you some more information as and when I know, but we're going to go to a short break now for a moment's time. Right then, we're back. We are back. Getting a bit of deja vu here. Basically going to have the same as what we had with the first heat of the day in senior Rotax. So the junior Rotax heat number 2 have all gone back into the dummy grid area. They're going to re-grid and get ready to go again. But in between that, we're going to go for our first heat of the day for our Honda Cadet drivers. So they're going to head out on circuit now and get ready to go for their first race of the day. Let's run you through the grid then for Honda Cadet. Now, we're slightly split in this one. We have got, 12 Honda Cadet 200s and 3 Honda Cadet 160s. So Harvey Ball lines up on pole position alongside Oakley Poulter. Then Logan Hart and Eddie Duncan are on row 2. Daniel Barton and Max Craven on row 3. Then Alex Roach and Oliver Spence on row 4. Kobe Wood and Oliver Ratton on row number 5. Then Jack Gillet, or is it Jack Gillett? Sorry, Jack. Alongside Charlie Dickinson now on row number 6. Then we got the 160s of Callum Williams, Max Saunders and Ilian Bellick. And those are your 15 drivers taken to the grid here in Honda Cadet. Great to see a decently sized grid here in Honda Cadet. And a few names that we recognise from last year. Daniel Barton was a good peddler last year. So was Oliver Spence, Kobe Wood, Oliver Ratton. Plenty of names that we know from last year. But of course, the dominant driver was Arthur Way throughout all of last season. But he, as we know, has now moved up to junior Rotax. So it opens the floodgates for another driver to take that honour of being the dominant driver in the season. Will that happen though? We'll have to wait and see. Well, the drivers are heading through onto the grid then, as you can hopefully see in the top right corner of your screen. Yes, you can. There are the drivers going through to the grid. You can see them there lined up before the bus stop chicane, getting ready to be sent through row by row. But it's Harvey Ball who lines up on pole position for this one. Now I can see on my live timing that it does say that Logan Hart is a novice, but I can see out the window on his car he doesn't have novice numbers on, so I think we can ignore that on the live timing for now anyway. Logan starting there on the second row of the grid alongside Eddie Duncan on the number 57. It looks as though we've got the thumbs up from the back of the grid, so drivers will be looking to the lights, engine revs rise. And the lights go out. We're underway and racing here in the first Honda Cadet heat of the day. Great start from the number 90 of Oliver Spence. He's scythed round the outside of about 2 or 3 drivers there as they head down towards the Haynes Loop. Great start for Oliver Spence as he muscles his way through the mid-pack. They're side by side for the lead. Heading into Johnny's late dive to the inside there from the 45 of Harvey Ball. So he's dropped down to 3rd place there through the first couple of corners. Oakley Poulter and Eddie Duncan getting through. Harvey was trying to fight his way back through to the apex there of Johnny's. Not quite sure if it works out for him. They're going to fly up towards the bus stop chicane. And all making it through line astern. That's good to see. We've got another attempt at a move there up at midgets. Another attempt for second place. It looks like it's worked on the exit though. The up and under has worked. The fake out to the apex at the first corner just meant there was a poor exit there through the second. And Eddie Duncan there in second place now. I think that was the re-overtake then on the 45 of Harvey Ball. And who's that? The 58 of Daniel Barton is getting involved with this leading squabble. He's up to 4th place already. Fastest lap of the race on that opening lap. And Daniel Barton, we saw he had some great racing prowess throughout last season. Was bringing the fight to Arthur Way on multiple occasions. And now he's looking to stamp his mark here on the 2025 season for our Honda Cadets. And those top 4 line astern. Oliver Spence is closing up on the pack though. Move for second place. Late to the inside there for Harvey Ball. A great committed overtake there. That's forced Eddie Duncan wide. And I think Daniel Barton has managed to slip through as well then. Into the final corner they come. And it is indeed the 45 up to P2. The 58 up to P3. Here's a move for P4 though. Down the inside goes Oliver Spence into the Haynes Loop. Easy as you like. Oliver Spence gets the move done. Big pressure there through Johnny's from Daniel Barton. He's trying to find a way through on Harvey Ball for second place. So they've got to be careful to not allow for Eddie Duncan to scamper off in the lead here if they all start squabbling for the positions in behind. And that's exactly what seems to have happened here. I think Daniel Barton's got the move done for second place, and now it's a squabble for third. Round the outside goes Oliver Spence up at midgets. It's not quite going to work for him. He's going to get forced out, get a poor exit, and now the two drivers in behind seeing what they can do, trying to squeeze through and gain some more positions. Daniel Barton's cleared off then from this third place battle. He is all eyes on your leader of Eddie Duncan, but the battle we watch here is for third place. Still headed up by Harvey Ball ahead of Oliver Ratton, and now Alex Roach and Oakley Poulter have joined the fray as well in this battle for third place, with side by side in behind as well. That is, that's Oliver Spence, who's going side by side with Logan Hart. So Oliver Spence has dropped down over that last lap. Something has happened to him. It was Oliver Ratton who was getting involved earlier on. I think that's my confusion, not live timing. Apologies to two Olivers, getting them confused already in the first Honda Cadet race of the day. It's Ratton who has got up through the order and is pressuring in that top group. I can see Kobe Wood there getting involved in a battle with Max Craven and Logan Hart. That's just for the bottom end of the top 10. Right, Eddie Duncan's coming around the final corner. He had the fastest lap of the race on the last lap. However, this time Daniel Barton steals that away yet again. He's locked onto the rear axle of the leader. And he has closed in considerably. Less than 0.4 of a second between the two of them as they head through lap number 5 here. But Ratton has got through on Harvey Ball on the last lap, so that's a change for third place. In behind, Spence lost out to Logan Hart and Max Craven, so he's dropped down into the clutches of Kobe Wood. They're all battling at the bottom end of the top 10. Right on the rear of the leader, though, is Daniel Barton. He's closed up across this lap yet again. And when will Daniel Barton think about this move? He's gone for it already down at Climate. He's got a great exit from midgets, goes down the inside at Climate. He's watching out for that up and under, though. The up and under attempt is going to happen here. They're going to be side by side across the line. Start a new lap. Squeeze into the apex there is Eddie Duncan. He's going to try and hold it around the outside. They just about give each other enough room, and Eddie Duncan flies back around the outside and retakes the lead of the race. Great racing between these young drivers here in Honda Cadet. But they're going to be losing time if they keep battling like this. And Ratton, Ball, Roach, Poulter, Hart, Craven, all in behind, all setting personal bests on the last lap. And now this is where it's going to be key as well. Blue flags are going to be coming out here for two of our Honda Cadet 160 drivers. That's Ilian Bellick and Max Saunders, who are just a little bit off the pace compared to the 200s, a slightly faster engine on the Cadet 200s, and they're closing up to them down at Climate. This is all getting very close. They just about managed to get out of the way there into the final corner, and the leaders make it through. Now the secondary pack from third place backwards are trying to find their way through as well. Onto the grass goes the number 22 of Oliver Ratton to try and make it through as quickly as he could, and he's managed to get it on there down into the Haynes Loop. They all fly on through. Chained to the lead though down at the Haynes Loop. Daniel Barton is back down the inside of Eddie Duncan, and Daniel Barton is back to the lead of the race. Less than 2 minutes left to go on the clock then here in the Honda Cadet first heat of the day. And there's a great little battle going on between two of our novices as well. Charlie Dickinson and Jack Gillet having a great battle down the back of the order, but another change to the lead. Up at midgets, through goes Eddie Duncan. You can't separate these two at the sharp end of the order. They're trading places like it's going out of fashion. But back to the lead goes the 57 of Eddie Duncan. Round the final corner they come, and you can see on the cameras how much third place backwards have closed in on the top two because of their battling over the last minute or so. They remain as they are. Ratton, Ball, Roach, Poulter, all chasing them down. Then you've got Logan Hart there in P7. Then Craven and Spence battling over 8th place. Kobe Wood in a bit of no man's land as he tries to find a way through the back markers. But we turn our attention back to that battle for the lead. They're going to come back into my eye shot very soon as they head into the bus stop chicane. It is still Duncan ahead of Barton. And Barton's not got the best exit there off of the bus stop chicane. He's going to have to wait for more opportunities to arise then. What are they doing? 47-second lap time. So they'll be going on to the penultimate lap of this race as they head through under the starting gantry yet again. The number 45 of Harvey Ball remaining firmly locked on to the rear bumper of Oliver Ratton, unable to find a way through though as of yet. Barton getting a good run through down towards Winder's Dip. But can he make a move here on what I believe will be the penultimate lap of this race? Fastest lap still held by Daniel Barton. Last lap he was only 3 thousandths off of that fastest lap. He couldn't be piling any more pressure onto Eddie Duncan if he tried. But he's doing his best to throw Eddie off kilter and try and make a move then. Time has hit 0. Drivers will be coming through, I think, should see the last lap board. Yes, the last lap board is out then. Eddie Duncan leads us onto it. We got 1,100 metres of this Forest Edge kart track to go. I think Ratton has realised as well they're not going to catch the two leaders unless something drastic happens on this last lap. He started to defend here through this final lap from Harvey Ball. Got a yellow flag up at midgets. That's just gone in though. Driver rejoins the race. Right then, keeping an eye here through sector number 3. Duncan still leads Barton, but it's been a very poor exit off of the bus stop chicane for Daniel Barton. That could be battle over here at the lead of the race. Unless we see some crazy dive from Daniel here through into the final corner. Into Tollies they come then. And Eddie Duncan's going to come around the final corner and see the checkered flag first for the win in heat number 1 in Honda Cadets. Barton follows him across the line. It's side by side for third place between Ratton and Ball, but it goes the way of Ratton by about 0.2 of a second. Alex Roach rounds out that top 5, followed home by Oakley Poulter and Logan Hart. We wait now for Oliver Spence and Max Craven. There's the number 90 of Oliver Spence. Clearly not happy with something there. He was pointing at something on his car as he came across the line. But Spence finishes in 8th place. Max Craven comes across the line in 9th. There's Kobe Wood in P10. And now we wait for Callum Williams and Jack Gillett. Callum Williams there across the line. He's your winner in the Honda Cadet 160s there in P11. Followed across by Charlie Dickinson. He gets through on Jack Gillett there for 12th place on the final lap. And here comes, I was going to say Ilian Bellick. Max Saunders gets through on Ilian Bellick on the last lap as well. So a couple of changes further down the order there on the final lap round the circuit. Of course, what a fantastic race there for our young drivers in the Honda Cadets. Eddie Duncan and Daniel Barton. What a battle it was between those two. Hopefully that continues throughout the season. I look forward to that upcoming for future heats later today. Well, Honda Cadets are done and dusted, but of course, we went to a red flag in the earlier Junior Rotax Heat number 2. They are the ones on the dummy grid who are getting ready to go again. So they'll have a full restart here for Junior Rotax Heat number 2. They'll be out on circuit in a moment's time. Back out on circuit come our Junior Rotax drivers then. Junior Rotax Heat number 2. About to get back underway. Of course, red flag in the first one, so we're going for a full race restart here. They'll be back to 7 minutes plus 1 lap for this first heat of the day, and we'll run you through the grid yet again here for Junior Rotax Heat number 2. Aidan Large and Luca Cook on the front row with Jack Price and Kai Pepperell in behind them. Then it's Harvey Lee Winteridge, Sam Mott, Rufus Holmes, Ethan Hatch, Matthew Whitmarsh, Nikolaus Gozalidis, Daniel Wisnauskas, Aidan Clark, Nathan Edwards, Finley Hines, Jensen Hookey, Ethan Cousins, Karthik Kameta, James Finley, Devin Taylor, Jaden Sherwood, Leo Steed, Cross Strasham, then Ison Theodore, Theo Jones and Trevelyan Sansom. Your 25 drivers taking to the grid yet again here for heat number 2. Well, it's definitely, I think, the most gutting, really, for Jensen Hookey, who has to restart in 15th place here. I want to say he was up like 8 or 9 places over the first lap of this race when we had a first attempt at the start. I'll be hoping he can do that again. But let's wait and see. Let's wait and see for Jensen starting in P15 in this one. Right, drivers are 2x2, and they look to be about ready to go here as they come through into the tram lines. They wait for the lights to go out, and they do go out. We're underway in racing, and yet again, it's a great start from Aidan Large on pole position. He goes for it well as the lights go out, and he takes an early lead in this one through Johnny Sago then. Late out to the inside there, some squabbling going on in the mid-pack. That was Daniel Wisnauskas trying to hold on to his place there as they headed through Johnny's. Down towards Winger's Dip. I was going to say they go for the first time, but I guess not really for the first time, is it with them? Maybe the third or fourth time after that red flag. They all managed to skip through the bus stop chicane and they stay single file. Moving behind, though, that looks to be for about 6th place, I think. Sam Mott, Ethan Hatch, Daniel Wisniewski around that sort of area of the grid. All squabbling for the same pieces of tarmac here through the first 1,100 metres of this race. Well, Aidan Large leads us onto lap number 2. He's followed across the line by Jack Price. Harvey Lee Wintridge up 2 places there to 3rd. Luca Cook in 4th. Then Sam Mott, Ethan Hatch, Kai Pepperell and Nathan Edwards there, your top 8. '74, they're getting involved with the battle in the middle. That was Leo Steed battling with Ethan Cousins and James Finley. As they carry on through onto lap number 2. Oh, big spin into the bus stop chicane. That was a big off, and 2 drivers are going to come together up and over the top of another driver. It was 2 that tried to go into the braking zone at once, both trying to fight over the same piece of tarmac, and it wasn't going to work. Spun round over the curb and mounts another driver as he rejoins the track. Luckily, the driver that was collected has carried on, but the driver involved in that initial incident is not going to carry on. That's Nikolaos Gozalidis, who is off. He's managed to get the kart restarted and rejoins the track, but he's going to be about half a lap behind the rest of the drivers. We've got another driver pulling into the pits there at the end of that lap. But Nikolaos Gozalidis, big off there. He was lucky there not to flip over as he took off over the entrance curb there of the bus stop chicane. Here he comes through your camera shot there on the number 12. Good to see him back in the race and all okay seemingly. But never a nice way for the battle to come to an end there right in the mid-pack. Well, Aidan Large is commanding this race at the moment. 1.2 seconds his lead as they come through to start another lap. Winterridge is up to P2. Jack Price there in P3. Sam Mott, Ethan Hatch, Nathan Edwards all getting through on Luca Cook on that last lap. He's dropped down into P7. And it's Jensen Hookey with the new fastest lap of the race. First driver down into the 41s then. A 41.97 for Hookey. He's up 4 already in this one to P11. But biggest mover is Devin Taylor, up 10 places on the grid for this one. 19th to 9th at the moment for Devin Taylor. You might have seen if you follow my Instagram, I had a little clip up the other day from Right House London Cup of Devin Taylor having a bit of an off-track excursion at the London Cup, but it's going much better for him today here at Forest Edge in heat number 1. He's gained loads of places out there on circuit, and Devin is on an absolute mission out there. Number 14 gaining yet another place for the last lap. He shuffled. But now, fastest lap goes the way of Ethan Cousins. Good to see Ethan as well. Ethan's another driver who's jumped up from a different class. I want to say Ethan was into Rotax, I want to say, last year. My memory serves me correctly, which, like I always say, it often does not. But Ethan doing a great job out there for the moment. No, Ethan Cousins, of course. We don't have a Rotax Inter. It was Rotax. It was Rotax Inter. Come on, John's memory. Yes, it was indeed Rotax Inter. Ethan Cousins was your SC plate holder last year in Rotax Inter, came second in the championship in Rotax Inter, and clearly he's finding some good pace here in Junior Rotax as he had the fastest lap. Nat now goes the way of Aidan Clark, who's the driver just ahead of him in P12. Mechanical flag has gone out for Leo Steed on the number 74, sadly, so he's in 16th place. They'll be coming back into the pit lane very shortly. Big moves up the top of the track, though, for second place. Huge squabble going on between Winterridge, Price and Mott. There was a big up and under. Was it 2 places gained? No, it was the 71 of Jack Price making the up and under to second place. The 38 of Sam Mott has got through as well. So that's the 11 of Harvey Lee Winterridge, relegated down to P4. We had a yellow flag through the first sector. That's now gone. He's going to get in the way of the leader. Oh, that was close. He'd rejoined the circuit and went for the apex just as Aidan Large was diving for the move. Well read from Aidan Large. A bit of defensive driving there, immediately on the brakes, and was able to avoid the accident there. He would have lost a bit of time, but he's kept it on the black stuff, and that's all that matters. Large still in the lead of the race as a driver joined from off track there. Can't quite spot who that was. Potentially T.O. Jones, maybe. No, he's come through already, so I can't quite tell who that is. He's getting out of the way, though, now as they head through onto another lap. Is it the 45, potentially? It is the 45 of Cruz Strachan. And he's sort of getting a bit too involved in the mid-pack battle. There was one driver dives into... No, he doesn't. He moves out wide. That is Cruz, so good to see him moving over there. Gets back on the racing line though. It's such a difficult one because when you're a back marker, you want to try and let people through. You're getting blue flags, but you've got to stay predictable because that's when incidents happen. It's when you unpredictably just move off the line to let them through. They might have already been moving there to try and get the move done on you. So basically just stick to your line and let them through. But it's a difficult one. It's a really difficult one, and particularly Chris being a novice, who one of his first few races at least here at Forest Edge. So he's certainly been thrown into the thick of it there. This mid-pack battle is really kicking off, though. Jack Price has cleared off from this third-place battle. He's all eyes on Aidan Large as he's chasing him down. 3/10 gain on the last lap alone for Jack Price on the leader. That gap now falls below a second, and he's gone purple in Sector 1 yet again as Jack Price. Watch out for him as we go into the last final minute of this race. Nathan Edwards, though, up 2 places to second place. He's heading up that battle for third with Harvey Lee Winteridge, Sam Mott, Luca Cook, Devin Taylor, and Ethan Hatch all involved in that squabble. But through they come then. Down into Climate and through into Tollies yet again. That gap visibly closing, but is it going to be enough for the 71 of Jack Price over these last few laps? Only a 10th or 2 gained on that last one. It's not going to be enough here to steal away the win from Aidan Large if it carries on at this pace. As the 45 now pulls off to the middle of the circuit. Something's gone wrong there for Cruz Strachan. He's looking down at his engine. Some issue for the 45, and that might mean yellow flags through the first couple of corners here, as he's pulled off right to the centre of the track. Oh dear, I can see that the chain has come off. He's holding it in his hand, so the chain has come off. We've got another driver who's having some issues here on the front straight. The number 70 seems like the kart has maybe given up the ghost, or is it going back going? No, he's going back going. It's the 70 of Tio Jones. Round the final corner then, last lap is going to be started by the 32 of Aidan Large. Yellow flags through the final corner. Into Haynes Loop, though, we're still green, and they're battling through Haynes Loop. Side by side for about 5th place. That is, they're still side by side into Johnny's. That's the 72. It can't be the 72 because there's no 72 there on the timing. Might have been the 27 of Daniel Wisnauskas battling with Ethan Hatch there at the bottom end of the top 10. Jensen Hookey got through on the last lap to 8th place. I think Aidan Large just about doing enough here at the front of the order to hold on, and of course still yellow flags through the final couple of corners, so moves need to be done at midgets, otherwise you're all sorted down into the yellow flags here at the final corner. Well, here comes Aidan Large. He's going to take the win in Junior Rotax Heat number 2. No red flag this time, which is great to see. Checkered flag is out. Aidan Large takes the win ahead of Jack Price and Nathan Edwards were your top 3. Fastest lap from Nathan Edwards, though, on the second last lap of the race. Great effort from Nathan. If he could have got through that pack a little bit faster, could have been on for a chance at the win there, but not quite this time. Great race, though, from Nathan Edwards. Harvey Lee Winteridge and Sam Mott rounded out the top 5, with Luca Cook, Devin Taylor, Jensen Hookey, Ethan Hatch, and Aidan Clark, your top 10. And behind them, Daniel Wisnauskas, Ethan Cousins, James Finley, Rufus Holmes, Finley Hines, Jaden Sherwood, Trevorlan Sansom, Ison Theodore, and Nikolaos Gozalidis. And we just wait for the final driver across the line, which is the 70 of Tio Jones. Sadly, we lost Cruz Strachan, Leo Steed, Kai Pepperell, and Karthik Kometa from that race. 4 drivers not making it to the checkered flag in that one, sadly for them. But we finally get the Junior Rotax Heat number 2 done and dusted. We'll soon be moving on to race 5 of the day, which is going to see some more younger drivers out on circuit. It's the Rotax Cadets out next. Out on track, they have come then. Rotax Cadets for their first heat of the day. Let's run you through the grid for this race. 11 drivers in total here in Rotax Cadet, and it's Harry Reid who's going to line up on pole position. Alongside him is Junior Wright, then Arthur Kaiser and Max Tomset on row 2. Rio Pocock and Kieran Ranger there on row number 3, with Oakley Riggs and Elijah Sang on row 4. Then Wilfred Tomlinson, Munro Wilcox and Johnny Butterfill, your 11 drivers on the grid for this one. 4 novices as well in this race, which is great to see drivers taking to the circuit in anger, but probably one of the first times here at Forest Edge for Elijah, Wilfred, Monroe and Johnny. And let's see how they get on once the racing action kicks off. As you can see them on the cameras there, all heading around the final corner 2x2 into formation. The Rotax Cadets get their rolling start underway then, side by side for the lead as they head down to the first couple of corners. Junior Wright on the outside, but he's going to get it done round the outside. Great move from Junior Wright. He's got a spinner in the mid-pack though. Looks as though they've kept it going and they're going to rejoin, but they're going to be dropping down the order. Great move though into Haynes Loop from Junior Wright. He gets the lead early on here and sides his way through and past your pole sitter of Harry Reid. I say that of Harry Reid, but I can't actually see Harry Reid on the live timing at the moment. So wait and see when they come through to end lap number 1 as to who we have scrapping up at the sharp end. Junior Wright was definitely on P2, so maybe we're missing a transponder. Let's wait and see when they come around before I make any speculations. Sadly, the driver who went for a spin down the Haynes Loop, I was going to say hasn't got it going. He has now just got it going. So the yellow flag should be going in now as they rejoin the race. Right then, 11 across the line. It's a 66 in second place, which is Rio Pocock. What a great first lap for Rio. That's been a fantastic first lap for Rio. Into second place. Oakley Riggs is up to P3 already as well. Arthur Kaiser and Kieran Ranger down a couple of places to 4th and 5th respectively. Elijah Sang getting through on Max Tomsit on the first lap as well. So Tomsit's sort of been the biggest loser, I think, from that one. 4 places lost on that first lap around the circuit. Wilfred Tomlinson and Munro Cox there in 8th and 9th, and it was Johnny Butterfill who went for a spin down at the Haynes Loop on the first lap of the race. And Johnny's quickly going to be caught here by the leaders as Junior Wright set that fastest lap on the first lap, down into the 49s already. It does look as though Rio Pocock might be closing in here at the sharp end. Fastest lap does go the way of Rio Pocock, but it's quickly beaten by Oakley Riggs there in 3rd place. Oakley, a name we know well down here at the Forest Edge Kart Club. Of course, Oakley Riggs, your champion in 2024. So Oakley is coming back with a vengeance here at the Forest Edge Kart Club, looking to make it 2 years in a row as the champion in Rotax Cadet. Well, he's doing his best here in heat number 1 to try and kick off that momentum for the season, as he's now looking to battle for second place. Look for the move there up at midgets, but I don't think it's quite worked for Oakley. He's going to have to think about that once again. As it's out there trying to get through on Johnny Butterfill. That's why I'm getting confused. It's Oakley trying to get through on Johnny. Johnny's gone a little bit wide there at the final corner, which should open up the opportunity for Oakley Riggs to get on through and try and get involved with the leading battle. 23, that would be, of, that must be another back marker. It must be still getting confused. It's a 70, it is a 73. I'm not going crazy. Was the 73 who we thought should be on pole position? Yes, it was Harry Reid. So we were right. Harry Reid is missing a transponder. So Harry Reid is not being clocked on the live timing. That is why I'm getting so confused. So it was Harry who was on pole position for this one, who slipped down the order. And Harry, I think, is now around the sort of mid-pack. He was battling with... There is the 73 and the 82 then. So that's where he's battling in. So it's actually 5th place for our pole sitter at the moment of Harry Reid. And everyone else is in behind. So Kieran Ranger's actually in 6th. Elijah Sang in 7th. Max Thompson in 8th. Munro Wilcox now in 9th. Wilfred Tomlinson now in 10th. And Johnny Butterfill now in 11th. Munro Wilcox and Max Tomsit up a place on that last lap, as Wilfred Tomlinson has clearly had some sort of issue on that last lap, a very slow one, 15 seconds off the pace on that last one, and he's dropped right off the back of the pack. He's going to continue on round the circuit, so maybe just a little spin or something there for Wilfred. But the leaders close, very close at the front of the order. I think, has it changed for second place? It has changed. The WC player of Oakley Riggs has gotten through on Junior Wright. Has that been an issue then for Junior Wright? He's out of the lead. He's out of second place now, as Rio Pocock and Oakley Riggs are the ones scrapping it over the leading position then as we head on to lap number 6. 2.5 minutes left to go on the clock. It's still the fastest lap for Oakley Riggs then on the WC plate. Can he get the move done, though, for the lead of the race? He's all over the back. He's thinking about it down the inside. He's going to go for it. Late move sits on that rear right tyre of Rio Pocock, but Rio is able to get the run out of the corner and retake the lead for now anyway. And driver in behind, Junior Wright, will be hoping this scrap continues and he can get back involved and get back in the fray here for a possible win in the first heat of the day. Up and under, though, from Oakley Riggs. He's seen the inside line. He takes the inside line for himself and he takes the lead down at the Haynes Loop. Oakley Riggs is through into the lead of the race, and I feel as though with the pace we've seen so far in this race, we could see Oakley Riggs start to scamper off here at the front of the order. Still a minute and 45 left to go on the clock. But can Rio Pocock have any sort of answer here to the pace of Oakley Riggs? Sitting in behind him now, and I feel as though this might be where the leading battle just simmers down here as we head through the final part of the race. As it looks as though Riggs is ever so slightly faster than Pocock, and Pocock ever so slightly faster than Junior Wright. And the top three, you can see as they come through the camera under the gantry, that gap just opening up between the top three. Here's the number 19 in 4th place of Arthur Kayser. Still close in this battle behind. So this is Kieran Ranger then in 5th place. He's gotten through. We've got a spin there out the window for the 25. There's the 73 that comes through in P6. So your pole sitter then into 6th place in this one. As we got another spinner out of the final corner. 2 for the price of 1 on that lap. This time it's the 28 of Monroe Wilcox who goes for a spin. And that allows for Max Tomsit to keep his position there as they both rejoin the action. At 30 seconds left to go then. The WC plate of Oakley Riggs leads us on to yet another lap, with yet another fastest lap achieved on that last time around the circuit. But gaps amongst the order have all opened up. It's a very different story to what we saw in the juniors and the seniors earlier on, where I had no idea where to look across the circuit. There were so many battles going on. This one, they've sort of worked themselves out in terms of order of pace here. And now it's more of a hot lap session to the end of the race. But you never know what could happen in a kart race. Things can all go wrong. It only takes one little mistake and they all close back up yet again. But that gap was nearly 1.4 seconds between Riggs and Pocock on the last lap. And as Riggs comes through to see the final lap board, that gap is going to be even stronger. Might even be over 2 seconds now. It is just over 2 seconds. Then a further 1.5 back to Junior Wright in 3rd place. There's Arthur Kayser across the line in P4. He sets a personal best though, so carrying on, increasing that pace throughout the race, which is a very positive thing to see there for Kayser. Ranger across the line there in 5th place. And now Harry Reid is being chased down by Elijah Sang. Elijah currently your highest placed novice driver. So well done to Elijah, pressing on well there in the 48s as well. So right there close to leading pace. Pocock, Wright, Kayser, Ranger, Sang all in the 48s. But it's the 47s for Oakley Riggs. He's shown what he means here at the first heat of the day. Your champion in 2024 is back with a bang here in 2025. Oakley Riggs takes the win in heat number 1. Rio Pocock and Junior Wright round out the podium there in Rotax Cadet Heat 1. Arthur Kayser across the line in 4th place. Now how's this squabble going to work out at the end? They are right up and close to each other. 82 of Kieran Ranger comes home in 5th. They're side by side across the line, and it's just going to be Elijah Sang who takes it on the line. Great up and under there at the final corner from Elijah Sang. Relegates Harry Reid there at the final opportunity to P6. No, P7, my apologies, trying to work it out on the live timing. Monroe Wilcox finishes in P8 with Max Tomsit behind, Johnny Butterfield and Wilfred Tomlinson. Your 10 races in that one. Sadly, we lost Wilfred earlier on in the race. Well, Heat 1 for Rotax Cadets then are done and dusted. It's going to be their slightly older brothers and sisters who are out next. The Rotax Inters out in a moment's time. 25 drivers will be taking to the circuit. Our Rotax Inter drivers head out onto the circuit then. Going to kick off with their first race of the day. Let's run you through the grid then for this one. Matthew Lilley and Lucas Esser line up alongside on the front row. Alex Gaskin and Finley Ormshaw on row 2. Harrison Stacey and James Devereaux on row 3. Sebastian Mattel and Casper McAllister are on row 4 with Oliver Dan and Marley Fisher. They're rounding out the top 10. Behind them are Tyler Banks, Elijah West, Freya Bond, Marisha, I'm so sorry Marisha, I'm going to have to attempt that last name when I've got through this grid. Elliot Timolov behind Marisha, then Richard Gokulnath, Harrison Lord, Stanley Kearley, Jack Baker, Ethan Coupland, Max Smith, Archie Cannon, Ben Hunt, Lucas Gray and Ethan Mancy. Your 25 drivers taking to the start in this one. So sorry, Marija. I can't even attempt. I don't think I can even attempt that last name. I'm just going to absolutely butcher it. So it's best to call you Marisha through this race, I'm afraid. But then all the best. Right, 2 by 2. We're going to go to the chevron flag anyway, as the driver's not in a good enough formation there for the race start. And they get another 1,000 or so meters to get those tyres nice and warm. It is really sunny, though. You can see it on the cameras there on the live stream. Lovely and sunny and bright blue skies here at the Forest Edge Kart Club. Still pretty chilly outside of the comms box, but it's getting nice and warm in here as the sun beats down here just outside of Winchester on the south coast of the UK. Well, Matthew Lilley on pole position for this one. Will he be able to hold on to it as they head down towards the first couple of corners at the first time of asking? We've seen it go well for some drivers who are on the inside line for the first corner down the Haynes Loop, but the outside for the first little kink of the left. And that can often mean that people get shuffled wide. Let's see if that happens again here. Well, it's not going to happen this time. Chevron flag yet again. I think just the driver's being a little bit too speedy off of the final corner. And you can see there Matthew Lilley saying to Lucas Esser on the outside, telling him to slow down. Not happy with him jumping. Of course, if you're seeing the driver next to you going for it, where you're like, well, if they do the start here, then I'm going to lose loads of time and lose places, so I've got to go as well at the same time. And then everyone has that exact same thought, and it ruins it for everyone. So everyone has got to stay at the same pace, out of the final corner, nice slow pace, until those lights go out. That is when you can go to full throttle and go to racing. Once you cross the checkered flag line, that's when overtaking can begin. Right then, third time's the charm, I think is what they say. Let's try and go for it here. Third time of asking in Rotax into heat number 1. They're going nice and slowly though around the second part of this lap. Let's see if we can get it underway. Right then, 2 by 2 to the lights. Lights are on, and we're going to chevron flag it again. Third time of asking, and the drivers go chevron flag. They're all gesticulating at each other. I think that is still Matthew Lilley on the pole position, who's getting very, very frustrated. The rest of the drivers are jumping, and we're going to go to a red flag here for the Rotax Inter Heat 1. Of course, not an issue on circuit in terms of anyone having incidents or anything. This is simply, for one of my favourite words, a bit of re-education as we go towards the start. So the drivers will just be told, keep it nice and slow, keep it relaxed as we go to the start again, and let's give it another shot. But you'll see as the drivers come through around the final corner, they'll be just told to keep it nice and calm as we go for another attempt at the start. But I'm going to use this opportunity to try and not get myself blinded. So I'm going to mute the mic for a second. Lovely then. Well, in the comms box, I managed to get some pieces of paper on the window to try and block out the sunshine that's been blinding me for the morning's action here. Great to see a couple of people in the chat as well. I should say. Hello to Mystic. He was first. Correctness that you were indeed first in the chat, so well done to you. And hello to Stacey Coupland saying good luck to Ethan Coupland and the whole of Team Coles who are out here today at Forest Edge. Well, best of luck to Ethan out on track today. Ethan, of course, taking to the start in this race, so this is where it all gets a bit nerve-wracking for the mums and dads around. Sorry, I'm using you for that example, Stacey. But Ethan taking to the start in this one in P20. Well, the drivers have had their re-education completed, and let's see if they can get it underway. This time around, 3 false starts followed by a red flag. Sadly losing more time here at Forest Edge as we head through the morning's action. We've got 14 races to complete before we go to the lunch break. I want to say this is race number 6. Yes, it is race number 6 of the day, so we're almost halfway through this morning's racing anyway. Well, let's see. Can they do it this time? Rotax Inters. Nope, they're going for a false start. Yet again. Green and yellow chevron flag is out. I think we've nearly done full race distance just on false starts alone here in the Rotax Inters. Drivers needing to keep it relaxed out the final corner. Stay at a constant pace. Keep in your formation. And we're going to go red flag again here. We're going to go red flag again here in the Rotax Inters, I'm afraid to say. So I think the driver's going for a bit more re-education. But it just makes it very difficult for all the staff here at Forest Edge. One, to keep things going and making sure everything's staying nice and safe and everyone's keeping to the rules. But also, as you get through the day, we've only got so much light here. We are into March now, but the night's still drawing relatively quickly. So we do have to think about the schedule as well. I think we might see the finals later on just being slightly curtailed. But I'll let you know as soon as I know more information about that specifically. But we've gone back to red flag conditions here. So a technical red flag here in the Rotax Inter Heat number 1. They're going to get them gridded up again, I think, on the start-finish straight. You can see them all following through in formation through to the start line again. And again, our lovely officials here at Forest Edge are going to tell them what they're doing wrong as they pull up towards the grid. Okay, right, I'm just hearing in the commentary box that a little bit worried. We've done so many attempts at the start now that the drivers might not have enough fuel to make it round the entirety of this first race. So they're going to be sent back into the pits. They're all going to get some more fuel on board. We're going to go for the 7th race of the day, which is going to be our 177s, I believe. Yes, it is. So the 177s and the 177 Masters. They're now going to come out on track. They're going to have their first heat of the day. And then afterwards, we'll see the Rotax Inters come back out on circuit. And hopefully, for the 18,000th time of asking, we'll get their race underway. We'll wait and see. But next out on circuit, the 177s and the 177 Masters. So apologies, Stacey. You're going to have to wait a little bit longer to see Ethan heading around the circuit, but should only be in 1 race time. So we'll see you in a second for the 177 first heat. So then, after the issues with the Rotax Inters, we're going to see the 177s and the 177 Masters head out on circuit for their first heat of the day. And great to see such a big grid across the 177s and the 177 Masters. 25 drivers heading out here for heat number 1. Let's run you through the grid nice and swiftly. David Simpson and Ashton Parsons are on the front row. Let me just quickly say as well, the 177s and the 177 Masters are all mixed up here on the grid, so I'm not going to run you through each of those individually. They're all mixed up through the grid. Row 2 has Chris Abraham and Colin Davis. Then Tom Thompson and Neil Hemming on row 3, followed by Rob Simpson and Harrison Cook. Daniel Hammett and George Walker round out the top 10. Behind them are Sophie Jeffrey, Samuel Wyatt, Luke Oliver, Scott Smith, Archie Elliott, Joshua Gollin, then William Davies, Toby Case, Jake Davis, Chris Thomas, Ollie Bailey, Stephen Ruddock, Scott Collins, Josh Talbot and Zen Zom Liam. So 25 drivers out on the circuit for this one. Fantastic to see, as I say, so many drivers out in the 177s. See if I can get up my notes from last year fast enough. So Archie Elliott is was your 2024 champion. Of course, we had much fewer entries across 2024 in the 177, so great to see so many more out there today. But Archie starting this race in P15. Can the champion continue that into this first heat of the day? Lights are off and we're racing already off. 2-3 drivers on the first corner. It's a huge incident at the first corner. 8 or 9 drivers spinning. That was all caused, I think, by about 2nd or 3rd place getting spun around at the first corner. And suddenly, as the rest of the drivers piled in, there were drivers facing the wrong way. They all slammed on the anchors and just about all managing to avoid each other having an even bigger incident. I think every single person involved has rejoined the circuit. That's always good to see, but that is going to really shuffle up the order. Well, I can see here on my live timing there's been a contact warning given to Ashton Parsons, so I think it was Parsons that clipped the rear corner of Abraham, and that's what caused the spin. Round the final corner, move for the lead, that is. Change to the lead at the front of the order. The 72 is through, and that is Harrison Crook to the lead of the race. He's up 7 places on this first lap. 8th on the grid to the lead for Harrison Crook. Great moves on this first lap. And Harrison has really gained. So many drivers have gained massively from this as the rest of them piled onto the grass there at the first corner. We've got Jake Davis up 12 places, Ollie Bailey up 12 places, Scott Collins up 12 places, Josh Talbot up 12 places. All the drivers near the back of the grid were able to avoid that incident and just pile on through and have gained so many places. But on the contrary, Rob Simpson has lost 14, Ashton Parsons has lost 17, Sophie Jeffrey lost 11, Chris Abraham has lost 19. So it was Chris that got spun there at the first corner and has lost out massively from that one. Leader beginning to get away though. Harrison Crook, after a great start, has started to extend the gap at the front of the order. The 91 of David Simpson there battling with Neil Hemming. I think Hemming had got through, and then Simpson was trying to fend off from Scott Smith there as they headed through Johnny's. Contact warning now goes out for Archie Elliott. Oh, he's just had 2 at the exact same time, so I'm not sure if that's just a repeat of the same one or if there are 2 warnings out for him. Either way, your champion in 2024 has got himself a contact warning, so he's getting through the pack nicely, just needs to keep a little bit cleaner. That's the instruction from the stewards here at Forest Edge. Well, round the final corner they come to end lap number 3. What's the gap looking like now between Crook and Davis? 1.5 seconds. Davis has got clear of Hemming, who's now through on Simpson there for 3rd place. Through the Haynes Loop they go then. Those top 3 have all extended the gap a bit. We've got a 3-way battle in behind, and then 2 drivers going side by side through Johnny's. That would have been at the bottom end of the top 10. I think that might have been Chris Thomas and Luke Oliver's. Luke Oliver sets the fastest lap of the race. The rest of the drivers are in the high 42s, low 43s. Luke Oliver's just on a 41.8. What a lap from Luke Oliver. He is doing his best to scythe his way through the traffic here on the number 2. And we'll definitely keep an eye on him as he makes his way into the top 10. Drivers still battling down into Tolly's side by side there. That's the 74 of Jake Davis getting a move done on the number 2. So Luke Oliver, as we say, getting his way into the top 10. He's now right in the thick of the battle as he leans on the 70. He leans on him and pushes him wide. That was Jake Davis, who was squeezed wide there at the exit of the corner. He's rejoined the action, but he's lost quite a few places there, and it was a little tap from Luke Oliver that sent him wide there down at the Haynes Loop. So we'll see if he gets a contact warning for his troubles there, Luke Oliver. Right then, through lap number 5, and it's still all squabbles. I think that's Archie Elliott who I can see battling. It is, yeah, it is Archie Elliott who's battling through. There's 3 of them battling over 4th place now, and who's got to the front of that train? It through the final corner, we see them come. I'm still trying to work out who the number is. It's the 91, who's then followed by the 54 and the 38. So David Simpson ahead of Archie Elliott, ahead of Scott Smith. Then Joshua Gollin and Chris Thomas getting involved with this battle as well, as Chris Thomas now takes the fastest lap of the race. 41.5 for Chris Thomas on the number 16. But just looking at the split sort of classifications, Harrison Crook leading this one is a 177. But Colin Davis and Neil Hemming in second and third are both masters in this category. And those two now nose to tail. Harrison Crook has checked out of this race. He's basically in a different postcode compared to the rest of the drivers in this 177 heat number 1. What a race so far for Harrison Crook. And now those two Masters drivers go into battle here for second place. Davis versus Hemming. And in behind, those three still line astern for fourth place. Simpson, Elliott and Smith going at it. Then we've got another three-way battle forming in behind. However, it's going to become a six-way battle as the drivers in front start to squabble. 38 gets the move done. That's Scott Smith who gets through. I couldn't quite tell whether it was through on Archie Elliott or through on David Simpson. One of them has lost a couple of places in that one, but it's a change up and around the top 5. Just over 2 minutes left to go on the clock then. The Masters absolutely nose to tail. Neil Hemming is piling on the pressure here on Colin Davis as to who takes the Masters win in the first race of the day. Not able to find the move there down into Climate. He'll have to sit back again and rethink that one. Battle for fourth is raging on though, and nearly 7 drivers involved in this battle for fourth now. David Simpson doing a brilliant job here of dealing with the pressure. It was Smith through on Elliott on the last lap, so Archie Elliott, that's why I'm getting confused. He's got a slightly different livery on his kart for this season as Archie Elliott. He's dropped back down to P6, your champion from last year, but very much scrapping at the sharp end, which is great to see. Loads more contact warnings coming through then. One for Ashton Parsons, one for Joshua Gollin, one for Chris Abraham and one for Scott Smith as well. So the staff really being put to work here at Forest Edge, getting all of those contact warnings out. Bit of a wide moment there for the 38. It's all changed in behind. It's all changed. Who's dropped down the order? It's David Simpson. David Simpson has dropped 6 places on that last lap. It's all, the squabble has boiled over there for fourth place. So gaining places are Smith, Elliott, Oliver and Gollin and Bailey. Chris Thomas down 2 places to 9th. David Simpson down 6 places to 10th. He's still on the back of that same battle, but they're all so close on pace. They're all battling over the same piece of tarmac. It's not going to be an easy one to get back involved with, as another driver gets on the grass there on the exit of the bus stop chicane. Gets it all squirrely as he rejoins the circuit and lost 2 places because of that. Trying to see who it is. It's a 16. That was of Chris Thomas. So Chris Thomas losing out a few more places there with that mistake out of the bus stop chicane. And through slips Daniel Hammett and Samuel Wyatt there for 9th and 10th respectively. Just over 30 seconds left to go on my clock anyway. I don't know if my clock's wrong because it says 15 seconds on the gantry. Either way, the drivers more than likely on their penultimate lap of this race, I do believe. Oh yeah, it's definitely my live timing, because the live timing you're seeing on screen says the same time as the gantry, so I'm definitely the one that said the wrong. Here comes Harrison Crook though. Time has hit 0. He's going to see the last lap board. It goes out now. And Harrison Crook leads us onto the final lap. Batting in behind, Archie Elliott gets through on Scott Smith. Around the outside into the first couple of corners. Great move for Archie Elliott as he moves his way back up into P4 to start a positive season here in 2025 with a good result from heat number 1. Relegates Scott Smith down to 5th. And he's now right in the clutches of Luke Oliver, who once again still has the fastest lap of this race. Don't count out Luke Oliver in that battle there. Archie Elliott closing in on those top 3, battling over 2nd and 3rd of Davis and Hemming. Elliott seeing if he can pick up any more in the last lap. Here comes the lead around the final corner. That battle for 2nd though, going into the final corner. Harrison Crook's going to win in the first heat of the day. Down the inside goes Archie Elliott at the final corner. He's going to steal 3rd place at the line. Great opportunistic move there from Archie Elliott. He set that up from the start of the lap there to get it working into the final corner. Steals away P3 on the road from Neil Hemming. But Harrison Crook, what a dominant performance there in the first race of the day in our 177s. Won by almost 3 seconds. Great race from Harrison Crook. Colin Davis, your highest placed Masters driver there in 2nd place, with Archie Elliott stealing 3rd place at the line. And Archie Elliott starting that one in 15th place. What a race through from Archie. Neil Hemming there has to settle for 4th place. Behind him was Luke Oliver with the fastest lap. Then Scott Smith, Joshua Gollin, Ollie Bailey, Daniel Hammett and Samuel Wyatt, your top 10. They were followed by Rob Simpson, Chris Thomas, William Davies, Jake Davis, then Sophie Jeffrey, George Walker, Ashton Parsons, Toby Case, Tom Thompson, Chris Abraham, Scott Collins, Josh Talbot, Stephen Ruddock and David Simpson. Sadly, David not making it to the checkered flag in that one, but 23 of our 24 runners making it to the checkered flag. What a great first race of the day from our 177s. But again, we're going to get a bit of deja vu down here at Forest Edge as we once again see the Rotax Inters for their heat number 1. They'll have yet another opportunity to try and get it sorted in terms of the race start. We'll see them in a few seconds. Welcome back, Rotax Inters drivers. They head back out onto the circuit once again. Let's remind you of the grid for this first heat of the day for Rotax Inters. Matthew Lilly and Lucas Esser on that front row of the grid. I'll be hoping for a more relaxed start to this one so we can get it underway. Alex Gaskin and Finley Ormshaw on row 2, Harrison Stacey and James Devereux on row 3, then Sebastian Mattel and Casper McAllister, Oliver Dan and Marley Fisher round out the top 10. The drivers come through your camera shot and carry on for their warm-up lap. Tyler Banks and Elijah West there on row 6. Freya Bond and Marisha, they're on row number 7. Elliot Dimilov and Roger Guckelnath on row 8. Then Harrison Lord, Stanley Kearley, Jack Baker, Ethan Coupland, Max Smith, Archie Cannon, Ben Hunt, Lucas Gray and Ethan Mancy there. Your 25 drivers on the grid for this one. Alex Gaskin, I definitely remember him from Honda Cadets last year. I'm trying to trawl through my notes fast enough. Everything happened so quickly here at Forest Edge. I'm trying to find a time to speak about anything that's not the racing action on track, which is great, to be fair. We love the racing action on track. Let's have a look, though, into those ones from last year as we wait for the drivers to head through. Hopefully, get it underway this time of asking. Stanley Kearley as well. Yeah, Stanley Kearley on the Rotax Intergrid here. He was in the Honda Cadets last year. And so was Alex Gaskin, if I'm not mistaken. He was indeed. Do we go to green light? Yes, we do. Green light is on, and we're underway and racing here in the Rotax Inter Heat number 1. They all managed to make it through the first couple of corners, and it's a great start from Matthew Lilly, your pole sitter. He already is starting to create a bit of a gap out there at the sharp end of the order. Dropping Lucas Esker, Alex Gaskin, Finley Ormshaw and Harrison Stacey. So they now head up into the bus stop, trying to go side by side through the bus stop. We always see that ending not very well, but it's ended just fine this time. They all managed to make it through. Re-overtake back down the inside for about 6th place, that is, as they're squabbling in amongst the bottom end of the top 3 as well. The 23 of Alex Gaskin trying to hold on, but he can't quite hold on. Down the inside goes, is that Finley Ormshaw? No, it's the 46 of James Devereux. It's been a great start for James Devereux, up to 3rd place already. I think that's another place lost there through the first corner for Alex Gaskin, as Casper McAllister tries to get through. Elijah West getting involved there as well in the 99. This is where my memory has to remind me as we watch them head through. Loads of squabbling going on and move for 2nd place potentially. James Devereux looking for 2nd on Lucas Esser. Esser's forced to the grass on the outside and through. Slip a few other drivers as well. I think Gaskin and McAllister might have made up for that as well, as Lucas Esser might have just started to slip down the order because of that one. Across the line they come then, and indeed, Esser's down to P5, Devereaux, McAllister and West all managing to get through, hanging it round the outside, attempting it round the outside of the Haynes loop. It's not going to work though. A bold attempt there from the 51 of Casper McAllister, but he's not able to get it done. Now, was that an overtake, or was that an undertake actually from Elijah West? I think it was. I think it was actually a dive to the inside there from Elijah West, and he takes third place away from Casper McAllister. As they come through to finish yet another lap, the leaders definitely beginning to close up as well. We did have a slightly reduced race time in this one, of course, with all the false start flags. 6 minutes plus 1 lap, I believe, rather than the usual 7. But Elijah West now getting the fastest lap of this race, 43.75 on the last lap, as he is all eyes locked on to the two leaders ahead of Lilly and Devereaux. Devereaux managing the gap well, trying to close in to Lilly, closed in by about 0.3 of a second on the last lap, and he's got a further 0.4 to close in this lap. Looks as though he's doing a good job of it though, as they all begin to close up on Matthew Lilly. Pressure begins to pile onto the young racer behind the wheel of the number 20, and he knows it. Moves to cover that inside line down into the Haynes loop, and now the fastest lap goes the way of Jack Baker. He's closing in behind as well as the number 17 of Jack Baker. 43.40 now the time to beat, courtesy of the number 17. Jack's always a quick young driver whenever I see him out on circuit. Into Rotax Inters. And there's a move up and under for 4th place. That is Jack Baker going for it down the inside of Casper McAllister, and Tyler Banks has followed him through as well. So Casper McAllister getting relegated down to 6th place there, up at midgets. And Matthew Lilly's lost the lead on this lap. I've just noticed Lilly has lost the lead. He's now under pressure from... sorry, it wasn't Casper McAllister. It was Jack Baker through on Elijah West. Sorry, it was. West has lost 3 places. So Elijah West on the number 99 is down to 6th place. It was McAllister getting through on West. Jack Baker and Tyler Banks both followed him through then. Lilly under pressure from Casper McAllister now for 2nd place, as James Devereaux tries to build a gap at the front of the order. He's doing his best to do so. Well, McAllister is through on Lilly. So that's a change to 2nd place then. Casper McAllister through to 2nd. Lilly relegated down to 3rd. And he's got an absolute pack of wolves waiting in behind him, headed up by the 39 now of Tyler Banks. So Banks through on Baker, is that? No, Baker is through. It's Matthew Lilly who's dropped down to 6th place. This is a contact warning through for Elijah West. Side by side into Johnny to 2nd place though, Baker and McAllister. And I think Jack Baker's got the move done down at Haynes Loop. So Baker is through into 2nd place, relegates McAllister down to 3rd. But only just over a minute left to go on the clock for Baker to try and close the gap to Devereaux, which is looking at around just under a second now. As there's a move back down the inside. McAllister's not waited long for that one. Back through he goes up at midgets. But the up and under attempted. The up and under completed as more drivers diving into the apex. A bit of side pod to side pod contact. The 54 or 51 there of McAllister. Lucky there not to find the grass on the outside. It's getting scrappy here in the Rotax Inters. Great to see amongst these young drivers. And this is exactly what James Devereaux wants to see in his imaginary mirrors. Devereaux's gap now up to 1.2 seconds over Tyler Banks, now in 2nd place. So it's Banks, Baker, West, McAllister, Lilly and Fisher, 2nd to 7th, all in a train here, battling over the upper echelons of points and setting themselves up for the final later on. Of course, it's an amalgamation of all of your finishing positions throughout the day that decides the grid for the final later on. So the drivers hoping for a positive performance on this first on-track outing. Through they go on to another lap. Marley Fisher's got through on Matthew Lilly for 6th place. Lilly still holding on to the back of this train though, so he's, and as long as nothing goes totally wrong, he's looking guaranteed for at least a top 7 finish in this one. Move down at the Haynes Loop though, that was a great move down the inside. The 42 of Freya Bond gets it done on Stanley Kearley, moves her way up into 9th place. Good to see Freya battling well here in the Rotax Inters. trying to remember if Freya Bond was a Honda Cadet last year or not. I do believe she was. So good to see her emerging back up into upper echelons and some higher powered karts, as Tyler Banks has massively lost out on that last lap. Tyler Banks drops from 2nd to 6th place as they head on to the final lap of this race. James Devereaux, 1.3 seconds clear. He just needs to keep hitting his markers on this last 1,100 metres of the race. And he should be on to take the win here in Heat 1 of Rotax Inter. Jack Baker up to P2 then. Elijah West into 3rd. McAllister into 4th. And Fisher into 5th as they head through this final lap of the race. The gaps have opened up the most they ever have across this race, though, as we head through the final lap. Check over the shoulder from Jack Baker. Sees how close he is to Elijah West in behind. But here comes James Devereaux round the final corner. And James Devereaux wins Heat number 1 in Rotax Inter. Jack Baker holds on to 2nd ahead of Elijah West, with Casper McAllister and Marley Fisher your top 5. Tyler Banks and Matthew Lilly finalising that top 7 scrap, and what a scrap it was. Only about 3 seconds separating all of them when we got to the checkered flag there. In behind, there was a huge squabble over 8th place as well. Harrison Stacey wins that one in 8th. Then Stanley Kearley, Freya Bond, Lucas Esker, Alex Gaskin, then Ben Hunt, your top novice there in 13th place, followed across the line by Oliver Dan. Then it was Archie Cannon and Elliot Dimilov, Harrison Lord, Ethan Coupland, Roger Gokulnath and Max Smith, your top 20. Followed by Finley Ormshaw, Lucas Gray, Ethan Manzi, Sebastian Mattel and Marija there on the number 70. Your 25 karts all making it to the checkered flag, which, as we say, is always good to see. Well, Rotax into Heat number 1 done and dusted. Then we've already had the 177s there, so we move on to race number 8. We are halfway through the morning's action before we go to the lunch break. We've got 7 more heats yet to come after already having 7 heats. But up next, it's the first heat of the day for our Superkarts as they take on, of course, the slightly reduced circuit. We cut out the bus stop chicane for our Superkarts and they fly straight on through to midgets. They'll be out on circuit next. Onto the circuit then come our Superkarts. We've got 9 drivers taking to the start here for our Superkarts. We've got a split between the Superkart Open and the Superkart Limited here in Heat number 1. So how will that affect the race? We'll wait and see. Right, it's Matt Ulner on the E-plate who lines up on pole position. Alongside him is Reece Buckland. Then it's Mark Smith and Callum Smith on row number 2. Then Fraser Everett and Matthew Duncan on row 3. They'll be followed by Daniel Buckland, Ross Cornick and Adrian Day there. And Adrian Day, a novice here in the Superkart. My goodness, why would you ever want to be a novice in a Supercar? That's terrifying. But either way, we get treated to some great racing action here out on the circuit. Great to see a number of drivers from the 2024 championship back here again for 2025. If I could scroll down all the way to the bottom of my notes. Of course, it is sad to see that we're not seeing out on track Spencer Chappell, your champion in 2024, the SC plate holder as well, before we go to the Southern Champs here for 2025. He's sadly not here for today's racing, and that opens the door for someone else to get involved at the sharp end of the order. We're missing as well Aaron Powell. He was often fighting right up at the sharp end in the Superkarts. 3rd place in the championship though, Ross Cornick. He lines up on the grid for this one, starting down in 5th place on the grid. But as you can see on your cameras there in the top right hand corner of the screen, they get lined up on the grid. Of course, standing start here in the Superkarts, as they're all geared karts, getting ready to go for the race then. Lights are on, they wait for them to go out, they do go out. We're underway and racing, but the drivers are confused and they crash at the start. The driver's confused at the start and they're all off in the wall. Absolute chaos at the start of the Superkart race. The top two just didn't go. They just didn't leave the track. I don't know if they were expecting a flag or something, but the red lights were on. They went out. The drivers from about the second row back all decided to go, but then of course they got confused. Well, the drivers at the front not going, they all tried to slam on the brakes, they all got confused, and they slammed into the back of each other. So we got two drivers at least out of this race, and that being the 77 of Callum Smith and the 73 of Matthew Duncan. So that is a calamitous start there at the beginning of the race for the Superkarts. That's not how we want to see, firstly, a race started, but secondly, drivers getting damage to their karts but before the race has even realistically started, before they've all come across the line to kick it all off. But the lights went out. I don't know what happened there between the two drivers on the front row of the grid. That would have been Matt Ulner and Reece Buckland. They just didn't go. I'm so confused by the start of that one. Either way, the race has started, and Matt Ulner has actually benefited quite well there on the E-plate. He leads by nearly 5 seconds as he comes to the end of lap number 2. But wow, I've never seen that one before. Drivers not going at the start of a race. Of course, you see it sometimes in Formula racing, but that's usually when someone's clutch goes, or they drop the clutch too early, they lose the engine, and they end up having to stop. And then you see drivers go straight in the back of them. But that was a really chaotic start there in Superkarts. And that's sort of ruined the race for us to enjoy as spectators anyway, because all the gaps have opened up massively. The closest two drivers on track currently are Fraser Everett, Callum Smith and Daniel Buckland. They're those three. Oh no, sorry, it's Mark Smith, Fraser Everett and Callum Smith, second, third and fourth, who are relatively close on track, as there's lots of smoke billowing off the back. Or maybe that was just a tyre actually as they headed through the corner. It seems to have cleared up now. That was definitely smoke coming out the back of Mark Smith's kart for a moment there anyway, and it is still coming out the back. I can see it now as they head through the Haynes loop. So is there an issue for Mark Smith? Maybe it's just a superkart, and that's the level of smoke we are to expect sometimes from superkarts. But maybe he has an issue. There's definitely smoke coming from the back of the number 96. Well, after 4 laps of racing, this will be when the E-plate comes across the line. I think he's going to have nearly a 10-second gap, as he is 2 seconds a lap faster than anyone else out on circuit. Matt Ulner down in the 36 lap times. Mark Smith in the 38. He's now been overtaken by Callum Smith. Callum Smith gets up into P2 after passing Fraser Everett and Mark Smith then. So Ulner in the 36s. On the last lap anyway, both Smiths in the 38s, Everett in the 39s, and then Buckland and Day in the 40s and 41s respectively. So Matt Smith is just on a different planet here on the E-plate as he rattles his superkart around this Forest Edge kart track. But my heart just goes out to the two drivers who lost right at the start there. It was quite a heavy impact for a couple of them. Luckily, all seemingly okay. I can see the 73 outside of my commentary box window. Matthew Duncan just taking in the scenery now, as he's not allowed to continue on with the race. I think a bit of an issue with his kart as well. There'll be a bit of things to sort. And yes, slippery surface flag is out down at the Haynes loop. So there was an issue with the 96 of Mark Smith. Clearly he was having some issues, and that has dumped some liquids down at the Haynes loop. So drivers having to be a little bit careful as they head down into the first couple of corners, as there may be a bit of slippery surface down there. Whatever he's ended up dropping, whether that be petrol or oil or whatever it is, he is still smoking. No mechanical flag for the 96, but clearly something occurring that has dropped something down at the first couple of corners. Maybe it was the retiree earlier on. And also, I said it was Callum Smith involved in the incident on the first lap. It wasn't, my apologies. So let's see who didn't make it through then. Was it the 70 of Reece Buckland? Ah, that's who it was. I knew it was a 7. It was the 70 of Reece Buckland who was involved in the accident, and he had some serious damage to his car when he peeled back into the pit lane. So that's gutted for him. Hopefully they can get it all sorted, ready for their second heat later on today. But never how you want to see a race end, realistically, before they've even really got it underway. Well, the two Smiths still line astern there as you see them come through the camera shot under the gantry to start another lap of the race. Callum Smith still just ahead of Mark Smith, but both very close in timings. There could still be a battle on here. But where is the leader? He's heading up into sector number 3 now. I think he's going to see the last lap board this time around. Of course, a reduced heat in the superkarts anyway. They're always 5 minutes plus 1 lap for their heats out on the circuit. But through comes the E-plate then. just seeing the last lap board as he closes in on a few back markers. But it's going to be seemingly a pretty easy race win as Matt Ullner leads us through lap number 9 and the final lap of this race. Well, Callum Smith and Mark Smith still nose to tail as they head through onto their final lap of the race. And that's really the only battle that we've got out on circuit at the moment here in these Superkarts. Doesn't look like the 96 is able to make a move though. Yeah, so potentially, I mean, Mark Smith's carried on and it doesn't seem like he's getting a mechanical. So clearly the issue not coming from himself down at the Haynes Loop. It must have been the driver that we lost earlier on, the 70 of Reece Buckland from the front row of the grid. There is the checkered flag though for the E-plate of Matt Ullner. He sees the checkered flag first and heads back into the pits with a 36.5 fastest lap of the race. So impressive from Matt Ullner. The Smiths battle through the final corner, but Callum Smith beats out Mark Smith there as they round out the podium, and great to see them have a little handshake as they head through the Haynes Loop, and they're going back into the pits with a smile on their face. Fraser Everett comes across the line in 4th place, and soon we will see Daniel Buckland and Russ Cornick and Adrian Day come across the line to finish the race there. But that was something I've never seen before there on a standing start there in the Superkart race. Less than ideal for quite a few drivers, but hopefully we see them all out. They can remedy the issues caused by that incident, and we see them out for heat number 2 later on. But race number 8 then done and dusted. We'll be moving on to race 9, and yet again we'll see the senior Rotaxes back out again for their heat number 2. That'll be coming up shortly. Welcome back to the circuit then, our senior Rotax drivers for their second heat of the day. 34 drivers on the grid for this one. William Ray and Aidan Blair on the front row, with Joshua Withcombe and Aranas Sarkas on row 2. Then it's Zach Burke and Michael Pugh, Luke Evans and Ollie Owen, Arthur Thacker and JJ Hine round out the top 10. Cassius Zygmanta and Ethan Lomax on row 3, with Toby and Alvarez, Paolo Nunes-Aranda, George Hulme, Mitchell Mulvey, Louis Reeves, Kieran Gifford, Freddie Worlock, Jarek Metters, Adrian Hanovic, then Mason Perrin, Bobby Rozier, Toby Street, Aaron Full, Jamie Green, Oliver Johnson, Dean Pedersen, Ryan Sayers, Brody Skinner, Ben Hicks, Taylor England, Callum Brockhurst and James Bailey Sartin. A huge grid here as we get ready for Senior Rotax Heat number 2. Let's see if we can get it underway first time of asking. Older drivers have been pretty good at that, to be fair, today. And let's see if we can do it. 2x2 formation to the lights. They might not be close enough. They are going to be close enough. We're going to go racing a big off at the first corner. The 55 goes airborne. Does Zach Burke, and 2 drivers off and avoiding action. That was so close to then collecting the spinning driver there. And it looks as though, no, he seems to be all okay. The Axel isn't, though. The 99 jumping all over the place. That's Luke Evans that's gone off there. And Luke Evans is going to be out of this race. It's either an Axel or it might even be a flat rear left tyre. I can't quite tell. Either way, he's out of this race. Back to the pits goes Luke Evans. Now, that was a huge bit of airtime there for Zach Burke. He was 4 wheels off of the ground there as he flew through the air. Landed back down. It looks as though he's rejoined this race. Round the final corner they come then. Battle for the lead. It's Joshua Withcombe. He's got ahead of William Ray as they head down towards Haynes Loop. Yellow flag though down at Haynes Loop as that kart tries to get himself back to the pit lane. They just need to be careful about scrapping through that area of the circuit. They're all trying to make up track position, but no overtakes allowed there through the first sector, all under yellow flags. But it's Withcombe from Ray, from Sarkas, from Pugh, from Owen, from Lomax, from Hine, from Thacker, from Pedersen, from Alvarez. That is your top 10. All big movers up in the top 10 given that first lap incident. Aidan Blair though down 9 places to P12. It's not been an ideal first lap for Aidan Blair. Big send down at the final corner. That's Aranas Sarkas down the inside, and Sarkas moves up to second place. He's going to cover the inside line from William Ray. Ray's trying the up and under there at Haynes Loop, but it's not going to work. And William Ray having to settle back in for third place. He's now got Michael Pugh all over his rear axle as Ollie Owens joining them too. He's just set the fastest lap there on lap number 2. 40.83, identical time to the driver in behind him of Ethan Lomax, both setting a 40.83 on that second lap around the track. And they're still scrapping as we head through to the end of this one. Send down the inside again. It's William Ray repaying the favour to Aranas Sarkas. Sarkas is hung out to dry though, and he gets absolutely steam trained down through into the Haynes Loop. He's going to lose 3 or 4 positions. He scraps back through to retake the place of Ethan Lomax. So he resettles back into 6th place then as William Ray, with a great move at the final corner, really forced Aranas out wide. He fights back past Ethan Lomax, though, I think holding on to 5th place, ahead of Lomax. But Joshua Withcombe, after making that move for the lead earlier on, is putting a nice gap between himself and now William Ray in 2nd place. That gap was about 1.1 seconds on the last time around the circuit. I think it's going to be a little bit more this time. Through they go. It's actually not. 1.2 seconds, not gained too much time at all, actually, has Withcombe. So let's not count out the race for the lead just yet, though. Drivers in behind. Following relatively line astern now, as that was a big hip check. Off into the trees goes one driver, and he hits a tree. Whoa, that was a big off there into the Haynes Loop. It was one driver who had the inside line coming through the left, and as they cut back through to Haynes Loop, the driver on the outside just hip checked him. Side pod to side pod contact, and off into the trees goes one of the drivers. Try and see who that is as we head through to the end of this lap and try and pick up who doesn't come through. That was a big off. Luckily, they seem to be all okay. They're up on the barrier and walking around as the driver, once again, yellow flags are out down into the Haynes Loop. Driver's still scrappy, though. They need to be careful, and 2 drivers off. Big incident into the yellow flag zone, down into the Haynes Loop. They both managed to rejoin. They were trying to go side by side there, down into the left hand of the Haynes Loop. It doesn't work, and again, a driver spun off to the outside on the exit of the Haynes Loop. 2 incidents in a yellow flag zone. The stewards are not going to be happy with that one. The driver's going to be getting a serious telling off. And I feel bad for all the clerks who are out in the office today looking over these incidents, because they are going to have the work cut out for them in sorting out all the goings on here in the opening heats of the day. Well, it's still Withcombe at the front of the order, followed by Ray and Pugh and Owen. And who dropped down the order then? Brody Skinner is out of this race on the number 85. So is Aidan Blair on the 21. Sadly, it looks as though we had a couple not make it to the start, that being Luke Evans and Taylor England. Aaron Full has dropped 11 places on that last lap, but he's carrying on in this race. So I want to say that it was Brody Skinner who was nerfed off into the trees there a lap or so ago. Gutting for Brody. Luckily, though, he's all okay. His day's gone from bad to worse. He had the most amazing start of the first chance in the first heat of the day in seniors. Of course, that got restarted. The restart did not go well for him. He dropped down the order massively. And again, he's out of the race. A DNF here in race number 2 is not going to help proceedings. There's a move down the inside from the 32 of Ethan Lomax. He takes 4th place away from Ollie Owen as they're still scrapping through into Johnny's. They just about sort themselves out with Lomax ahead of Owen and George Hulme waiting in the wings there in 6th place. But we know it's going to get scrappy in senior Rotaxes, especially when there's 34 karts out on the track. And yeah, it definitely hasn't disappointed here in heat number 2 for senior Rotax. Well, the top 3 beginning to close up here with 40 seconds left to go, as William Ray and Michael Pugh chase down the 92 of Joshua Withcombe. They have left the 4th place battle for dead here, headed up now by Ethan Lomax ahead of Hulme, and Owens dropped back 2 there on that last lap to P6. We saw the overtake at Haynes Loop. He got overtaken then again, this time by George Hulme, slips down to 6th place. Scrapping all in the background though. Where's that battle for? That's all around the mid-pack, that is, involving the 23 of Ryan Sayers. It was with Oliver Johnson and Toby Street there going at it through the first couple of corners. But timer is about to hit 0 then. The last lap board will be going out, and Joshua Withcombe's going to be the first driver to see it. As I say, Ray and Pugh are closing in, but I don't think it's quite quickly enough here to open up an opportunity. Last lap board is seen by Joshua Withcombe. He checks over the shoulder to see if he has to defend. They're all scrapping in behind though for 4th place. Side by side down into the first couple of corners. It's Hulme and Sarkis who are going side by side. They work themselves out by the time they get through. Hulme, Sarkis, Hind and Alvarez all going at it, and Alvarez now has the fastest lap of the race, down into the 39s, 39.88 for Toby and Alvarez. With the leaders heading through then up into midgets and down towards climber. Withcombe, I think, has just done enough here to hold on. After that early taking of the lead for himself, he's managed the gap beautifully. And Joshua Withcombe will see the checkered flag first and win heat number 2 in senior Rotax. Here's the squabble for 5th place though now as they head through the line astern. And there is about 0.4 of a second separating about 8 drivers there as they go across the line. So it's Withcombe from Ray from Pugh as they head across the line. They're your top 3. Ethan Lomax, Ollie Owen, George Hulme, JJ Hind, Aaron Sarkis, Tobian Alvarez and Kieran Gifford, your top 10. Then Freddie Worlock, Jarek Metters, Dean Pedersen, Arthur Thacker, Bobby Rozier, Mitchell Mulvey, Ben Hicks, Zach Burr, Louis Rees, then Paulo Nunes-Aranda, Adrian Hanovic, then Oliver Johnson, Mason Perrin, Toby Street, Ryan Sayers, Jamie Green, Aaron Full, Callum Brockhurst, Brody Skinner, Aidan Blair, Luke Evans and Taylor England. But of course, we didn't see Luke Evans or Taylor England make it to the start in that one, and we lost Aidan Blair and Brody Skinner throughout that race as well. So a couple of karts that we got to get from the circuit. But to put that into perspective, let's have a look at the gaps there. 10 seconds. Let's go further down. 11 seconds separating the top 18 drivers and about 15 seconds separating the entire field after the 10 laps of racing there in senior Rotax heat number 2. Well, if the heats are anything to go by, the final's certainly going to be interesting in seniors later on. Make sure you don't go anywhere because you don't want to miss those finals later on today. But as we get those karts, the stricken karts, off of the circuit, we'll be going for yet another race and yet another Junior Max race. We've got double trouble here for the Junior Rotaxes. Heat 3 and Heat 4, both one after the other. But we'll kick it off with Heat 3 in Junior Rotax. That's coming up next. Here we go then, back onto the track come our junior Rotax drivers. Heat number 3, we're going to kick it off, and then immediately after, straight into heat number 4 for junior Rotax. They're heading on their warm-up lap at the moment. Let's run you through the grid of 27 drivers. Jaden Sherwood and Kart Heat on the front row, with Ethan Cousins and Leo Steed on row 2. Devin Taylor, James Finley, Jensen Hookey, Matthew Liddle, Kai Pepperell and Sam Mott are your top 10 starting in this one. Behind them, Harvey Lee Winteridge, Arthur Way, Elijah Dush, then Jamie Rowe, Alfie Clark, Daniel Wisniauskas, Finley Hines, Nathan Edwards, Alfred Matthews, Noah Moulton, Aidan Clark, Charlie Hume, Trevelyan Sansom, then Joshua Justin, Ethan Barrow, Ison Theodore, and Teo Jones. 27 drivers taken to the start of this one, 5 of them being novices, which is fantastic to see in the junior Rotax class. Just to remind you, all of the heats have now been shortened here in the morning's action. 6 minutes plus 1 lap, so that'll be again just like that for this heat number 3. Right then, 2x2 to the lights. The lights are out. We're underway and racing. Off to the start we go then, and Jaden Sherwood leads us down to the Haynes Loop. They're all getting a bit scrappy with 3 wide for second place as 2 drivers are off into the barrier on the outside of the Haynes Loop. 33 tries to stick the nose in there through Johnny's. That was Jensen Hookey trying to find a few more places like he did in his earlier heat. Looks as though the 2 drivers are back underway though. It's the 27 and the 48. So Wisniauskas and Clark have come together there in their battle over 15th. They're dropping all the way to the back of the order as you've got drivers off at the bus stop chicane. Few drivers heading off wide onto the grass then, but it looks as though they've all managed to get back on. But it looks as though one of them has given up the ghost. Bit of an incident there has caused their kart to come to a halt, and they'll be out of this race. We'll see who that is when they come through across the line. Well, Sherwood still leads us, but it's Devin Taylor who's up to second place. He's gained 2 places off the start there. Through on Ethan Cousins, and it's Karthik Kameta, the biggest loser from this start of the race, down 4 places, I should say, sorry, to 6th place. The biggest movers then, 8 places gained for Alfred Matthews, Charlie Hume, and Trevelyan Samsung. I will say though, Sherwood's, he set a fastest lap on the last lap. Obviously it was the first lap of the race and he led us away. He doesn't seem to be making a huge gap though ahead of Devin Taylor. Taylor looking to close him down here on the number 14. As in behind, battling, and onto the grass goes the 74. Nearly spins it as he rejoins the circuit. That was a heart-in-mouth moment there for Kameta and Winteridge as Leo Steed rejoined the circuit, pretty much perpendicular to which way the circuit was going. He gets it under control though and carries on. They slip through. I think Pepperell and Finley might have been all over him as they started this lap then. Alfred Matthews in P10 has the fastest lap of the race. 42.47 for Alfred. As they head on through on lap number 3. Yep, gap has definitely closed between the 2 leaders. Sherwood and Taylor now nose to tail. Cousins and Hookey trying to get involved. Again, it's been a great race so far from Jensen Hookey. He's got a contact warning for his troubles there. I think that was the incident with Leo Steed there around the final corner on the last lap. But Jensen Hookey takes the fast lap of the race. Big off. Driver right in the middle of the circuit. Oh, that's a scary one round this blind left-hander. He waits for the drivers to come through. That was the 46 who went for a spin there. I think that was Matthew Liddle who's gone for a rotation down into the Haynes Loop. He rejoins the race, but right at the back of the pack. And I can tell you as well, the kart which gave up the ghost a lap or 2 ago was Ison Theodore. Look at this battle at the front though. Top 4 line astern now, and the pressure is being piled on to Jaden Sherwood. Devin Taylor thinks about the move late to the inside from Taylor, but he's gone for it. Down at the Haynes Loop, Taylor's down the inside, and Taylor to the lead of the race. Cousins and Hookey unable to find a way through, unable to follow him through on Jaden Sherwood. And Sherwood now finds himself in a difficult position, wanting to attack once again for the lead of the race, but needs to think about it, as he's got 2 lions right in behind him of Cousins and Hookey, as Hookey goes for it down the inside. Hookey's through into 3rd place then on Ethan Cousins. Great committed move there and points forward, saying to Cousins, look, work with me. I think Hookey might know he's got the fastest lap of the race in this one. Let's work together and try and attack those leaders. But it's always the way. We see it in karting every single time. It's Hookey's down the inside again. Hookey's through into 2nd place. Jaden Sherwood relegated to P3. And Jensen Hookey is on an absolute charge here in heat number 3 of Junior Rotax. Hookey has been impressive throughout today's racing. And he's making moves once again. I'm sorry, Jos Whitmore. I've just seen your message in the live chat. What time is Junior Rotax Heat 3? Well, it's right now. It's right now, Jos. My apologies. I missed that earlier on in this race. But we carry on through lap number 6 then. Taylor from Hookie, then Sherwood and Cousins. And the group in behind battling well as well. It's Winteridge from Pepperell, from Cometa, from Matthews, from Hulme, from Finley and Steed. That takes us all the way down to P11 in that next squabble. As Devin Taylor gets a contact warning in the lead of the race. Not sure how that's happened. Maybe that's an old one that's been called there from Devin Taylor. He's been leading this one for a while. I say that. He's no longer in the lead of the race. Jensen Hookie has got through to the lead on this lap, ladies and gentlemen. Devin Taylor relegated back to P2, and that makes sense why he's got a contact warning now. Taylor down to P2. Sherwood still there in P3 and Cousins in P4. They're battling in behind those side by side into the Haynes Loop. That's Pepperell, Matthews and Cometa all battling over it. The 22 of Matthews has made it through though. He's up into P6. Past Kai Pepperell, and Pepperell's got himself a contact warning as well. Just over 30 seconds left to go in this Heat 3 then for Junior Rotax. And Hookie, after making the move up into the lead, is starting to pull a gap here. 41.3, almost half a second quicker than anyone else out on circuit on that last lap. And he's pulling away from Taylor, Sherwood and Cousins. Still 20 seconds on the clock as they come under the gantry. This will be the penultimate lap of this race, as looking for the move here down into Haynes Loop. Really late and contact made. Wow, goes 5th place. That was a big move there down the inside, and Harvey Lee Winteridge goes for a spin down at the Haynes Loop. It was contact to his right rear corner for the number 11 from Alfred Matthews, so I can only imagine Matthews is going to get at least a warning there, if not a bump and pass penalty. As he went for the move to the inside, it was too late on the brakes. Winteridge turned in across him, and round he went. But here come the leaders once more then. Jensen Hookie with a massive gap now ahead of Devin Taylor in second place. Hookie's going to lead us on to the last 1,100 metres of racing here in Heat 3 of Junior Rotax. And you can see Sherwood, he's in a difficult position. He's looking forward to Devin Taylor, but he's equally having to keep Cousins in check in behind him as well. And Matthews now in 5th place, as we say, followed by Pepperell, Hulme, Finley and Steed. Carthy Cometa right on the back of that train. And then, following battle, has Dush, Hines, Clark, Mott and now Winteridge all involved in that, as Winteridge trying to gain back any places he can after that spin on the penultimate lap of the race. Well, here come the leaders then. Jensen Hookie rounding Climate and down into Tollies to finish this race. Devin Taylor's under pressure here into the final corner. But here comes Jensen Hookie to take the win in Heat number 3 for Junior Rotax. Devin Taylor just about holds on ahead of Jaden Sherwood and Ethan Cousins. And then your next battle, Alfred Matthews heads that one up in 5th place, ahead of Kai Pepperell, Charlie Hulme, James Finley, Leo Steed and Carthy Cometa, your top 10. Behind them, Elijah Dush, Finley Hines, Jamie Rowe, Arthur Wade, Sam Mott, Joshua Jestin, Daniel Wisnauskas, Trevor Lian Sansom, then Nathan Edwards, Noah Moulton, Harvey Lee Winteridge there in 21st place. It all went wrong on the last couple of laps there for Harvey Lee Winteridge. He was followed across the line by Ethan Barrow, Alfie Clark, Matthew Liddell, and Aidan Clark is about to come across the line. Oh no, he's gone for another lap. The leader went round for another lap. I don't know what happened there. The number 33 of Jensen Hookie decided to go for a bit of a victory lap there as he comes back across the line to finish the race. Sadly, we lost Aidan Clark, Theo Jones and Ison Theodore from that one. But don't worry, you've not got long to wait until we see the Junior Rotaxes out yet again. Their Heat number 4 is about to get underway. on track come the junior Rotax drivers yet again then. Heat number 3 done and dusted. They head back out for heat number 4. So it's all going to be different drivers than what we saw out in that previous race. Let's run you through the grid then for this one. 25 drivers on the grid for this one. It's Barnaby Grubb and Travis Rose who line up on the front row. Zach Ormshaw and Jesse Whitmore on row 2. Jonas Inazauskas and Alexander Stefanov on row 3 with Lucas Reeves, Leo Basterfield, Sam Green Gomez and Tyler Rackham rounding out the top 10. Behind them, Noah McNicholas, Rufus Holmes, Aidan Large, Luca Cook, Jack Price, Spencer Trahorn, Teddy Cooper, Matthew Whitmarsh, Nikolaus Gozalidis, Dylan Morton, then Ethan Hatch, Jaden Shearing, Archie Ray Watson, Cruz Stashen and Ethan Hunt. Those are your 25 drivers taking to the start in this one. And I think we've got a couple of race winners already in this one, if my memory serves me correctly. Leo Basterfield already taking a win today, and same for Aidan Large. So let's see if any of them can repeat that. We're not going to get started this time. Drivers are way too spread out amongst the order. Chevron flag comes out, and I'll get another opportunity to try and get this race started. Well, another lap to try and get some heat in those tyres then. It's heated up a little bit outside. It's still rather chilly, but the sun beating down here just outside of Winchester on the south coast of the UK. And we're enjoying the racing action returning to Forest Edge for 2025, and it's certainly been an exciting race day so far, and we've got plenty more action still to come. So make sure that you're dropping a like on the live stream and sharing it with any friends and family who maybe haven't been able to make it to the circuit today, or equally just enjoying it as a bit of a soundtrack to add to the racing action if you're here beside the circuit. Right then, we're not going to go racing yet again. It's going to be a chevron flag once more, and the drivers are going to go round for another lap. They're all just going a little bit too quickly out of that final corner. Let's see if they can get it underway this time. Well then, third time of asking for this one. We do get it underway this time though. 2x2 through the starting gantry, and we get heat 4 for junior Rotax underway. They just about all make it through Haynes Loop. I said that too early. One driver off into the wall on the outside then. That was from near enough the back of the pack there. Just a little spin though. And they get it back underway and rejoin racing action. That was the number 54 of Jaden Shearing going for a little spin there down at the Haynes Loop. Nothing going too awry there. Move for the lead though, side by side up into midgets. Move down the inside. Is that Travis Rose making his way through? We'll wait and see as they come through to the end of lap number 1. Who are these drivers battling over the lead? It was the 16 of Travis Rose getting the move done, and he gets a bit of a hello, I'm still here from the 25 of Barnaby Grubb into the final corner. Barnaby's got to be careful about a drop nose cone from that one. But those two beginning to scamper off at the front of the order, then they're being chased down by the 65 of Jonas Inazauskas. Great start to the race though from Sam Green Gomez. He's up 5 places on that first lap, up from P9 on the grid to P4. A couple of drivers losing out though. Alexander Stefanov down 5 places on that first lap, sadly for him. As we got drivers off there through the bus stop, a couple of drivers wide onto the grass. They rejoin the pack, but a number of places lost there. Here come the leaders through the final corner yet again then. Still Travis Rose leading the way ahead of Barnaby Grubb. Looks as though they're starting to eke out a bit of a gap there. Jonas Inazauskas still sat in no man's land in 3rd place. Battling behind for 4th though. Jesse Whitmore is all over the back of the 77 of Sam Green Gomez. Trying to relegate Sam a bit further down from where he's got to so far in this race. Leo Basterfield, Noah McNicholas and Aidan Large then battling over 6th, 7th and 8th. Just behind them in their own little group. As there's a move down the inside, up at midgets. Oh, that's a battle for 4th. They make contact as they rejoin the circuit. Battle for 4th between Green Gomez and Whitmore has not ended well. One of them's gone wide, and I think it's a 77 of Sam Green Gomez. Yes, it is as they come across the line then. Green Gomez is down into 8th place. It was a move down the inside from Whitmore, forced Gomez wide as he rejoined. I think it was just a bit of loss of traction on the grass, slid into the side of Whitmore, lost momentum and through funneled the rest of the drivers in that pack in behind. So Barsterfield, McNicholas and Large all making up a place because of that, and it's Barsterfield at the front of that train who's just taken the fastest lap, 41.73 for Barsterfield. They're still squabbling in that group. 4 of them now battling over 4th place. And the change that was in, I think, for potentially 6th, was it? Through they come to end the lap then. It was the 18 and the 32, so it was Aidan Large getting through on Noah McNicholas, that was. Leo Barsterfield through on Jesse Whitmore as well for 4th place on that last lap. But those drivers now almost 1.5 seconds behind 3rd place of Jonas Janazauskas, and he's a further 1 second behind Rose and Grubb, still battling over the lead. They are coming up on the back marker though of Matthew Whitmarsh. He was the one in the wall down at the Haynes Loop on the first lap, so he just needs to be a bit careful. I think the blue flags are going to be coming out shortly for him as the leaders come through. He just needs to make sure he's got his wits about him as the rest of the drivers funnel through. He does. He moves over to the side. Just needs to remain predictable here as he head through onto another lap. The 2 leaders are through. Now it's Janazauskas' turn to get past. They're battling in behind. Great move down at the Haynes Loop. Late on the brakes there. Move done and dusted. That was the 18 getting through. So McNicholas through on Whitmore. That was for 6th place. But he's got a contact warning for his troubles down there at the Haynes Loop. Few more people making positions. Green Gomez loses another place, this time to Spencer Trahorn. So Trahorn's up into P8 now at the moment, but it's Ethan Hatch in 10th place who has the fastest lap. Looks as though one of the karts won't be going much further though. That's the 21 of Alexander Stefanov. As Alexander tries to get his car off of the black stuff and get out of the way as the rest of the drivers head through into the final corner. Yellow flag though in Climate and Tollies. That closes off a couple of overtaking opportunities for those drivers. Just over 1.5 minutes left to go on the clock then for this heat number 4 in Junior Rotax. Again, to remind you, slightly reduced heats now, 6 minutes plus 1 lap. We're still on target to be 11-minute plus 1 lap finals at the end of the day, but we'll wait and see how that all happens as we go through the rest of the heats. That's a very slow number 28 of Ethan Hatch. He's dropped down over this last few laps. Ethan Hatch and Sam Green Gomez have had a coming together at some point on the last lap. Both of those dropping down the order. Gomez down to 22nd. He's carrying on, but Ethan Hatch is off into the pits. Big wide moment there for Barnaby Grubb. So it's a change for the lead. Grubb is through on Rose at the front of the order. Grubb goes wide out the final corner, but just about holds onto it and holds onto the lead. Janazauskas has fallen back into the clutches of the drivers behind. Barsterfield is through for 3rd place down at the Haynes Loop. And Aidan Large, now the one in the driving seat, trying to find a way through on Janazauskas and relegating him down to 5th place. But Barsterfield finding a way through up into the top 3. Large is through. I can see out the comms box window. Large has got the move done then for 4th place, but already Barsterfield clearing off from those 2. He's got his sights set on the drivers ahead, but with only 25 seconds left to go on the clock, I'm not sure it's enough time. Even if he finds supersonic pace out there on circuit, I'm not sure if it's enough time for him to close in on those 2 leaders. But Rose leading most of this race. It now goes back the way of Barnaby Grubb. 18 and the 41 nose to tail. That's Spencer Trahorn all over the back of Noah McNicholas. Trahorn with the new fastest lap of the race. 41.22 for Trahorn, as that was a big moment there through the first corner for Archie Ray Watson. He gets it under control, but he's got a contact warning. So has Jaden Shearing. Jaden Shearing, currently your highest placed novice driver out on the track for the moment. But timer has hit 0. Barnaby Grubb's going to come through and see the last lap board. We watch in for those battles behind. Barsterfield and Large have cleared off from the battle for 5th place now, headed up by the 65 of Jonas Janazauskas. McNicholas and Trahorn right behind, both down the inside. Almost a double overtake that was. That was a bold move there down the inside, but one of them loses out a bit. It was the 41 of Spencer Trahorn. I think Trahorn tried the move on McNicholas, but McNicholas at the same time tried the move on Janazauskas, and there was not enough room for 3 of them. Luckily, they both just about get through. Again, the 87 Archie Ray Watson does exactly the same thing. Goes wide there through the first couple of corners. Manages to get it back on the black stuff and carries on. But less than ideal. Well, here come the leaders, though. The 25 of Barnaby Grubb is going to come round the final corner. Barnaby Grubb sees the checkered flag and wins heat number 4 in Junior Rotax. Travis Rose has to settle for 2nd place. Aidan Large mounting an attack there on the final lap on Barsterfield, but Barsterfield holds on for 3rd place. Large in 4th. McNicholas finishes in 5th place. And Trehorn does get through on Janusauskas on the final lap. They finish 6th and 7th, respectively. Whitmore, Price and Morton round out the top 10. Behind them, Luca Cook, Teddy Cooper, Jaden Shearing, Lucas Reeves, Zach Ormshaw, Ethan Hunt, Nikolaos Gozalidis, Tyler Rackham, Sam Green Gomez, Rufus Holmes, Cruz Strasham, and Archie Ray Watson, the last of your 22 finishers. Sadly, we lost Matthew Whitmarsh, Ethan Hatch, and Alexander Stefanov from that race. 22 of the 25 making it to the checkered flag, and a great win there for Barnaby Grubb, but still the ones to watch really, Barsterfield and Large coming through the pack fantastically there to finish 3rd and 4th place, both winners in their earlier heats. And of course Spencer Trehorn there showing some great pace at the end there, getting back to P6 with the fastest lap of the race. Well, that's it then for Junior Rotax heat racing, at least prior to the lunch break. We've got 3 more heats to come before we go to that lunch break. Next up out on circuit, it's going to be heat number 2 of the day for our Honda Cadets. Out on circuit come the Honda Cadets then. Their second heat of the day about to get underway, and it's the number 21 of Kobe Wood who lines up on pole position. What can he do from there? Alongside him is Eddie Duncan. We saw how fast Eddie was in the first race. He'll be hoping to continue that here in heat number 2. Oliver Ratton and Oliver Spence, both Olivers lining up on row 2. Behind them are Logan Hart and Harvey Ball. And it's Alex Roach and Max Craven on row 4. Oakley Poulter and Daniel Barton rounding out the top 10 there on row 5. With Charlie Dickinson and Jack Gillet on row 6. Callum Williams, Ilian Bellick and Max Saunders, your 15 drivers taking to the race start here in Honda Cadets. Well, finally, I get a second to breathe. Let's have a look at heat number 1. Eddie Duncan took the win in heat 1 ahead of Daniel Barton and Oliver Ratton. So those 3 definitely ones to watch in this one. Ratton up 7 places in that first heat. Well, he starts 3rd in this one, so if he gains 7, he's somehow beaten maths. But we'll wait and see how he can do. Obviously, Oliver Ratton, a quick driver from last year. Same from Oliver Spence, and I'm interested to see what Kobe Wood can do from that pole position. But like we said, Daniel Barton, P2 in race number 1, starting down in 10th place. One of his lower end starts this for Daniel Barton, so he's got his work cut out for him to scythe through the order and get in amongst it by the time they get to the end of this race. Well, Eddie Duncan won at race number 1. He lines up here alongside Kobe Wood on the front row of the grid. So it's looking like an opportunity here for Eddie Duncan to make it 2 from 2 in the Honda Cadet heats. Well, you can see there on the camera, drivers all getting ready to go, all getting gridded up. Of course, Honda Cadets, another standing start here. And you can see there Driver's getting ready. Is that Oliver Spence, that is, who's looking round, giving a thumbs up to all the rest of the drivers. He's looking forward to it. Don't get too distracted, though, Oliver. You want to keep your eyes on the lights. You don't want to miss the race start. You can see they're all just chatting away to each other, which is great to see between the young drivers, all, at the end of the day, just having fun, and that's what we want to see. But the red lights are out. We're underway and racing, and Kobe Wood, a bit of a slow start there from pole. He drops down to P4 by the time they get down to the Haynes Loop, and of course it's your race winner from Heat 1, Eddie Duncan, who scythes through into the race lead early on. Kobe Wood's right up in the midst of it here in the battle for 6th place now as they head through down into sector number 2. So Duncan's through into the lead. I think it's both Olivers, Ratton and Spence, who snuck through into 2nd and 3rd as they head back through into the bus stop chicane. That's how it's looking. Spence ahead of Ratton, though. He's made the move here through the first part of the lap. Well, has he, though? Down the inside. They changed places once again for 2nd place. I actually think I was wrong. I think that was Ratton who's now got through into 2nd place. Bit of a wide moment there for the 90s on the grass. Oh, he just holds on to that one. It's going to be wide through the final corner. He's cut back nicely, though, and Oliver Ratton does hold on to it. So it was Spence who got the initial jump. Ratton makes the move up at midgets. You just saw him go a little bit too deep into climber, off onto the grass on the outside, but he did well, very well, to recover that one and hold on to 2nd place. Harvey Balls had a good start, up 2 to P4. Oakley Poulter and Daniel Barton, both with great starts, up 4 positions each to 5th and 6th, respectively. But already down to 4.5 minutes to go in this one. Wide moment for Ratton there. He got a bit squirrely on the curb. That's going to open up the move for both of them. Both of them dive through. Up at midgets. That's Oliver Ratton, sorry, up to 2nd place. Spence getting... I'm getting confused by the two Olivers. Sorry, both of the Olivers. It was Spence who's lost out the position. And it's not Ratton that's gone through. It's the 45 that's gone through. Harvey Ball. Double overtake on that past lap then from Harvey Ball. Attempt at the re-overtake down at Haynes Loop for Oliver Spence, but he can't quite get enough alongside. Chops back across, does Harvey Ball. Great manoeuvres on lap number 2 there for Harvey Ball. Up to 2nd place he goes. Spence and Ratton still in behind. And now it's Daniel Barton who's right on their tail there. New fastest lap of the race for Daniel Barton. 48.05 he's set on that last lap. That's fantastic pace for the driver of the 58. He's getting in amongst the battle as well as they head up towards midgets. Harvey Ball holding on to 2nd place. Well, it's still the two Olivers going absolutely at it, but down the inside goes Daniel Barton. Aggressive move to the apex there from Barton, and he takes 4th place away from Oliver Ratton. Oliver Spence now the one pressuring for 2nd place. He's going to go for it super late to the inside from Spence. Just about given the room there on the inside from Harvey Ball. And up and under trying is Daniel Barton, but he can't quite get enough alongside. Has to sit back into 4th place once more. Well, this is dreams coming true here for Eddie Duncan as he extends the lead to over 2.6 seconds out of the front of the order. We said, could Eddie Duncan make it 2 from 2 here? Well, he's making it look easy at the sharp end of the order for Honda Cadets. We said a change of the guard potentially for this year as Arthur Way moves up from Honda Cadets into Junior Rotax. Well, it certainly has been, and Eddie Duncan has taken that martyr here at the front of the order. The number 57 leads us on to lap number 5. But here's this battle in behind as they've all been scrapping. Pretty much the entire rest of the pack has joined them in this battle for 2nd. Still Ball, but now ahead of Barton in it. So Barton's through on Spence on this last lap. And once again, the Olivers are allowed to race once more. The 90 versus the 22. This time for 4th place as Daniel Barton begins to pile the pressure on to Harvey Ball. Up towards the bus stop chicane they come once again then. There's Eddie Duncan coming through your camera shot. And there are the rest of them. It's still Ball ahead of Barton, but for how much longer? Barton got a great exit, but Ball's going to cover the inside as they head up towards Midget's corner. And they can't be left napping because here, look, the Olivers trying to get back involved to the outside. Back to the inside they go. Barton's up and under though. They're going to be to the inside there. Late on the brakes from Ball as he tries to hold on. Olivers up and under and Barton's round. Spin and contact between the leaders there. Just about missing. There was the 34 as he came through. Max Craven did a good job to miss that one, but Daniel Barton is going to drop down the order, down into P9 as he comes back across the line. Gutted for those other drivers that got caught up in that one as well. Logan Hart, the one making contact with Daniel Barton as he spun across the circuit. That's gutting for Logan Hart. But Daniel Barton, he was on an absolute charge throughout this race. It all just got a little bit scrappy there through the final corner as it was late on the brakes from Bull. I think then Barton tried the up and under, but Oliver Spence and Ratton were trying the same thing at the same time. They all converged on the same piece of tarmac, and round went Barton, but they're still scrapping over second place. Through goes the 90 of Oliver Spence into P2. He finally gets the move done then on Harvey Bull, and now the up and under from Oliver Ratton sees him get through as well as they head down towards the Haynes Loop. Great battling between these young drivers in Honda Cadets. And finally, Oliver Spence finds himself back up into second place. Bull relegated to fourth as Ratton follows him through into third. And it's Oakley Poulter and Kobe Wood who are in this leading train now. But look at that. Nearly 6 seconds the lead that Eddie Duncan now has over Oliver Spence in second place. What a commanding race lead this young racer has now over the rest of the field. He's trying to find his way through a back marker. Does manage to get through down into the final corner. Well, 25 seconds are on the clock. This will be the penultimate lap started for Eddie Duncan. And here come the rest of the leaders then. 45 of Harvey Bull just falling off ever so slightly at the back of the two Olivers. They're pushing each other around, egging each other to go a little bit faster. As they then battle over second place, they're closing up on a couple of back markers. Finding their way through nicely. What opportunistic move though from Harvey Bull. The rest of them held up through a back marker through Johnny's, and Harvey Bull kept his foot to the floor and tried to dive to the apex as they headed down into Winger's Dip. Has he got any moves done though? I don't think he quite has. They all get through the back markers again. Look at this. 3 wide through the corner exit. They're going to dive to the inside. And back through to second place goes Harvey Bull. They're going 3 wide now down towards Climate. My goodness, what scrappy racing this is at Honda Cadets. This is fantastic. Back to second place then goes Harvey Bull as they go to the final lap, squeezing Oliver Spence to the apex there. Spence has got a contact warning. Now, I'm afraid, sorry Eddie, you've just done so well in this race, we're going to have to ignore you through this final lap as we watch the battle for second. It's Bull in second now, ahead of Ratton. Spence in behind in fourth place. And Oakley Poulter and Kobe Wood still waiting in the wings and behind, hoping it all goes wrong for those drivers ahead and they can sneak in an extra couple of places and an extra couple of points towards the championship tally. Off they go then into sector number 3. Here is your leader though through Climate. What a performance from Eddie Duncan. He's going to win the race by over 7 seconds is Eddie Duncan. Great performance, and it's win 2 from 2 of the day, but they're side by side for second place into the final corner. Ratton's down the inside. Ratton's going to get it done. They're going to be side by side across the line. 3 wide across the line, but Ratton gets it ahead of Bull and ahead of Spence. What an end to the race that was. There was 2 tenths separating Oliver Ratton in second and Oliver Spence in fourth, and Oakley Poulter and Kobe Wood a further few tenths of a second behind themselves. They round out the top 6. They were followed across the line by Alex Roach, Max Craven, Daniel Barton and Logan Hart there, the top 10. Barton's going to be gutted with that one, but lots of positives to take into the further heats and finals later on today for Daniel Barton. Outside of the top 10, Charlie Dickinson, Callum Williams, Max Saunders, Ilian Belek and Jack Gillet. Those were your 15 finishers there. All 15 drivers who started the race making it to the finish as well. So that's always a positive. That's what we want to see. But next out on circuit then, we've got, 2 more races? If I remember correctly, yeah, 2 more races before the lunch break. Up next, it's the Rotax Cadet. Back out on circuit go our Rotax Cadets then, their second heat of the day. Sadly, I can't bring you the results from Heat 1. They've not been finalised yet, so we can't look into that for what we might think will happen in this one. I know Oakley Riggs won on track. We'll see if we can do that again. Well, it's Rio Pocock and Arthur Kaiser on the front row for this one. Kieran Ranger and your Race 1 winner, Oakley Riggs, there on row 2. Junior Wright and Max Tomsit on row 3, with Harry Reid and Johnny Butterfield on row 4. Then Munro Wilcox, Elijah Sang and Wilfred Tomlinson, your 11 drivers on the grid here for Heat 2 in Rotax Cadet. Well, they're all getting into formation, ready to go as you see them come into camera shot round the final corner. And to the starting gantry, 2 by 2 in formation. To the lights they go out, we're underway and racing. Round the outside goes Rio Pocock to chop straight back across and immediately take the early lead here in this race from his pole position. They're all scrapping in the mid-pack as a few go wide there down at Hainsloop. That's going to be a couple of places lost there for two of the drivers, the 16 and the 88. That was a Max Tomsit and Elijah Sang there going a little bit wide and just losing out to Johnny Butterfield and Munro Wilcox as they carry on through lap number 1. Contact warning already for Harry Reid, the number 73. It's clearly a bit of argy-bargy going on down at the Haynes Loop, causing that one. Well, Pocock has a great early lead in this one, but look at that. I'm pretty sure that's Oakley Riggs who's chasing him down there in second place. And yes, it is. The WC plate comes back into shot. And Oakley Riggs, a great early start here from 4th on the grid to P2, and he's already chasing down Rio Pocock, your championship winner in 2024. Proving that he's still got it as he returns to Forest Edge here in 2025 to try and do it 2 years in a row here in terms of the championship. As he's going to go for it down into Winger's Dip. He moves over to the inside line there at Winger's Dip and goes for it down the inside of Rio Pocock. And he gets the move done. We should see them re-emerge as they head up towards the bus stop chicane. But Pocock's got back through. Great re-overtake from Rio Pocock. He gets it back done. So it must have been a bit too late on the brakes into Winger's Dip for Oakley Riggs. And Rio is straight back through into the lead, but for how much longer? Riggs still pressuring as they head down into Climber, all over that rear axle of the number 66. But both these two, despite the scrapping, pulling away from the rest of the pack. Down into Hainsloop they go then, moves to the inside, does Oakley Riggs. Has he got a good enough exit? I'm not sure, he's going to go for it anyway. Down the inside, and Rio Pocock gives him the room at the apex. Oakley Riggs gets it done this time. Up and under he goes at the Hainsloop, and Oakley Riggs to the front of the order. It's Arthur Kaiser, Kieran Ranger and Junior Wright who are the three battling in behind for 3rd place. Then we got a little gap back to some of our novices, Johnny Butterfield, Munro Wilcox and Elijah Sang. They are 3 in a line, 6th to 8th place as they head through the bus stop chicane at the moment. Relatively close in that battle for 4th place. It looks like Kaiser starting to slightly drop Ranger and Wright. As their battle kicks off through Climber, they lean on each other through Climber. They're going to go side by side into the final corner. Round the outside from Junior Wright. Move not quite done. They're still side by side down towards the Haynes. It's going to be inside line this time for Junior Wright, but not quite a good enough exit. Chops back across does Kieran Ranger. Great bit of battling between these two young drivers. It was an audacious move attempt there from Junior Wright, but it didn't quite work. And sadly, we've got Elijah Sang, who's off in the grass here on the exit of Climber. It's going to be a yellow flag through into Climber. Elijah staying seated in his kart for now. He's a young driver. He knows that's the safest place to be. But he'll be hoping some assistance comes over to him shortly and helps him get that kart to a bit of a safer place than right on the outside of the racing line there through the final couple of turns. Well, here is Oakley Riggs to lead us on to another lap of this race. Just over 2.5 minutes on the clock. As there we see Elijah Sang being told to hop up and out of the kart. As we've got a spinner at the final corner. That's the 16 going for a rotation and Max Tomsit. As no, he's parked it up. He can't get it back going, and now Max Tomsit is out of the race. He puts his hands on his head. He's not sure what happened there. Maybe he let the revs just drop too much. And that's all seemingly come to a stop, sadly, for him. He's not going to get it restarted. Elijah Sang runs over to the marshal post to safety. Max Tomsit is right on the outside here in the final corner, though. Yellow flags for Max as the leaders come through to start another lap of this race. Max is trying to get his kart restarted. He's being told by the clerk of the course to push it over to the side, and he's got his hands on his head. He is absolutely gutted about that, is Max Tomsit. A little bit of a spin on his own. But that's going to happen sometimes in racing. He's got to pick himself up and get ready for the next heat after the lunch break. But of course, absolutely gutted for Max as he now has to watch the race from the sidelines. But the race does indeed continue. A minute and a half left to go in this one. New fastest lap on the last lap of the race from Oakley Riggs. He is in a league of his own here in the Rotax Cadets. 47.5 his personal best. The rest of the drivers all in the 48s, 49s and 50s. Closest to him on pace, a 48.07 set by Rio Pocock earlier on in this race. But no one able to get close to the lap times being set by Oakley Riggs. He leads us on to lap number 7 of this race. And closest battle still between these two for 4th place. Ranger ahead of Wright for now. And Wright's going to go for it. Oh, he tried the fake out to the inside there down into the Haynes loop, but he thought better of it. Kieran Ranger definitely hadn't seen him at the inside line there. And he just slots back into 5th place for now anyway. So really smart heads-up racing there from both Ranger and Wright. They've treated us to a great ding-dong battle through this race as of yet. How will that play out through these final few moments as the leaders head down towards us here at the commentary box? Into final corner of Tollies comes the WC plate of Oakley Riggs. This will be the penultimate lap started for Oakley. Rio Pocock leads him through, or carries on through behind him, I should say. There's the 19 of Arthur Kaiser, all in no man's land there in 3rd place. And here's our closest battle through your camera shot. Ranger and Wright as there's a spin at the final corner. Munro Wilcox and Johnny Butterfill were clashing, the two novice drivers. And they make contact down into Tollies. Both of them spin round. Now, Munro Wilcox has carried on. But it doesn't look like Wilfred Tomlinson has. So Johnny Butterfill has got back through. No, sorry, it was Munro Wilcox who was behind them. Munro is now the one attacking Johnny Butterfill, but it's Butterfill and Tomlinson round at the final corner. And sadly, that is Wilfred Tomlinson out of this race late on. We got another driver off as well. No, that's Wilfred Tomlinson up there. So it's Johnny Butterfill who's out of the race. Wilfred Tomlinson is out of this race now up there at Climate. There's so many karts parked around this circuit now, I don't even know where to look as to who's out of this race. Last lap has been started, though, by Oakley Riggs. And on that penultimate lap, Junior Wright has finally got through on Kieran Ranger. So that's a change for 4th place out there. And he's only got one more lap as Junior Wright to hold on to this one. But where are the leaders? There is the WC plate of Oakley Riggs heading through into midgets now then. But pretty much the entirety of Sector 3 now in a bit of yellow flag. To be fair, it's actually just Climate. Green flag still out of the final corner, but it's not going to matter for Oakley anyway. He's so far clear of the rest of the pack. And Oakley Riggs comes round the final corner to win 2 from 2 here yet again. 2 in a row there. We had 2 from 2 in the Rotax Inter, 2 from 2 in the Rotax Cadets then. Their heat number 2 comes to a close. Riggs ahead of Pocock, and Kaiser celebrates across the line with that 3rd place finish. He should be very happy about that one on the number 19. And Junior Wright pipping Kieran Ranger to that 4th place. Kieran Ranger having to settle for 5th place across the line. Here come the last 2 drivers then, still going around the circuit. Munro Wilcox and Johnny Butterfill making it to the end of the race then in 6th and 7th respectively. It was Wilfred Tomlinson, Max Thompson and Elijah Sang that we lost from that race, which is gutting to see. I will say that I've only got 3 down on my timing that are out of this race, but I can definitely see 4 karts out my window, so a little bit confused about that, but hey ho, we watch on nonetheless, and a great race nonetheless. Well, there's only one more yet to come before we go into the lunch break, and all the staff here get a little bit of a break of what had been quite a chaotic morning, shall we say, the understatement of the century. Through this morning's action. Well, sorry, I said 2 by 2, 2 wins from 2. That was in Hondas and Rotax Cadets, because we've still got the Rotax Inters to come. Their Heat 2 is going to be coming out relatively shortly. We've got a few karts to get out from inside the circuit, so it might be a couple of minutes. We'll get the last race of the morning's action covered off. I know it's 1 o'clock, but we're still calling it the morning's action. Then those will bring those heats to a close. Then post lunch break, we've still got loads of action coming your way. Plenty of heats, at least 1 heat for all of the rest of the categories still left to come. And then we move on to the finals. We'll have a B final for Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax, and then we'll have the all-out important finals to close out the day's action. But like I say, still 1 more race yet to come before we go to the lunch break, and that'll be Heat 2 for Rotax Inter. Right, we're back then. Last heat of the day before we go to the lunch break. It's Rotax Inter heat number 2. Let's look at the grid then for this one. The 99 of Elijah West lines up on pole position. Alongside him is Tyler Banks. Marley Fisher and Maria are there on the second row with Freya Bond and Casper McAllister behind on row 3. Then it's Roger Guckelnath, Harrison Lord, Stanley Kearley and Ethan Coupland there running up the top 10. They're followed by Jack Baker, Elliot Dimilov, Lucas Esser, James Devereaux, Finley Ormshaw, Harrison Stacey, Sebastian Mattel, then Matthew Lilly, Oliver Dan, Alex Gaskin, Max Smith, Ethan Manzi, Ben Hunt, Lucas Gray and Archie Cannon. 25 drivers on the grid for this one. They are coming very, very quickly around the final corner. It's definitely going to be a chevron flag. Drivers sent round again. Now come on Rotax Inters, you had enough goes at this already today. Let's get it underway. Chevron flag is out. They'll go for one more lap around the circuit and hopefully they can keep it a bit more relaxed as they come round the final corner. And we can try and get this race started and get everyone for a bit of lunch. Elijah West, though, doing a great job out there on the 99. I know we are so familiar with Elijah from last year. Fantastic young racing driver. But to be fair, I've not really had any chance in between races to actually look back through my notes that I've made for this event. But we know he's always been right up near the sharp end. Ah, there we go. Elijah, I found him. Elijah was in Rotax Cadets last year, so he has made the move up into Rotax Inter. Elijah, when he was here, didn't go for a full championship charge, but when he was here, was mightily fast. Let's see what he does here. From pole position, he leads us through down into the Haynes Loop, and all drivers just about making it through down into the Haynes Loop. Will they all make it out of the Haynes Loop, though? That's another question entirely. It looks as though they have, to be fair to the Rotax Inter group. Squabbles in the middle, though, trying to go 3 wide into Johnny's. Never really ends well, but they've all seemingly made it through. Down towards Winger's Dip they'll go then, and will we see Elijah West emerge in the lead into the bus stop? Yes, we will. Elijah's going to lead us through lap number 1 then, but it's Marley Fisher, Tyler Banks, Freya Bond, Jack Baker all going for it as they go up into midgets, all trying to go for moves there at midgets, and all trying to work themselves out through this first lap of the race. Through they come in down into Tollies. And to end lap number 1. Right, what is the running order then? We got West, Fisher, Banks, Baker, McAllister, Bond, Esser, Guckelnath, Kearley, Mittel. That is your top 10. Heading on to lap number 2. It's all feisty for third place, though. Side by side into Johnny's, the 17 and the 39. Great move from Jack Baker. He hung it round the outside through Haynes Loop to take the inside into Johnny's. And that's Jack Baker up into the top 3. Another name we see all around the UK is Jack Baker. Great young little racer in the Rotax Inter category, and Jack moving his way up into the top 3 now. He's looking forward to Fisher and West, who are starting to try and build a gap at the front. This is Elijah's best opportunity here to seal himself a race win in the Rotax Inter. He's got to keep his focus there at the front of the order, look forward, hit his markers and hot lap here and try and pull a gap while he still can. So Jack Baker, the biggest change on that last lap for third place. Change for 11th place. Harrison Stacey through on Harrison Lord. Ben Hunt and James Devereaux through as well. Devereaux trying to make his way through the pack. And Ben Hunt, I will say, he's up 10 places from this start already, the number 53. Great start from Ben Hunt. But James Devereaux, I know he did very well in the race earlier. Let's try and get up the results from the race one earlier, if they have been finalised as of yet. No, they've not been finalised, so I'm afraid I can't go through that with you. But off memory, I feel as though James Devereaux was right up near the sharp end. Starting down near the back of the order, though, for this one. He's got his work cut out for him. He's doing his best to side through the pack as quickly as he can. On to lap number 4 we go then. And Jack Baker's now made the move on Marley Fisher. So Baker through on Fisher for second place. Now that gap was up to about 1.1 seconds when they came across the line between West in the lead of the race and now Baker in second place. But Baker took the fastest lap on the last lap despite making that overtake on Marley Fisher. Watch out for Jack Baker. Elijah West is going to be quaking in his boots in a moment's time as Jack Baker begins to close him down. Almost halfway through the race then. 3 minutes it'll be as they come under the gantry to start a new lap of this race. West checks over the shoulder, working out how far clear he is to those drivers in behind as they all just eke out a bit of a gap. Here's a close battle though, side by side across the line. The 77, the 53 and the 51. That's Harrison Lord, Casper McAllister and Ben Hunt absolutely scrapping for it. But it is the 27 who's got to the front of that train. That was Sebastian Vettel just ahead of them then, all in the scrapping in behind then. Casper McAllister, Ben Hunt, Harrison Lord, Matthew Lilley. Look at this, you can visibly see the gap closing between West and Baker. Round the final corner they come yet again, and that gap has closed massively over the last lap. It was the fastest lap of the race on the last lap from Jack Baker, 43.33, and then on that previous lap, a 43.5 from 3.5. 200ths in it between his two fastest laps on the last two laps. It was a personal best of a 43.6 from Elijah West, but still not able to match the pace of Jack Baker. Here they come into the bus stop then, and Baker all over the rear axle of Elijah West. Baker's got a good exit up towards midgets, but he thinks better of it this time. Sits back in behind. He knows he's still got about 2 minutes left of this race. Plenty of time for the move to open itself up for Jack Baker. Now nose to tail in behind as well. Tyler Banks onto the back of Marley Fisher now in the battle for third place. Then a bit of a gap to the 42 of Freya Bond, who's in no man's land, but Freya's been really impressive here today. She's really improved from last year, which is fantastic to see. She was always a fast young driver, but she's really going for it here as she enters into 2025. And Freya, a serious contender here at the sharp end in Rotax Inter at the Forest Edge Kart Club. Leaders still line astern as they head up towards midgets. Baker has closed that gap relatively quickly, but now he has to find a way through. It's one thing catching someone, it's a whole nother thing getting past them. And Elijah West, we've seen him be in some great battles over the years in Rotax Cadet. Now he's trying to hang on, but can he hang on down the inside into the Haynes loop? Bold under braking there from Jack Baker, and Jack Baker takes the lead of the race with less than a minute to go on the clock. Fantastic move there from Jack Baker. You saw him waiting for the last couple of laps for the opportunistic overtake to arise for himself, and he has got it down into Haynes Loop on lap number 8. One driver, though, out of this race is the 44 of Stanley Kearley. So Stanley Kearley, another driver who's gone up from Honda Cadets to Rotax Inter this year. Throws his gloves into the seat. He's not happy with that one. Stuck off on the grass on the exit there of Climate. Just needs to get himself clear to the marshal post, and that's exactly what he's doing now. But he's gutted. He's throwing his hands all around in the air. He's so frustrated with how that race has come to an end, but he's still got another heat and a final yet to come. Have to take that one on the chin and press on into this afternoon's racing. Well, this is the penultimate lap of the race then. Timer has hit 0, but that only happened after Jack Baker had already gone through underneath the gantry. Leaders heading through then. Still nose to tail. I mean, Jack Baker was showing incredible pace, but he's certainly not dropped Elijah West as they head through here onto the final lap. Onto the final lap they go then. The two leaders haven't seen the last lap board. I don't think it's gone out for the two leaders. Hopefully they've seen it on the gantry though, as they'll be coming through to see the checkered flag next time out. But Baker still leading West then. Fisher still ahead of Banks, despite Banks closing in over the last few laps. Fisher's done a good job of maintaining that. A few changes on the last lap. Lilly's through on Hunt for 11th place. Sebastian Vettel and Ethan Coupland both through on Oliver Dan, relegating him down to 17th place. But here come the leaders then, through sector number 3. Nose to tail, but I think that's going to be it in terms of battling. And Jack Baker is going to come through the final corner and take the win here in Rotax Inter Heat number 2. Elijah West with a shake of the head. He's gutted to not take the win in that one, but still should be very happy with a P2. That's going to set him up for a positive final later on today if he can keep that momentum going in their final heat after the lunch break. Marley Fisher rounds out the top 3 then, with Tyler Banks and Freya Bond your top 5. Lucas Esser, James Devereaux, Roger Gokulnath, Casper McAllister and Harrison Stacey were your top 10. They were followed across the line by Matthew Lilley, Ben Hunt, Alex Gaskin, Harrison Lord, Sebastian Vettel, Oliver Dan, Ethan Coupland, Archie Cannon, Elliot Dimilov, Ethan Manzi, Lucas Gray, Maria, Max Smith and of course Stanley Kearley. We lost there with a few laps to go, but 23 of 24 karts making it to the checkered flag. That is not half bad, but what a race to end off the morning's action. I'm using morning in quotation marks there. I know it's 1:15 in the afternoon. We've had some hold-ups with a few red flags and things, but all the staff members here at Forest Edge doing a fantastic job to keep the racing going as best we can and pressing on into this afternoon's racing. Well, we should have around about a 30-minute lunch break coming now, so we should be back with you at around 1:45, but that might change, so keep an eye on the stream, keep it open in the background, and we'll be back with you very shortly. We hope you've enjoyed all the racing action here from a very, very sunny Forest Edge as we kick off the Forest Edge Kart Club season for 2025, and it's certainly been an interesting day to kick off the season. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage here on the live stream. Thank you very much for joining us. If you've enjoyed my commentary, go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram. I'd really, really appreciate it. But as I say, keep the live stream open. We'll be back in about 30 minutes where we'll finalise the rest of the heats that will then set the grid orders for the all-important finals at the end of the day. You don't want to miss those. The racing we've seen so far has been absolutely incredible. That's going to continue into the finals, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly after around a 30-minute lunch break. Hello everyone, welcome back to the first round of the Forest Edge Kart Club in 2025. The lunch break is indeed over and we're going back to some on-track action. Of course, you've got a few heats coming your way before we get to the all-important finals later on this afternoon. We're kicking off the racing action post-lunch break with our 177s and 177 Masters. Let's run you through the grid then for this upcoming race. Luke Oliver and Chris Thomas are side by side on the front row of the grid. Behind them, Daniel Hammett and Scott Smith on row 2. Then it's George Walker, Sophie Jeffrey, Archie Elliott, Toby Case, William Davies and Chris Abraham, your top 10. Behind them, Ollie Bailey, Colin Davis, then Joshua Gollin, Jake Davis, Neil Hemming, Rob Simpson, David Simpson, Samuel Wyatt, Harrison Crook, then Ashton Parsons, Tom Thompson, Zenzong Lim, Josh Talbot, Stephen Ruddock and Scott Collings. 25 drivers on the grid for this one, and if you remember back to heat number 1 earlier on today, it was an absolutely fantastic race in the 177s, so we're hoping for more of that again. The 177s and the 177 Masters all jumbled up in the order as they were in heat number 1, and that made for some cracking racing. Let's see if they can do it again here. 2 by 2, they come around the final corner and through the cut through, and it should be Luke Oliver and Chris Thomas who lead us away, and they do lead us away for 6 minutes plus 1 lap of racing here in heat number 2 in the 177s. They all pile on down towards the Haynes Loop, and they all seemingly just about make it through. Diving to the inside there at Johnny's. Opportunistic moves there from the 77 of Joshua Gollin. He's trying to make his way through in the middle of the pack early on in this one as they all now head down towards Winger's Dip. We'll see them re-emerge into the bus stop right about now. And it looks as though it's been a textbook start from Luke Oliver, pulling away very nicely at the front of the order already. I do think it is Chris Thomas and Scott Smith who are following him through and making a gap already, but we'll see as they come through to end the lap. It is indeed those two. So it's Oliver, Thomas and Smith leading us through onto lap number 2. Then in behind is where the big squabbles are happening. 77, once again we're highlighting him clobbering the curb through the first corner. There was Joshua Gollin. Biggest mover on that first lap though. 5 places gained for Harrison Crook. He's up from 18th to 13th on that first lap of the race, and he's going well as he picks his way through the pack. Top 3 already making a nice little gap, over 1.5 seconds as they started lap number 2. It's George Walker who's heading up that secondary pack at the moment. He's trying to give himself a bit of a breakaway at the front of that order as they continue to squabble in behind. Daniel Hammett, Archie Elliott, all getting involved at the sharp end of the order in this one. It was a good race in the first one from Archie Elliott. And now he's putting the pressure on to try and take 4th place away. He's going to go for it down the inside into the Haynes Loop. Committed move down the inside there from Archie Elliott. He takes away 5th place. And the number 86 of Daniel Hammett. Now Hammett still 2nd place there in the Masters category, but 6th place overall as he drops down. Luke Oliver in the lead in the 177s. Chris Thomas in 2nd place in the Masters. Great to see how well the Masters are fitting all in and amongst the order with the 177s. Coming to the end of lap number 3 then, it's been Luke Oliver who's been hammering home the fastest lap so far in this race. And gap now looking almost to be a second, just over 9/10 of a second between 1st and 2nd place. Luke Oliver down in the 41s, now the first driver to tickle the 41s, 41.92 for himself. Following driver of Chris Thomas at 42.04, so 2nd fastest still on the circuit, but not quite able to get to the times being set out there by Luke Oliver for the moment. Top 3 with a nice breakaway as we mentioned. 4th and 5th now in the sort of no man's land together. That's George Walker and Archie Elliott after Elliott made that move on Hammett. He's quickly dropping Daniel Hammett into the clutches of the rest of the drivers in that mid-pack. Hammett just with a couple of kart lengths in between them, but then he's followed quickly by Toby Case, Sophie Jeffrey, Harrison Crook. They're in a line of 3 as they go across the start line now. And then we've got Chris Abraham, Ollie Bailey, Joshua Gollin, Jake Davis, Samuel Wyatt, loads of them getting involved in the mid-pack. But a slightly reduced race from what they had earlier. I think they were still racing when we were on 7 minutes plus 1 lap. All heats now 6 minutes plus 1 lap. And again, both drivers going even faster. Lots of drivers now down into the 41s. The top 5 all into the 41s, all within about 0.2 of a second of each other. But again, it's Luke Oliver who's able to find the most pace. 41.7 versus 41.8 for Chris Thomas in behind. They come through again and it's more time found, but this time, marginally, Chris Thomas goes faster. 41.57 for Thomas, 41.58 for Oliver. Side by side that battle, though. That's the 25 making a move. That's Samuel Wyatt. I think Wyatt and Gollin have just got through on Davis there. 88 leading the 25 in that battle. That's Abraham and then Wyatt. Oh, we got two drivers off right outside the door. Two drivers off right outside the door. The 64 is out of the kart. That's Ollie Bailey who's out of the kart. Two drivers off. I saw a third driver join them as well, but I think he's managed to rejoin. Ollie Bailey seems to be up and okay, but that was a huge off through Johnny's. I think they tried to go side by side through Johnny's, and it's always a difficult one. That flat out left-hander with a huge curb in the middle. It's a red flag. It's a red flag in the 177s. Drivers slowing themselves down as they're hopefully all beginning to see the red flag, as a couple of the leaders still flying on through. The racing comes to a halt then. That was a big off for Ollie Bailey through Johnny's on that last lap. A scary one for him, along with another driver who was involved in that one in the mid-pack. Trying to see who hasn't come through then to end this lap as the rest of the drivers pootle through and across the line as they all come to a stop down in the Haynes Loop. The 22 and the 44, that was it just come through. So that's Stephen Ruddock and Scott Collings. So it looks as though potentially we got a few drivers involved in this. Ollie Bailey, William Davies, Rob Simpson, Josh Talbot, Ashton Parsons. None of those drivers coming through on the last lap. Whether that was another incident as well, or whether they were all involved with this incident down at Johnny's, I'm not 100% sure. But ambulance is on track. Hopefully just a precautionary measure, but we go to red flag on the first heat back after the lunch break then. The 177s comes to a stop. We'll go to a very short break here as we get on with the red flag. But hopefully drivers all okay. I'll update you with any information that I hear. onto the circuit come our Superkart drivers then. So that result in the 177s was called in the end with only about a minute and a half left to go in the race. I can tell you it was William Davies and Ollie Bailey who were involved in that incident at Johnny's. Ollie Bailey, the one being ejected from the kart, but all seemingly okay, being treated by the medics, and hopefully we'll see them both back out for the final later on this afternoon. Sad to see that race curtailed, but understandably so with the size of the incident. I had a little chat with Will. He just said it was a racing incident, side-to-side contact, rear wheels touched, and one of them was going to go over the top. It was Ollie that went over the top and got flung from the kart, but luckily both seemingly all right. Well, let's run you through the grid then for this Superkart Heat number 2. Ross Cornick and Callum Smith are on the front row of the grid for this one. Matthew Duncan and Matt Ulner on row number 2. Daniel Buckland and Reece Buckland on row 3, with Mark Smith, Fraser Everett and Adrian Day, your 9 karts taking to the grid for this one. Of course, Superkarts, we're back to a standing start for this one, so they'll line up 2 by 2 in formation. Now, hopefully, we won't have a repeat of what we saw in heat number 1 earlier on. We don't even know what happened really, because the lights all went out and the front 2 just did not seem to go. The rest of the drivers in behind did, and that's what then caused the bottleneck at the starting 2 grid positions, and there was a bit of contact, a couple of drivers out of the race before it really even got underway. So hopefully we're going to see all of the drivers get to the end of lap number 1, at least in this one. Well, it was Matt Ulner on the E-plate who took a commanding victory, nearly 12.5 seconds in the lead he was by the time the checkered flag came out, with the best lap of the 36.5. The rest of the drivers all in the 38s, 39s and 40s, so no one able to get close to the pace of Matt Ulner. Well, for this one, Matt starting on row number 2. You can see him there pulling up to the grid in his Tim Wilson Motorsports suit on his Birrell ART E-plated kart. A few of them on the Birrell ART karts, ready for this one to get underway. Alongside him is a fellow Birrell kart, that's Matthew Duncan on the number 73. In behind, the 96 of Mark Smith and the 70 of Reece Buckland. Well, they all get ready. Thumbs up at the back of the grid. The drivers look to the lights. They go out, and this time we all get underway as the Heat 2 for Superkarts gets started. 5 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock for these drivers, and a big plume of smoke coming out of one of the drivers when they went through the Haynes loop there. Potentially that was tyres under braking maybe, because none of them are billowing smoke anymore. So either just a bit of oiling up there or some tyre issues heading down into the first couple of corners. Through the first lap they go then, already pulling a sizable lead at the front of the order then is the number 14 of Ross Cornick. Number 96 follows him across the line to end lap number 1 then. And through they go. That's Mark Smith in second place. Matt Ulner up to third and trying to chase down those 2 drivers in the lead already. The 77 and the 70 following on a spin. Big spin there through the Haynes loop. And that's going to drop the car. He's not going to be able to get that one restarted, I don't think, and the 42 is out of this race. That's Daniel Buckland out of the race then. Just over 3 minutes left to go on the clock then. Matt Ulner takes second place on that last lap away from Mark Smith. New fastest lap for himself as well. He's all over the back of Ross Cornick as they head down into Tolly's for the 3rd time in this race. I think it is only a matter of time before the E-plate gets to the front of the order in this one. Big defensive move there into the Haynes loop for Ross Cornick. Number 14 trying his best to keep Matt Ulner at bay. But it may just be a losing battle here as we head through into the second half of this race. Daniel Buckland, sadly, the number 42 that we saw exit the race a lap or so ago down at the Haynes loop, having a little spin. I'm not sure if he was assisted into it, but either way, he was spinning across the curb, couldn't hold onto it. Those res dropped, and the car came to a halt. And there you go. The move has been done as they come back into your camera shot. Down into the final corner. The E-plate is through. And that is Matt Ulner through to the sharp end of the order once again. And now Ross Cornick has Mark Smith right on his tail as they head through the Haynes Loop. Battle for second opening up then between Cornick and Smith. Callum Smith not far behind them either. He's in his own little battle with Reece Buckland there, squabbling over 4th place at the moment. But as we expected at the start of this one, the E-Plate absolutely driving away with this race. No one able to challenge Matt Ulner at the sharp end of the order. I'd seen, and I know he's probably still watching as well, Mr. Spencer Chappell. I'd seen his message on Instagram. An interesting start to the heat number 1 in the Superkarts, but realistically, Spencer, we need you back. We need someone to come and challenge Matt Ulner at the front of the order here. He's already dropped the rest of the pack by over 2.5 seconds as he continues to set purple lap times out there on the circuit. Hopefully we'll see Spencer later on this season at some point in his Superkart. He was dominant last year in 2024. Not making it here for round number 1, and not down here soaking up the sunshine. Why would you not want to be down here soaking up the sunshine? It's beautiful down here just outside of Winchester in the south of England. Move for second place on the last lap though. Mark Smith is through on Ross Cornick, and the two in behind have closed up nicely as well. Callum Smith and Reece Buckland working well to close down the gap to Mark Smith and Ross Cornick. Both of those drivers, Callum Smith and Reece Buckland, both in the 37s. Impressive stuff. Only a few tenths of a second off of the fastest lap of the race set by Matt Ulner a couple of laps ago. 37.2 fastest lap for Ulner, 37.9 for Callum Smith, 37.8 for Reece Buckland. And they are getting into a bit of a squabble up there at midgets as they close in towards those two ahead. It's Ross Cornick trying to hold on to 3rd place ahead of Callum Smith. Smith dives late on the brakes there into Tolly's, unable to make that into a move though, and he has to sit behind once again. Through into the Haynes Loop they go then, and unable to get enough alongside there for Smith. And they carry on round. Well, there's about 10 seconds left to go on the clock then as the 55 of Fraser Everett carries on his lap. And that'll mean that the E-Plate of Matt Ulner, as he flies up towards midgets, of course no bus stop chicane for the Superkarts, they carry straight on up to midgets corner. As we've got a car off and a car out of the race. I think that's from second place. I think that might be Mark Smith, who's just decided to go grass cutting out into the forest there up at midgets. Through they come then, and it is indeed Mark Smith out of the race up at midgets as they head on to the last lap of racing. Ross Cornick and Callum Smith are through, and so is Reece Buckland as well as Mark Smith drops down the order. They're unchanged in terms of those three now battling over second place. But what calamities for Mark Smith. Was racing really well at the start of this one, held off the lead for quite some time and got involved with the squabble for second. But sadly, the car doesn't want to go any further. Hopefully we see him back out for the final later on. But this is it then, the E-Plate round the final corner. Matt Ulner takes win number 2 of 2 here at the Forest Edge Kart Club in the Superkarts. And here comes the battle for second place. Callum Smith has got it on the last lap. Callum Smith gets through on Ross Cornick on that last lap to take second place. We thought it was going to be a Smith in second. It was a Smith in second, but it wasn't Mark. It was Callum who took it at the end there on the number 77. Ross Cornick rounds out the top 3 just ahead of Reece Buckland. Fraser Everett comes across the line, and soon enough we'll be seeing Adrian Day come across the line to finish the race as well. Sadly, we lost Mark Smith there with a couple of laps to go, and we lost Daniel Buckland right near the start of that race. Car, of course, having that little spin on the apex curb. Round he went, and out of the race he went. So sadly, 2 out of the 8 who started that race not making it to the checkered flag. But hopefully we see them all back out in anger later on for their final later this afternoon. Well, Superkarts done and dusted there for heat number 2. Of course, we will see them out one more time for a heat before that final. They're the final. That's going to get confusing, actually. The last heat, I should say, of the day before we go into those finals. Race number 25 will be the Superkart Heat number 3. That was heat number 2. That was race 16 of the day. And race 17 is coming up very shortly. That's going to be heat number 3 for our senior Rotax drivers. Senior Rotax out of the dummy grid then as we prepare for their third heat of today. Let's have a look at the grid for race number 17 of today's action. Kieran Ives and Maxime Smith line up on the front row with Aaron Meddy and Adrian Hanovic there on row 2. Oliver Johnson and Aaron Full on row 3 with Emily Davison and Garrick Metters there on row 4 with Kaja Sangmanta and Ethan Lomax rounding out the top 10. Then it's Bobby Rocha, JJ Hind, then Ryan Sayers and Oliver Gusman. Ben Hicks, Charles Green, Ben Ballou, Brody Skinner, Aaron Asarkos and Zach Burke are your top 20. Then it's Christian Brooks, Arthur Thacker, Jamie Burt, Michael Pugh, Henry Swanson, Ollie Owen, Freddie Worlock, Tobian Alvarez, Louis Reeves, George Hulme, Callum Brockhurst, James Bailey Sartin and Taylor England. Your 33 drivers taking to the start here in heat number 3. Well, some big hitters in this one, that's for certain. Plenty of drivers that we can see take the win. Let's see who does take the win then. Big send through the first couple of corners there for the leaders as Kieran Ives tries to hold on to it into the first corner, but I don't think he has. Sweeping through to the lead then. Is that Maxime Smith who snuck through? No, it is Kieran Ives who's held on to it. My apologies. It was Smith who was trying to sneak through in the first corner, but Ives hangs it through and on the inside line and holds onto it as they head through into Winger's Dip. Up into the bus stop chicane they come then in the top 4 already, trying to make a bit of a breakaway here as they scrap in behind for 5th place. Move up the inside at midgets for 6th place, that is, in the background, and they're really leaning on each other to the exit, nearly off onto the grass on the outside. There's a bit of contact and a bit more contact. Drivers off. Down is off at Climate as one tries to rejoin. That's the 78 who's rejoining. That's a big off. Aaron Meddy is off. Rejoining the circuit now is the 32. We had a spin outside the window for the 24. So Ethan Lomax it was, who went up and over the front of another driver. That was a big off for Ethan. He's done well to land back down on all 4 wheels and carry on in this race. And who went for the little spin there? It was the 20... Was that the 24? Yeah, of course, because he already came across the line, didn't he? So he was going to be farther right. It's Emily Davidson, apologies. Emily Davidson's already come across the line. So she did spin from 13th place. But Emily's going to be right down the order at the end of this lap. We've got a contact warning coming through for Oliver Johnson. He needs to be a little bit careful there in 6th place, as that was what caused that incident down at Climate, was those two getting quite close together, converging on the same piece of tarmac. And up and over the front of another cart went Ethan Lomax. That's not going to help him for his starting position going into this afternoon's racing. Of course, to remind you, the grid's sorted by sort of amalgamation of your average finishing lap time, and then that sets the grid. Of course, that would matter in any final because it sets where you're going to start and how easy your race is going to be. But it particularly matters here in the juniors and the seniors in Rotax because we've got huge grids for these, and it means we're going to get a B final later on. So you could, with a result like that for Ethan Lomax, drop down to the B final. That would be far from ideal. Here we go then, on to lap number 4 of this race. Aaron Full is pressuring Maxime Smith. He's going to go for it. The up and under, great move from Aaron Full. He was looking like he was going to the outside, and a cheeky send back to the inside right at the last moment there for Aaron Full. Sees him take 2nd place in this race away from Maxime Smith. That even had me fooled there, Aaron. That was very impressive. I thought, oh, that move's gone. That's not going to happen. But he still cheekily snuck to the apex ahead and got the move done cleanly. Impressive movements through the pack from Aaron Full. I mean, I just said cleanly. He has just got a contact warning, so maybe I should retract that statement. Either way, he got through into 2nd place, and they're still squabbling over 3rd. Move down the inside for Bobby Rocha. That's taking the place away from Adrian Hanovic. That's a move for 5th place, as they're all still trying to battle it down into Haynes Loop side by side in behind as well. That's still in the battle for 6th, I do believe. The 57 in the 88. So that's Ben Ballou further relegating Adrian Hanovic down now to P7 as Ben Ballou sneaks on through down at the Haynes Loop. We've got the fast charging Charles Green in behind them as well with Oliver Johnson and Oliver Gusman. That rounds out your top 10 for the moment in this race. But still, the top 2, they've created a lovely gap at the front of the order. Kieran Ives and Aaron Full. But Full looking to try and close that gap over the next few laps. We'll wait and see if he can chase down the leader for the moment. Diving into the first corner, really late on the brakes. That's going to be quite a bit of contact there. Another attempt for the move from Ben Ballou on Bobby Rocha. Tried to go down the inside. Rocha had the inside line covered off, but I think Ballou had braked so late that he couldn't really do anything about it. Goes straight into the side of Bobby Rocha. They both continue, just losing a little bit of time, and there you go. Contact warning comes through for Ben Ballou after that one. On they go then. Just over 2 minutes left to go in this heat number 3 for Senior Rotax. No, that gap is not getting any smaller. If anything, it's maybe getting a little bit bigger between Ives and Full. What does it look like now? Again, Ives extending the gap nearly to a second. Kieran Ives has this one under control at the front of the order. Oh, and a big off underneath our commentary box. I think it was just rocks that were hitting the side of the comms box there and not a car, as one driver goes nice and wide out of the final corner. I think that was the 22 of Arthur Thacker who went a little bit wide there. Kicking up the stones and the dust out here at Forest Edge. Is there a move? That's a move for third place. No, move for fourth place, that is. Bobby Rozier through on Maxime Smith, and Smith's going to get relegated even further. Ben Ballou follows him through. Down at Clymer. Opportunistic movements there from Ben Ballou, and he gets the place as they head on to lap number 8. And look who's in the wheel tracks of them. It's the 77 of Charles Green. Your junior Rotax champion in 2024, making moves through the field as he chases down this leading pack. Jarek Metters, the one at the front of it, followed by Bobby Rozier, Ben Ballou, Maxime Smith and Charles Green. Those 5 between 3rd and 5th place going at it here as we close in towards the end of this race. Ives and Full, though, still looking relatively untouchable at the front of the order. Fastest lap, though, goes the way of George Hulme in 14th place. He's the only one that's got down into the 39s in this race. 39.98 for George. And on we go then. 35 seconds left to go. This will be, I think, the penultimate lap of this race, this will be. There's a huge squabble then in behind between these few as they head into the Haynes loops. That's just in behind. That's Oliver Gussman in 8th place who's heading up that battle. And then there's about 6 karts right in tow. Adrian Hanovic, Oliver Johnson, Ben Hicks, Michael Pugh, George Hulme and JJ Hind. So 8th down to 14th there. All battling very, very well. And George Hulme, your fastest lap holder, right in the thick of it there in that secondary battle pack. There's a move up the inside, down at midgets, late move there, and that is from Charles Green. He gets through on Maxime Smith, but quite a bit of time lost with that move. It was a late move to the inside. We've got a spin at the final corner. He's right in the middle of the track. Oh, this could end badly. There's drivers diving each side of him. They've all avoided him for the moment, but there's more drivers still coming into the corner. Some going on the inside, some going around the outside. They all managed to avoid him somehow, but the 49 of Bobby Rozier, that is race pretty much over for him as he drops all the way to the back of the pack. Gutted there for Bobby Rozier. He was right in that middle pack. I mean, it's another contact warning for Ben Ballou, so at least the stewards, they're thinking as though that was the causation of that incident, was a bit of contact between the two of them. But either way, here comes Kieran Ives to the final corner, and Kieran Ives is going to see the checkered flag and win Senior Rotax Heat number 3. A great battle through there from Aaron Full to take him back up to P2. But not even his pace could close him in to Kieran Ives. They were trading lap times at the end there, and Ives managing the gap beautifully. Ben Ballou rounded out the podium then in that one. Jarek Metters and Charles Green, your top 5. Maxime Smith, Oliver Gussman, George Hulme, Michael Pugh and Ben Hicks, the top 10. Clearly a bit of reshuffling there as they went on to that last lap, as they all slowed down and took different lines there at the final corner to try and avoid the spinner of Bobby Rozier. So a little bit of a shuffle there in the top 10. Outside of the top 10 was JJ Hind, Oliver Johnson, Freddie Worlock, Adrian Hanovic, then Tobian Alvarez, Jamie Burt, Brody Skinner, Arthur Thacker, Ollie Owen, Louis Rees, then Aaron Asaka, Zach Burke, Henry Swanson, Ethan Lomax there in 24th at the end there, Ryan Sayers, Aaron Meddy, Emily Davidson, Taylor England, Callum Brockhurst, and then sadly it looks like we lost from the race Bobby Rozier and Christian Brooks right at the end there. But either way, most drivers in that one making it to the finish. And that's heat number 3, done and dusted for Senior Rotax. You'll be seeing them out once more before the end of the day for their heat 4. That'll be race 20. But prior to that, we've got 2 more junior races coming at you. Heat 5 and heat 6 back to back. It's heat 5 for Junior Rotax out on circuit next. Junior Rotax now grace us with their presence once again back out on circuit. Heat number 5 of 6. So this will be the last two heats of the day for Junior Rotax, and we get to see them back to back. What excitement. Right then, Heat 5 grid. Let's have a look at this one. Dylan Morton starts alongside Teddy Cooper on the front row. Then it's Spencer Trahorn and Ethan Hatch on the second row of the grid. Nikolaos Gozalidis and Matthew Whitmarsh are on row 3, with Daniel Wisnauskas, Jesse Whitmore, Alexander Stefanov and Jonas Janazauskas rounding out the top 10. Behind them, Jensen Hookie. He's one to watch there from P11. He's been flying so far today. Then followed by Jaden Sherwood, Karthik Kometa, Ethan Cousins, Noah McNicholas, Rufus Holmes, Jack Price, Luca Cook, Sam Mott, Harvey Lee Winteridge, Aidan Large, Kai Pepperell, Ethan Hunt, Ison Theodore, Trevelyan Sansom, then Archie Ray Watson, and Cruz Stratton. Now, thank you to the person in the chat who reminded me that it is Cruz. It is pronounced Cruz. I immediately thought, oh, it's like Santa Cruz. How did I not get that one to start with? So thank you very much, Anzi, for letting me know that in the live chat. Of course, if I get any pronunciations wrong, please just let me know in the live chat. I'm always learning, so just let me know. It's going to be a chevron flag, so the drivers are going to go round again for another warm-up lap. The back of the pack just hadn't quite closed up enough there as they got through to the final corner. So we go round again to continue waiting for the race to get started. We got a few people in the live chat saying hello. Hello to Madison Chapel. Hello, hello, welcome. I would assume that you're part of Spencer's family, but hey, let me know in the live chat. Hello and welcome. SCR11 as well saying, come on, Kai. We'll wait and see Kai. When is Kai out? Let me know in the live chat and we'll give it a little hello. Is it Kai Pepperell who's in this race? Potentially. Let us know in the live chat, SCR. But anyway, come on, Kai, says SCR. Well, Kai in this one, he's starting down in 22nd in this one, so a tough race. Just alongside him is Aidan Large. We've seen him win a race in juniors earlier on today, so he'll be looking to make it a second win from today's action for himself. Right then, they're coming round again, 2 by 2 into the tram lines. Are we good for a race start? No, we are not. We are not good for a race start. And they're going to go round again. Chevron flag on the gantry once more. And the drivers will realistically get one more opportunity at this, and then they'll have some nice re-education. But I think as though it might not have actually been the causation of the guys at the front of the pack. The 24 coming across the line very slowly there. That's Matthew Whitmarsh, and he's struggling to get that kart back to the pits. I don't think he is going to get back to that kart back to the pits. It's slowly but surely coming to a halt down there at the Haynes Loop. As he's kick-started it somehow. The button has worked this time, but I think it's only going to be to get him into the pit lane. And that's exactly what he's going to do. So already we've lost Matthew Whitmarsh from this race, sadly for him. Hopefully we see him out yet again later on in the final. I do believe everyone in this heat in Junior Rotax will not be in heat number 6. It's going to be totally different drivers in heat 6. And then we'll see these drivers later on for their B and A finals coming on later this afternoon. Right there, nearly 2:30 here down on the south coast of England. Still lovely and sunny in Winchester. It's really treating us to a nice entry to March, isn't it? Still rather brisk out there, but lovely sunny skies as we kick off this race then. Heat number 4 of Junior Rotax is finally underway, and we kickstart 6 minutes plus 1 lap of action. They're all argy-bargy at the front of the order. They're all leaning on each other through the Haynes Loop, but they all do manage to make it through. And the 19 of Dylan Morton still leads us through this first lap as they head on down to Winger's Dip. I think Spencer Trahorn has got through past Teddy Cooper into second place, and he'll be looking to pile the pressure onto Dylan at the front of the order. They're heading up into the bus stop chicane side by side for third place. That's going to hold them both up, and the rest of the drivers like hungry lions in behind looking to pick up the scraps as they then dive to the inside up there at midgets. It's all chopping and changing. This is perfect for the top 2 though, as they try and scamper away. Through the final corner they come, and across the line they go. Dylan Morton leading Trahorn, then Cooper in third, then Janazauskas and Whitmore. That is your top 5. There's 2 drivers side by side round the Haynes Loop, just about slotting back in. That was the 33 and the 17, Jensen Hookie and Ethan Cousins. Cousins trying it around the outside, but Hookie not struggling with that one. Re-overtakes as they get through into Johnny's. Top 2 line astern then. Who's that that's broken away? It's Teddy Cooper. There's a move for 4th place though. Down the inside goes Jesse Whitmore and Jonas Janazauskas. Janazauskas with a poor exit because of that being held up at the apex. Almost under threat there. Might be under threat to the final corner. Is under threat. Down the inside goes the 20 of Jaden Sherwood. That's going to shuffle Janazauskas wide. And Jensen Hookie will slip through on the exit as well. So a less than ideal few corners there for Jonas Janazauskas. Drops down from 4th place to 7th on that lap. But look at this. The top two were trying to break away, but it's Teddy Cooper in 3rd place who has the fastest lap of the race. 42.2 on that second lap around the circuit, and he has closed up to the back of Spencer Trahorn. Trahorn's got a good exit though out of the bus stop chicane. Doesn't go for it this time up at midgets. Thinks better of it. There's still 4 minutes of this race left to go. Through sector 3 they come then, still line astern. Working out where the chinks in the armour are of the drivers ahead of them, where they can think about these moves. Trahorn goes for it down the inside into the Haynes loop, late down the inside for Spencer Trahorn, but he's got it done into the Haynes loop, and we've got a new race leader in the number 41. Teddy Cooper tried his hardest to follow him through there, but Morton closed the door before Teddy Cooper could take advantage of that wide line for Morton. Up into the bus stop chicane then, still as they were. Really close in behind in that battle for 4th. Whitmore and Sherwood nearly making contact there. Sherwood trying to find the up and under as they head in towards midgets, but door is closed in the face of Sherwood by Jesse Whitmore. Down into the final sector they come then. We're splitting off into 2 packs of 3 here in the top 6. And the rest of the drivers still squabbling in behind. That's headed up by Jonas Janasauskas. Following them, Aidan Large, Ethan Cousins and Nikolaos Gozalidis. What a race it's been then for Aidan Large. Aidan is up 13 places in this race so far. Aidan right up into the top 10 now and continuing to press on. He's only about 3 seconds off the leaders, and he's just set a purple sector 1. I say that, scratch that. Kai Pepperell has now taken that purple sector 1. So if you were supporting Kai in the chat, SCR, well, he's doing a great job out there on circuit, pressing through the order and setting some nice lap times, is Kai. But leaders heading through then start another lap. 2.5 minutes left to go on the clock. It was a new fastest lap on the last lap from Spencer Trahorn, and it is still that fastest lap being held. Oh, really aggressive from the 3 in behind though as they battle over 4th place. Both trying to fake each other out and squeeze each other to the grass there on the exit. They stay as they were though, I think, with the... I think Sherwood might have dropped behind there. It's Sherwood, Whitmore and Hookie. Those 3 that are battling over 4th place for the moment. I do think Sherwood might have lost out there. I think Whitmore might have got through up into 4th place. I'll call that for certain when they come through back into my eye line, where I can actually try and pick out the numbers on the sides of the car. Yeah, it's definitely the 50 of Jesse Whitmore who's through as they come through the final corner. So Whitmore's up into 4th place. Sherwood's under pressure here as they head down into the Haynes loop, but it's not going to happen. Hookie sits back in behind, and Aidan Large, new fastest lap of the race for the number 32. Aidan Large is pressing on with a 41.4. He was over 0.7 of a second quicker than Hookie and Sherwood in front. So it's only a matter of time, I think, before he tries to send some moves and make up some more places as we tick on towards the end of this race. Top 3 still as they were. Teddy Cooper was mounting a fantastic charge towards them earlier on in this one, but pace seemingly has flatlined between all 3 of them. They're all going a bit faster, but they're all doing relatively similar pace. That means the gaps are staying relatively similar out there as well. Moves down at the final corner though. That's a re-overtake for the number 20. Back through he goes at the final corner. Sherwood's back into 4th. They late dive to the inside. How did that not end up in contact? That was super late. One of the drivers gets hang out to dry on the outside. Who's that as they come through? Johnny's. It's the 32 of Aidan Large who's lost out in all of that. He got right in the thick of that battle as they went onto that lap, but just happened to be the one on the outside as they all made a bit of contact. Out wide he went, and I think he's dropped back to the back of that train once again. But as they come through on lap number 8 then, still 30 seconds on the gantry, they'll be going on to the penultimate lap of this race. It was a new fastest lap on the last lap from Spencer Trahorn. He's dealing with the pressure at the front of the pack very, very well as the young driver here in Junior Rotax. On to the penultimate lap we go then. How did that battle end up at the end? And it's Sherwood ahead of Hookie, ahead of Whitmore, ahead of Cousins, ahead of Large. Those 5 battling over 4th place. And the squabble in behind is monumental. One driver goes super wide there through the Haynes loop. That's the number 12. Lost out big time there. That's Nikolaos Gozalidis. He's dropped down, I think, all the way to 13th or 14th after that one. Janasauskas, Hones, Wisniauskas, Pepperell all trying to slip on by. What an exciting heat this is in Junior Rotax. That's a late move to the inside. That's going to be for what? 7th place, that is. Aidan Large trying to re-establish himself in this group as he gets on by Ethan Cousins. Well, on to the last lap we go then. Spencer Trahorn leads us onto it, and Dylan Morton has just matched the fastest time of the race. So he has gone a little bit faster, but that's now been beaten by Jaden Sherwood. On to the final 1,100 metres of this race we go then. And that battle in behind still not holding off at all. Rufus Holmes has made a good couple of moves out to 9th place on this last lap. Nicholas Kozolidis, as we said, dropping down 5 places on the last lap to P14. Jack Price moves his way up to 15th place on that penultimate lap as well. But here come the leaders. Round the final couple of turns then, it's going to be Spencer Trahorn who leads us through Climber down into Tollies. And it will be the number 41 who sees the checkered flag first and wins heat number 5 in Junior Rotax. He dealt with that pressure beautifully, did Spencer Trahorn, and he leads home Dylan Morton and Teddy Cooper for your top 3 there in heat number 5. Jaden Sherwood with the fastest lap fends off Jensen Hookey, Jesse Whitmore, Aidan Large and Ethan Cousins there, holds on to 4th place, the rest of them down into 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th respectively. Rufus Holmes and Kai Pepperell rounded out the top 10, with Jonas Janazauskas, Daniel Wisniauskas, Nikolaus Kozolidis, Jack Price, Luca Cook, Noah McNicholas, Harvey Lee Winteridge, Karthik Kometa, Trevlin Sansom, then Cruz Strachan, Ison Theodore, Sam Mott and Ethan Hunt. Your 23 drivers all making it to the checkered flag in that one. Well, there we go then. As if you've not had enough yet today. Heat number 5 done and dusted for Junior Rotax. They're out yet again. Heat number 6 for Junior Rotax is coming straight up for you. Here we go then. Junior Rotax out yet again. This is going to be their last heat of the day here at round number 1 of the Forest Edge Kart Club here in 2025. Let's have a look at the grid then for this one. For heat number 6, Aidan Clark and Nathan Edwards are the 2 drivers that will lead us to the lights shortly. After that, Finley Hines and Charlie Hulme are on row number 2, Noah Moulton and Alfred Matthews on row 3, with Leo Steed, James Finley, Devin Taylor and Matthew Little, your top 10. Behind them, Lucas Reeves and Barnaby Grubb. We saw Barnaby take a great win, earlier on. He starts from P12. Behind them, Travis Rose and Zach Ormshaw. And it's Arthur Way, Alfie Clark, Jamie Rowe, Sam Green Gomez, Tyler Rackham, Elijah Dush, Leo Basterfield, Teo Jones, Joshua Jestin, Jaden Shearing and Ethan Barrow. 25 drivers on the grid for this last heat of the day for Junior Rotax. Well, the racing has been fantastic across the junior Rotax. It always is, but particularly when you've got this many entries into the day's action, it's always nice and scrappy. Makes it exciting for us to watch at the side of the circuit. Lights go out and we're underway and racing here in heat number 6. Big slide there on the front row of the grid. I think that was Nathan Edwards on the outside going sideways. They're still side by side as they head through into Johnny's. Cuts back across and takes the lead of the race. Does the 57 of Finley Hines from the second row of the grid. He's cut through up and under at the Haynes loop on both Clark and Edwards, and Finley Hines is early on into the lead of this race. Great opportunistic moves there through the first sector for Finley Hines. He gets it done and moves his way up and through. Great to see Finley as well up in junior Rotax for this year. I always remember because I know he was in a younger class, because I always used to get Finley Hines and Finley Lyons confused, and Finley Hines definitely wasn't in juniors. So Finley Hines carries on to the end of lap number 1 and leads this race, but he's under pressure from Nathan Edwards at the moment, and they're still all trading paint in the middle of the pack as well, side by side through. Oh, that is super late to the inside there at Johnny's. I couldn't even see who that was making moves through the pack. It might have been the 77 of Sam Green Gomez. I feel like the number ended with a 7. Maybe Arthur Way as well, all around that sort of area of the circuit. Great moves though, as it was around the outs. It was an up and under, at the Haynes loop that then tried to dive to the inside of the next person in the train at Johnny's. I don't think it quite worked out, but I like the optimism nonetheless. Let's move the lead though. Late down the inside from Nathan Edwards. He's shuffled the leaders wide. Up and under goes to 55. They're going to make a bit more contact as they head through into the first corner. But Ray's lead goes the way of Charlie Hulme as they head through the Haynes loop. Side by side for second place as they go into Johnny's. The 49 just about steals it back. Nathan Edwards holds on to second place ahead of Aidan Clark. What driving that was to end that lap. Finley Hines shuffled well out wide there by that send from Nathan Edwards. And Finley Hines dropping right back into that first pack. We've got, what, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 drivers, I think, in the front train. It's all rather close and rather scrappy, but it's what we were expecting here for junior Rotax heat number 6. New race leader in Charlie Hulme. He comes to the end of his first lap as race leader. Nathan Edwards still sat in behind there in P2, and Finley Hines now finds himself down in 5th place, right in the middle of the scrap, but an up and under at Haynes loop for 3rd place. Alfred Matthews gets through on Aidan Clark. James for P3 here in junior Rotax. Textbook move there from Alfred Matthews to make himself known and move himself up through the order. Another driver doing just that. Barnaby Grubb, a race winner from earlier on today. New fastest lap, a 41.88 for Barnaby. He's up there in P12 at the moment. Only driver to drop down into the 41s at the moment. And a good second and a half faster than the drivers around him on circuit at the moment. That's unbelievably impressive from Barnaby Grubb. Onto another lap though, still Hulme ahead of Edwards. Edwards under pressure though, down the inside for second place goes Alfred Matthews. Despite making that move in the last lap, Matthews has taken the fastest lap of the race, a 41.57 for Matthews, and he now takes second place away from Nathan Edwards. Fantastic committed move there up the inside from Alfred Matthews, and he now sets his sights on the lead of the race. Hulme has given himself a few tenths of a second buffer room, but realistically that is nothing when we've still got 2.5 minutes of this race left to go. And Alfred Matthews looking to take this win here in this one. He started in P6 on the grid. As all big wide moment, that is to the 49. He just about holds on to it. Grass cutting down here at Forest Edge. That being the 49 of Nathan Edwards from second place he was on the previous lap. He obviously got overtaken by Alfred Matthews on that previous lap. He's dropped down the order a bit more. I reckon he'll be down to sort of 5th or 6th place, I think, after all that's said and done. He wrestled the kart back onto the black stuff and got it back under control like a bucking bronco. He dived across the outside exit curb. But he just about got that bronco back under control. Move for 3rd place up at midgets. Move down the inside. I think that's Aidan Clark who's gone for it. Aidan Clark getting muscled to the outside line though. It's a 57 of Finley Hines it is. Apologies. Finley Hines who's gone for the move. Up and under though on the exit though. Goes to 31. Over that curb he goes. I will say the 31 of Aidan Clark has some sort of piping flapping away on the back of his kart. A piece of piping, maybe it's not key in terms of the kart working, but either way it's definitely flapping around on the back of that kart. So hopefully all okay for himself on the 31. Leaders pressing on though. They've got a nice gap back to the secondary battle now of Hulme and Matthews. Hulme dealing with the pressure well for the moment. Oh, they're all squabbling up into Midget's corner. Contact there in that battle for 4th place, that is. Mechanical flag for Teo Jones coming out, sadly for him, the number 70. The Teo will be coming back to the pits. Hopefully we'll see him back out in the finals later on this afternoon. Still Hulme leading Matthews, though. He's done an impressive job dealing with the pressure there at the front of the order. Matthews was charging through, and he's quickly closed the gap. But Matthews not able to find a way past just yet anyway. Do they continue out of the bus stop chicane? Aidan Clark has made himself sort of clear of the rest of that pack now in 3rd place. He's in a bit of no man's land now in 3rd place. Through they come under the gantry then to start. I think they'll be the penultimate lap of this race with 20 seconds left to go. As that's a big squabble going through the middle of the pack. That's a 25 in amongst that. That's Barnaby Grubb trying to make his way through the order. And they're crashing down at the Haynes loop. 3 of them come together. All just ends up in a bit of a half spin for all of them. They all managed to rejoin. It hasn't seemingly affected them too much, but a bit of time lost definitely for a few of the drivers involved in that squabble right in the centre of the pack. And Arthur Way was in that battle as well, the number 47. This has been a baptism of fire for him today at the Forest Edge Kart Club. His first time out in the juniors here at Forest. And he's right there in the centre of the scrap. Well, here we go then. Leaders onto the final lap. And it's still Hulme ahead of Matthews. He's done a great job holding on to this one throughout the race. And he's only got 1.1 kilometres to continue to try and hold on to it. Will he be able to do so, though? They head out of my eye line down towards Winder's Dip. They'll emerge back up towards the bus stop. It's still as it was. The 55 ahead of the 22. Good exit, though, for the 22. He checks over the shoulder as the 55 up to Midget's corner. No move made, though, for Alfred Matthews. Maybe just sitting back, happy to take the point to the 2nd place as they push on towards the finals later on. Into the final corner they come then, and it will be the 55 of Charlie Hulme who leads us home and takes the win in heat number 6 for Junior Rotax. Alfred Matthews, a great run through the order there to chase him down, but not able to get past in the closing laps. It was Aidan Clark who rounded out the top 3. Nathan Edwards in P4 with the fastest lap of the race there at 41.27. No one getting close. He was consistently down the 41.2, so fair play to the number 49. Watch out for him in the finals later on. James Finley rounded out the top 5 with Finley Hines, Leo Steed, Devon Taylor, Arthur Way and Noah Moulton, your top 10. Good finish there for Arthur Way in the top 10. Well done, my friend. Barnaby Grubb just outside of that top 10 in 11th, followed by Elijah Dust, Dayton Searing, then Sam Green Gomez, Travis Rose, Lucas Reeves, Joshua Jestin, Zach Ormshaw, Jamie Rowe, Matthew Little and Tyler Rackham. The last of your 21 finishes in that one. Sadly, of course, we saw a meatball flag, mechanical flag come out for Teo Jones. We lost him a few laps ago, and we lost before that Leo Basterfield, Alfie Clark and Ethan Barrow. Those 4 drivers not making it to the checkered flag in that one, sadly for them. Well, that's it for heats anyway in terms of Junior Rotax. Heat 5 and 6 are done and dusted. We've got, how many left? 6 more heats yet to come before we get into the finals. Up next, it's going to be the 4th and final heat for our senior Rotaxes. The last heat of the day for the seniors is a go then. Heat number 4 it is, as the drivers head on out of the dummy grid for their warm-up laps. Freddie Worlock and Louis Rees on the front row of the grid for this one. George Hulme and Toby Street in behind on row 2. Then it's Charles Green and Ben Ballou on row 3. Tobian Alvarez and Mason Perrin. And Dean Pedersen and Jamie Green round out the top 10. Then it's Oliver Gusman and Henry Swanson. Luke Evans and Bobby Rozier. Joshua Whitcomb, Oliver Johnson, Aidan Blair, Aaron Full, William Ray and Jamie Burr are your top 20. Then it's Christian Brooks, Zach Burke, Mitchell Mulvey, Aaron Asarkas, Kieran Gifford, JJ Hind, Paolo Nunes Aranda. Then Kieran Ives, Emily Davidson, Maxime Smith and Erin Meddy, your 31 karts scheduled to start this race. Like I say, last heat of the day for seniors. This is where it's all decided in terms of who's getting into the A final, who's languishing down in the B final, having to scrap their way back through to the back of the A final grid. Drivers getting ready, nice and calm around the final corner. This is what we want to see for these race starts. They're going to go 2 by 2 to the line. Lights are out. We're underway and racing then. It's a great start from Freddie Worlock as he immediately sides through to the lead and a big off to the left. Another driver almost making it into the trees on the left-hand side as they enter down into the Haynes Loop. He's doing his best to try and quickly get himself back on the circuit, but that's going to be a lot of time lost for that driver off on the outside of the Haynes Loop. Looks like they've done a pretty good job though getting it back on, and should only lose maybe 3/4 of a lap there as they get it restarted. Leaders all heading through, and there's a crash down at the bus stop chicane. One driver up and over the top of the other driver, but they all land back down on 4 wheels and they all manage to keep going. Some calamities though on the first lap of this senior Rotax heat number 4. What a start it's been though for a few drivers at the front. Tobian Alvarez up 3 places to 4th. 3 places gained by Luke Evans as well to 8th place. George Hulme and Charles Green and Tobian Alvarez all getting past Louis Rees on the first lap of this race. Our drivers we lost on the opening lap, well, the number 40 was the one we saw off in the trees after that first lap. That was Toby Street. It looks as though we've lost Jamie Green at some point as well on that first lap. I can't see him from my vantage point up in the comms box, so he's maybe down in Winger's Dip. That's my sort of blind spot down that area of the circuit. But either way, Jamie Green not making it to the end of lap number 1. End of lap number 2 though, still the number 11, no, it's the number 11, it's a change. George Hulme is into the lead of the race and he's made the move on Freddie Worlock on that time around the circuit, and now it's Hulme leading Worlock and Green in the top 3, and the rest of the drivers trying to close in behind. Tobian Alvarez in 4th place with the new fastest lap of the race, and Ben Ballou behind him, only 100th off of that new fastest lap. 40.3 for both 4th and 5th place. The rest of the drivers 40.5, 40.4, 40.8 for the top 3. Move at the top of the screen though. Top of the screen? I'm looking outside my window. Move for the first place outside my window. Is that a re-overtake from Freddie Worlock? It is indeed. But back down the inside of the final corner goes George Hulme. They're trading places here at the sharp end of the order. But it's back as it was then. Hulme leading Worlock. Someone just got straight across the grass there. The number 20, I don't think has taken the circuit. That's Christian Brooks. So Christian is going to rejoin the pack, but he's going to be a lap down in all this because he's gone straight across from Climate through to the Haynes Loop, but he's not crossed the timing line. So Christian Brooks is out of this race effectively after that one. Clearly got nerfed out wide there going through Climate, had to take evasive action and just decided, I don't fancy doing the last corner, I'm just going to carry on through to the Haynes Loop. Oh, fair enough. He's going to lose a lap for that one. It is Christian Brooks. Here come the leaders once again though. And it's Charles Green under pressure into the final corner. He's got Ben Ballou as well as the 96 of Tobian Alvarez nipping at his heels. And he's doing everything to try and hold those defensive lines. It was an attempt at the move from Tobian Alvarez that saw him go wide out of the final corner. Ben Ballou said thank you very much and snuck on by. But he's got a contact warning for that one as he takes 4th place away from Tobian Alvarez. This has allowed for Hulme and Worlock to get a bit of breathing room at the front of the order. They're very happy about that as they've also sort of elongated their gap between each other as well, as the pace is being found by Hulme at the front of the order. Personal best on the last lap, but it's the fastest lap for Joshua Whitcomb in 8th place. The first driver down into the 39s in this race anyway. And he is scything through. There he goes down the inside. The 92 of Whitcomb down the inside of the final corner. He takes the place away from the 47 and more drivers trying to follow through as they head down into the Haynes Loop. Squeezing him wide. Great move as one driver's off outside our comms box. That's the number 99 who's gone wide there. I think that was with the 27. Luke Evans and Oliver Johnson both dropping down the order. Evans down to 19th, Oliver Johnson down to 25th after their escapades off track. And there's another driver off outside the comments box. Who's this? The number 18 it is, of JJ Hines, enjoying cutting some grass as well. But it's all gone awry for a few drivers in this race so far. But we turn our attention back to the sharp end. Charles Green still dealing with the pressure well from Ben Ballou. Ballou placing his kart, trying to find an opportunity to side through into the top three. But Charles Green giving him no opportunities to do just that. There's a move down into the first couple of corners though for the 97. That was of Kieran Ives through on Aaron Asarkas for 14th place. As Ives tries to cut his way through the order. Up into the top 15 he goes. What have we got then? Just under a minute and a half left to go in this race. Still Whitcomb with that fastest lap of the race. Still, I was going to say the only driver in the 39s. No, William Ray has joined him in the 39s as well on the last couple of laps. He's there in P11 at the moment. Top 5 as they were following in well. Bit of no man's land there for Oliver Gusman and Joshua Whitcomb now as they've both broken free of their previous battles. Then we've got Aaron Full. He's just got past Mason Perrin for 8th place on the last lap. William Ray is through just behind them as well for P10 on Louis Rees. Kieran Ives, as we mentioned, through on Sarkas as well at the first corner. Well, with only seconds left to go in this race, then it's all to play for. As they crescendo through, there's the late move to the apex at midgets there. The move for 4th place that was. So Toby and Alvarez through on Ben Ballou. They were scrapping earlier and they've recommenced that scrap as we head on to the penultimate lap of this race. And holding the inside line, knows he's under pressure there as they head into the first couple of corners. That's Ballou and Alvarez. Nip and tuck into the first few corners. Alvarez stays in front though this time around. Only a second separating Kuehl, Worlock and Green. And then Green has a few tenths back to Alvarez and Ballou, so they're still really close at the front of the order. But it might be a little bit too little, too late here for Charles Green to try and close up to the 2 ahead. He's doing a stellar job in his jump up from junior Rotax to senior Rotax. I'm not sure it's quite going to be a top 2 finish in this one. Across the line they go then to start the final lap of racing here in senior Rotax heat number 4. And look at that big defensive movement from Alvarez. He's not bothered about the top 3. He knows he's not going to catch them. He just wants to keep Ben Ballou behind. And he's doing a great job of that for the moment anyway. The 92 of Whitcomb trying to find a way through on Gusman. He's only got about 600-700 metres to do that as they head through Winder's Dip at the moment. Leaders back into your camera shot as they fly through into the bus stop chicane. It is a yellow flag though. We've got a driver in the wall at the bus stop chicane, right in the centre of it. I'm not sure who that is that's off there down at the bus stop chicane, but either way, they're not going anywhere quickly. Here come the leaders though. George Hulme rounds the final corner and sees the checkered flag first in senior Rotax heat number 4. Freddie Worlock, Charles Green, Ben Ballou and Toby and Alvarez follow him across the line. They are your top 5, as that was a good scrap across the line. That was Zach Burke, Louis Rees and Mitchell Mulvey all within a tenth of a second of each other across the line. Now that was a great little finish. Outside of the top 5 though, fastest lap for Joshua Whitcomb there in 6th place. Oliver Gusman, Aaron Full, Mason Perrin and William Ray, your top 10. Followed across the line by Louis Rees, then Zach Burke, Mitchell Mulvey, Kieran Ives, Aaron Asarkas, Kieran Gifford, Maxim Smith, Dean Pedersen, Luke Evans, Aidan Blair, Paulo Nunez Aranda, Emily Davidson, Oliver Johnson, Aaron Meddy. Toby Street was the 25th and last of your finishers in that race. And behind him, drivers that didn't make it to the flag there: Christian Brooks, Jamie Burt, JJ Hines and Jamie Green. None of those making it to the checkered flag, but hopefully we see them all out in their final later on, because that's it for heat racing for our senior Rotaxes. We've still got 5 heat races yet to come though before we even start to think about those finals. So next up is heat number 3 for our Honda Cadet drivers. will be treated to another standing start here as the Honda Cadets head out for their last heat of today's action. Let's run you through the grid then for Heat 3 of Honda Cadets. Daniel Barton is going to line up on the front row. Of course, it didn't go well for him at the end of heat number 2. He was cracking on really well with some great paces. Oh, someone's got to the grass already here on the warm-up. That was less than ideal. I won't call out who that was. I'll save him that embarrassment. But Daniel there on the front row of the grid, he'll be hoping for a more positive race in this one. And starting there on P1, he's in the prime seat to do just that. Alex Roach lines up alongside him on that front row with Max Craven and Oliver Spence on row 2. Oliver Ratton and Kobe Wood are on row 3, with Oakley Poulter and Logan Hart on row 4. Harvey Ball and Eddie Duncan round out row number 5 and round out the top 10. Jack Gillett and Charlie Dickinson are there on row 6, with Callum Williams, Max Saunders and Ilian Bellick rounding out the 15 karts on the grid for this one. Of course, to remind you, 3 at the back, Callum Williams, Max Saunders and Ilian Bellick, all are on Honda Cadet 160, so a slightly less powerful engine on their kart, and that's why they won't be able to keep the pace with the 200s, but they're all lumped in together with all the Honda Cadets together. But that does mean, interestingly enough, because you very rarely see drivers as young as this lapping other drivers during these short 6-minute plus 1 lap races, but that will happen given that the 160s are quite a bit slower than the 200s. You've seen that already in a few heats, and that already making for some interesting racing as the drivers try and pick their way through said traffic. Here we go then. The drivers appearing onto your screen now as they start to line them up in 2x2 formation, ready for the race start for heat number 3 of Honda Cadets. Let's have a look through in that heat number 2 and heat number 1. Oh, okay, right, that's why, because I've clicked Rotax Cadet. That makes sense. Rotax Cadet final order still hasn't been finalised on the sheet that I am looking at anyway. But here we go then. Lights are on. Lights are off. Honda Cadet gets underway for their 3rd heat. It's a great start from the 2nd row of the grid. They go round the outside of both of them. And Oliver Spence gives a little wave of goodbye to the rest of the drivers as he goes off into a new postcode down into the first couple of corners. What an unbelievable start from Oliver Spence. Absolutely fantastic jump at the lights there. Now, I wasn't watching the start. If he did have a jump start, I do apologise, but I'm not going to say anything because I did not see it. Either way, it was a fantastic run off of the line for Oliver Spence, and he's taken an early lead here in heat number 3 for Honda Cadets. Drivers off on the grass, though, on the exit of the bus stop chicane. Gets hung out to dry there as they head up towards Midget's Corner. They're all still squabbling on the exit. Through they go then, down into Climber, and already Oliver Spence building a nice little lead there as they head on through. It was Max Craven who got hung out to dry on the exit of the bus stop chicane there earlier on in the lap. He's slotted back in, but he's dropped down to 8th place because of all of that. Move to the inside there at the Haynes Loop. Aggressive move to the inside there. That's going to shuffle that driver wide. It was a good move from the 57 on the 58. So Eddie Duncan through on Daniel Barton. It's been a poor start then from Daniel Barton. Duncan is through on Barton up to 6th place, and Barton then lost out to Max Craven on the exit as well. So Daniel Barton was hoping for a more positive heat number 3 here, but it's not happening for him at the moment. Poor start off of the line, and now slipping down the order in this one to the bottom end of the top 10. They're side by side up into Midgets. Might be a little bit wide on the grass. They both managed to keep it on the black stuff as they give some side pod to side pod contact. Heading through down into Climber. They sort themselves out just about. Might be a dive to the inside. Not quite going to happen though. And the 57 of Eddie Duncan gets through on the 73 of Oakley Poulter. More moves made for Eddie Duncan. He's won both of our heats so far today in Hondas. Heat number 1 win and heat number 2 win for Eddie Duncan. He's trying to make it 3 from 3 here, despite starting much further down the order. Duncan started in P10 in this race, and after 2 laps, he's already up to P5, hunting down Harvey Ball and Oliver Ratton now at the front end of the order. Oliver Spence still with a 1.5 second lead as they went onto this lap, but it was Alex Roach in 2nd place who took the fastest lap of the race on the last time around, 48.61 for himself, but Ratton in his wheel tracks in behind, 48.62, pretty much identical pace between these two. They're still as they were though as they come round the final corner to start lap number 4. Eddie Duncan's made yet another place through on Harvey Ball on the last lap, and Eddie Duncan, despite making that overtake, now has the fastest lap of the race. They're going side by side and behind, side by side, round Johnny's, and that's place made, I think. I think that was still Eddie Duncan and Harvey Ball battling for it. Which way it went, though, as they got down to Winder's Dip, I'm not so sure as they head back up into the bus stop chicane. It is the 57 ahead of the 45, and they're battling over second place ahead as well, trying to go for that move into Winder's Dip. There was Oliver Ratton. Door was firmly closed, though, by Alex Roach. And Ratton has to rethink it. He rethinks it now, immediately down into Climber. However, gets hung out to the outside into the final corner. He's going to try the up and under, but again, that'll leave him on the outside as they head down into the first corner. He can't use the overspeed as they head down into the Haynes Loop. Has to sit back once more. But look who's joined the party. It's Mr. Eddie Duncan right onto the back of these two, battling over second place. They've kept that gap to the leader of Oliver Spence relatively stagnant at about 1.5 seconds, but Eddie Duncan is flying through. And look at this. Finally, we see the pace that we would expect from Daniel Barton. He takes the fastest lap of the race, a 47.73 for Daniel, as he gets himself back up into 6th place on the last lap. Gets past Oakley Poulter. As there's moves going on, up for second place, change for second place. Down the inside goes Oliver Ratton, and Eddie Duncan's trying to follow him through. He hasn't been able to do so, but Ratton up to second place, then up at midget. Relegates the 36 of Alex Roach down into third. It's the up and under at the final corner, though. Attempt from Eddie Duncan. They go side by side, down into the Haynes Loop. An up and under attempt from Duncan. He's got it. Great placement of the kart there from Duncan. He's going to chop across as they come into Johnny's. Fantastic move from Eddie Duncan. He gets it done there through the first sector, and Duncan is up into the top 3 with 1.5 minutes left to go on the clock. Contact warning for Eddie Duncan, though. He's just made that move work. Either way, they head through the bus stop chicane now. We're still Spence in the lead of this race. Ratton now in second place. Duncan now in third, ahead of Roach. And Harvey Ball and Daniel Barton now getting involved in this battle. We thought Barton was out for the count in the few minutes of this race, dropping down the order. Well, he's back up and involved with this leading battle as they head through into 1 minute to go. And that gap between Ratton in second and Spence in the lead is closing. It's now below 1 second as they head on to lap number 7 of this race. Realistically, second to, 6th place, need to work together for the next sort of 30 to 45 seconds. Try and close that gap to Oliver Spence, bring him back involved with this battle, and then kick it off again in the battle for the lead. But of course, these drivers are very young drivers. They're all very, very experienced and very talented, but they are still young and they're still learning, and maybe they might start to scrap. Just as I say that, move down the inside, up at Midget's corner. That is a move for second place, that is. As through goes the 57. No move for third. No, it was a move for second place. Eddie Duncan gets through on Oliver Ratton. And they're coming through on a couple of back markers now. The back markers just trying to keep out the way of this battle going on as we head through onto the penultimate lap of this race with 10 seconds to go on the clock. Eddie Duncan now has his sights firmly set on the number 90 of Oliver Spence. Could Eddie Duncan make this 3 from 3 as they head through the second to last lap of this race? They're going to re-emerge up towards the bus stop chicane. Who is going to be in the lead of the race? It's going to be Eddie Duncan down the inside at the bus stop chicane. Bold move under brakes there for Eddie Duncan, but Duncan into the lead of the race. Late on in this one, he's come from P10 on the grid in this race to the lead. Fair play to Eddie Duncan making that move work and still setting fastest laps of this race. Oliver Spence has led this one the whole way, but onto the last lap they go. And it's going to be Duncan who leads us onto it. Spence and Ratton all in a line. And Spence is going to go for it. Into the Haynes Loop. Oliver Spence is back down the inside. They're going to lean on each other. Ratton's going to try and make the most of that. Going to be up and under to the exit. But they're not going to change. And it's going to be Eddie Duncan who holds onto it as they head through Johnny's and down towards Winder's Dip. Top 3 squabble as we head through the final lap. This is exciting stuff in the Honda Cadet Heat number 3. Who leads as they come into bus stop? It is still Eddie Duncan, but only just. One little mistake here and it could all change between the top 3. Checks over the shoulder as Eddie as they head into midgets. Doesn't feel the need to defend as they now head down into climber. Realistically, only 2 more opportunities yet left to come for overtakes here. Doesn't happen at the first one. They're too far back for it at the second one. Spence thinks about it, but he's not close enough. And it's going to be Eddie Duncan who wins 3 out of 3 in the heats here at round 1 of the Forest Edge Kart Club in the Honda Cadet category. Great Great racing from Duncan through the pack there from 10th to 1st. Fantastic showing from the number 57. The two Olivers come across the line. Line astern then for 2nd and 3rd place. Spence ahead of Ratton, with Alex Roach and Daniel Barton, your top 5. Harvey Ball, Oakley Poulter, Kobe Wood, Logan Hart and Max Craven were your top 10. Jack Gillett there in 11th, with Callum Williams in 12th, your top 160 driver, followed across the line by Charlie Dickinson, Max Saunders and Ilian Bellick. Well, we'll see the Hondas back out again soon enough for their final later on this afternoon. But up next, in terms of our heats, we've got another cadet category. This time it's going to be the Rotax cadets for their 3rd heat of the day. Last heat of the day about to start then for our Rotax cadets. Let's run you through the grid for their heat number 3. Max Tomsit lines up on the front row alongside who else but Oakley Riggs. Again, another driver trying to make it 3 from 3, just like we saw from Eddie Duncan there in the Honda Cadets. Oakley Riggs, your champion in the Rotax Cadets in 2024 here at the Forest Edge Kart Club. He's done the double already so far today. See if he can make it triple here, starting on the front row. Kieran Ranger and Junior Wright are behind on row 2. With Harry Reid, Arthur Kaiser, Rio Pocock, then Wilfred Tomlinson, Munro Wilcox, Johnny Butterfield and Elijah Sang. Your 11 drivers taking to the tractors, then 177s and then Superkarts. And that will finalise all of the heats. Then we'll kick off the finals with the 2 B finals. Firstly, Junior Rotax B final, then Senior Rotax B final. And then we'll count through all of the classes for their all-important finals. We'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 finals in total. If you add the B finals on as well, we'll call it 9. 9 finals yet to come after these next 4 heats. As we say, kicking that off with the Rotax cadets. But biggest talking point here through today, of course, is Mr. Oakley Riggs. In the Rotax Cadets, he's been extremely impressive throughout today's action, carrying over the momentum he had in 2024. He knows the track like the back of his hand, and he's really showing that through today's action. Right, can we get it underway this time? We had a chevron flag already here in Rotax Cadets. We are going to get it underway this time, though, and immediately Oakley Riggs takes the lead round the outside into the first couple of corners, and Oakley Riggs is already starting to try and put a gap here, and we're only about 2 corners through this race. Oakley Riggs leads us through then. Number 11 of Junior Wright has followed him through into 2nd place. So a good start in the 2nd row of the grid then for Junior Wright. 6 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock as usual for this one. Of course, they'll be extended slightly when we get to the finals, but we'll update you as to the exact timings for those B finals and A finals slightly later on. 6 minutes plus 1 lap for this heat number 3, and already a contact warning coming through for Oakley Riggs. That must have been right on the start then that he had that contact warning, because since then he's been off on his own as he comes to the end of lap number 1. What gap has he already got after lap 1? It's already a 2nd for Oakley Riggs out at the front of the order. Junior Wright up to P2 then. Kieran Ranger to P3. Arthur Kaiser to P4 as you've got a spin outside the comms box. A little spin for the number 25 of Johnny Butterfield. Like we were saying, Kaiser in 4th, Rio Pocock up 2 places to P5, then Max Tomsit losing out after that start from the front row. Max Tomsit down from 2nd to 6th, Harry Reid down to P7, then it's Elijah Sang, Wilfred Tomlinson and Johnny Butterfield. 10 drivers out at the moment. I know we were supposed to have 11 on the grid, so I'll try and see if I can work out during this racing action who we are missing off of the grid in this one. It is in fact the 28 that we're missing off of this one. So Munro Wilcox sadly not making it to the start in this race, it seems. WC plate of Oakley Riggs rounds the final corner and starts another lap of this race. It looks like there's a good battle beginning for third place. We've got Kieran Ranger, Arthur Kayser and Rio Pocock now all in a line. And through they go on lap number 3. 48.2 fastest lap now set by Oakley Riggs. A good 0.6 faster than Junior Wright in second place, and the rest of the drivers all in the 49s and 50s as it stands at the moment. And that third place battle, it seems as though one of the drivers in it has just begun to clear off from the rest of them. It's that Kieran Ranger on the number 82 who's managed to put a bit of fresh air between himself and the other two. Yes, it is. So Kieran Ranger still there in third place. Rio Pocock getting a contact warning, so there must have been an attempt at the move on Arthur Kayser, and maybe that's why that little gap has opened up between the two of them and Kieran Ranger in third place. 16, 88 and 73 having a good battle as well. That's Max Tomsit, Elijah Sang and Harry Reid. Those three line astern as they head down into Winder's Dip and through into Johnny's. Great little bit of battles forming throughout the pack here in Rotax Cadet Heat number 3. We're almost halfway through this race already in Rotax Cadets. But Oakley Riggs looking pretty set here to make it a triple in the Rotax Cadets. One in Heat number 1, one in Heat number 2, and Heat 3 in about 3 minutes time is looking to come his way as well, barring any huge issues. You never know what could happen in karting. That's why you've always got to stick at it. Even if your driver in behind, you think, oh, I'm never going to catch him. Suddenly something goes wrong. The kart, he makes a mistake, or the kart goes pop bang. And suddenly you're back in with a shout yet again. Thinking another move there. So Arthur Kayser's got through on Kieran Ranger for third place. That was Kieran Ranger thinking about the re-overtake there down into the Haynes loop. Backs out of that early on though. Chucks on the anchors and sticks behind. In fourth place at the moment. He's still got Rio Pocock right in his wheel tracks though in fifth place. They're now seemingly actually just dropping ever so slightly off the back now. Rio Pocock's about to get another contact warning. It's his third contact warning of the race so far for the number 66. So clearly a bit of frustration that he can't get past the 82. Well, he's finally done it now on this lap. So Rio Pocock up into fourth place then, through on Kieran Ranger, but clearly had to use a bit of contact to make that move stick at some point around the circuit. Either way, Pocock is released, and we're looking to chase down Arthur Kayser now for third place. Elijah Sang has got through on Max Tomsit for sixth place, and he's already putting a bit of fresh air between himself and those two in behind of Max Tomsit and Harry Reid. So great showing here today from Elijah Sang, one of our novices out on track in the Rotax Cadets, and he's doing a mighty fine job out there on the black stuff. So well done to Elijah Sang, getting himself up into sixth place at the moment. Well, a minute and a half left to go on the clock then. Oakley Riggs now leading by over 5 seconds over Junior Wright, as he sets another fastest lap of the race. You're just rubbing it in now, Oakley. You're just rubbing it in. 47.61 for Oakley Riggs as they come across the line to start lap 7. However, Kayser and Pocock closing in on Junior Wright here for second place. They gained about half a second on that last lap around the track. That gap down now to about 1.5 seconds. So it's going to be close here as to whether they do catch up to Junior before they get to the checkered flag. About 40 seconds on the clock. I can see Oakley coming through sector number 3 now. So he will start the penultimate lap this time around. So they're closing in on Junior Wright, but I think Kayser and Pocock, the biggest enemies might be each other, as Pocock is right on the back of Arthur Kayser now as they head through Climber. And it might be their scrapping that actually holds them up enough that the number 11 of Junior Wright is able to keep clear. And the 19 of Kayser knows that he's got Rio right in his wheel tracks. He moves over to defend as they head down into the Haynes loop, and he holds onto it as they head now through Johnny's. But it has really been a textbook race so far from Oakley Riggs. Over the line last time, he had 7.5 seconds gap over the drivers in behind. Bit of a processional race, this one, for Oakley after a good start on the front row of the grid. easily held it around the outside to take the lead, and he leads us on to the final lap of this race. Here come the battle for second, though, and they have closed up to Junior Wright over this last couple of laps. Kaiser and Pocock have picked up the pace. They did nearly identical lap times on the last lap, gained 6/10 on Junior Wright. Let's see how this one closes out over the last lap. Still Wright ahead of Kaiser, ahead of Pocock as they head through Johnny's and down towards Winger's Dip. Will they be in the same order as they head back up towards the bus stop chicane? Will we wait with bated breath to see if that does in fact happen? Here they come then. And no, we've lost one of them for sure. Is it Rio Pocock? He's dropped off the back of them massively. So what's happened there then? Pocock is a few seconds off. Well, here comes the WC plate of Oakley Riggs. He sees the checkered flag and makes it 3 from 3 in Rotax Cadet. Here's the battle for second, though. Down the inside goes to number 11. That's Junior Wright holding on, but back through goes to 19 at the last corner. They're going to be a drag race to the line. Who's going to get it? I don't even know across the line. It's after Kaiser. Gets it by 0.04 of a second on the final lap. Takes away second place from Junior Wright. And Rio Pocock, no, we have fully lost Rio Pocock. I thought he was in that train behind, but he wasn't. So Rio Pocock is out of this race. That must have been down at Winger's Dip then that we lost Rio Pocock. Whether that was an incident or whether that was the kart not wanting to go any further. Sadly for Rio, he's battling well up there in the top 4. He's lost out there at that one. So Kieran Ranger takes 4th place. Elijah Sang takes 5th. Max Thompson in P6, then Harry Reid in P7, Johnny Butterfield P8, and Pocock there not making it to the end in P9. Behind him only Wilfred Tomlinson. Well, that's it for Rotax Cadet in terms of their heats. We'll see them out for their final later on this afternoon. Their bigger brothers and sisters, though, will be heading out onto the circuit in a few moments' time. That is, of course, the Rotax Inters. Onto the track come our Rotax Inters then. Their last heat of the day is about to get underway. And it's Jack Baker who lines up on pole position. We've already seen him take a heat win earlier on today. We're looking to make that a double here in Heat 3. Well, Ethan Coupland lines up alongside him. Oliver Dan and Stanley Keeley in behind. Then Elliot Dimilov, Harrison Lord, Sebastian Mattel, Roger Gokulnath, Alex Gaskin, Harrison Stacey, James Devereaux, Matthew Lilly. Then Finley Ormshaw, Maria, Freya Bond, Lucas Esser, Casper McAllister, Elijah West, Tyler Banks, Marley Fisher, Max Smith, Lucas Gray, Ethan Manzi, Archie Cannon and Ben Hunt. 25 drivers on the grid once again here for Rotax Inters. And this could be an interesting one as they all try and battle over those last places to set themselves up for a positive final later on this afternoon. Are we going to keep it nice and relaxed? No, we're not. We're going to see a chevron flag. That was a huge hit onto the back of the 24 there. Oliver Dan lifted off. The rest of the drivers in behind him did not. And Oliver Dan got a serious wallop. He saw his head fly back. He seems to be all okay. He's carrying on the warm-up lap. Well, maybe the driver in behind might get themselves a nose cone penalty for that one if it was a sizable enough impact. Looks as though we're going to red flag though, sadly here. We've seen the chevron first time of asking, but sadly we're going to go to red flag quickly here at Forest Edge. The drivers are going to pull to a stop around the back end of the circuit. We'll just go to a short break while we work out what is going on here in the Rotax Inters before we get the last of their heats underway. We are back here then at Forest Edge. A bit of an incident there on the warming up laps for Rotax Inter. So they've headed back into the pits after that red flag. We're going to get back underway with the 177 heat number 3. And then afterwards, we'll see those Rotax Inters come back out for their third and final heats of the day. So 177s then. Let's look at the grid for this third heat. Jake Davis and Ollie Bailey line up on the front row with Joshua Gollin, Samuel Wyatt, Harrison Cook, Toby Case, William Davies, Tom Thompson, Rob Simpson and Archie Elliott, your top 10. They're followed by Chris Thomas, Ashton Parsons, Neil Hemming, David Simpson, Sophie Jeffrey, Scott Smith, George Walker, Colin Davis, Luke Oliver, Chris Abraham, Daniel Hammett, Scott Collins, Josh Talbot, Zheng Zong Lim and Stephen Ruddock. 25 drivers supposed to be on the grid for this one. I know we had a couple of off-track excursions in the previous heat, so maybe we might not see a few in this one. Either way, we're underway for 6 minutes plus 1 lap of racing and 2 drivers coming together at the first corner already. That's the 46 and the 22. Josh Talbot and Scott Collins there becoming entangled through the first kink left-hander here under the gantry. Spun each other around, but they both rejoined the action, seemingly all okay. But it's Jake Davis who leads us through this first lap of the race then. Through the bus stop chicane they go. And all just about making it through it unscathed. There's about 4 or 5 of them scrapping for the same position and off. One driver off up at midgets. You just knew that wasn't going to work. There were too many drivers trying to get the same piece of tarmac. Then we got 2 more off down here at Climate. The 77 and the 24 come together. And I cannot tell you who that is. It is definitely the 77 on the Kart. I've just seen him come through. It's Joshua Gollin who's gone off there. Along with, I think it might have been the 24, Rob Simpson then potentially, who was off with him. Still Jake Davis though, leads us through onto lap number 2. And leads us through up into midgets for yet another time. It's Harrison Cook and Samuel Wyatt who are chasing him down. And there's a huge squabble from about, what is that, 8th place backwards. That's headed up by, I think that's Archie Elliott, is it not? No, it's not. Archie Elliott's further forward. It's the 91 of David Simpson who's involved in that one. It headed up by the number 50 of William Davies. But good to see William Davies back out after his incident in the last heat before the lunch break. But a shame we don't have all 25 drivers out there. Only 23 out there on track at the moment. Through the lap they continue to go then. Trying to spot on my sheet who it was involved in the incidents earlier. Anyway, let's look back to the action that's actually going on out on the track at the moment as we carry on through this heat number 3. Leaders closing up to each other for sure as they head on down towards the Haynes Loop. This is super close. Number 2 is going for a move. Again, fighting through the pack is Luke Oliver. We've seen him get a race win, I believe it was, in heat number 1 earlier on. He's carrying on that momentum here into heat number 3, up into the top 10. He sides his way through, past Neil Hemming, I think that was, down into the Haynes Loop to take P9 away from him. Leaders line astern, though. Jake Davis is under pressure. Jake Davis has lost the place as Harrison Cook dives down the inside, up at Midget's corner. And the number 72 goes to the front of the order. Followed now by that 74 of Jake Davis, Samuel Wyatt and Archie Elliott waiting in the wings in behind them. The top 4 line astern as they head on to a new lap of this race. And it's not far back to 2 more drivers, Toby Case and Chris Thomas battling over P5. Then a little bit of a gap back to William Davies and David Simpson battling over 7th place. Yellow flag down at the Haynes Loop as there's the driver rejoining. Who is that rejoining the action? That's the 83 of Neil Hemming. He was in that battle with Luke Oliver, Scott Smith, all around that bottom end of the top 10. But now he's dropped down to the back of the pack after that incident at the first corner. Didn't see how it happened, but either way, an off-track excursion. Archie Elliott has made his way to 2nd place on this lap. What's happened in this leading squabble? The 72 of Harrison Crook has started to clear off. He's got 1.2 seconds in the lead of the race now. Archie Elliott to P2. Samuel Wyatt in 3rd place. Jake Davis and Toby Case battling there over the positions in behind. Jake Davis just about staying ahead in 4th place. Toby Case there in 5th. Chris Thomas on the back of that train in 6th place. Chris Thomas, once again, your leading Masters class driver. He's there P6 overall. The next driver is Colin Davis in 12th place. And there's a move, actually, down the inside. Down the inside goes Chris Thomas, I think that is. Up at the top of the circuit, it is. So Chris Thomas makes the move up into 5th place. Gets it done. Shuffles the 69er Toby Case back behind him. And now Chris's eyes are set on Jake Davis. But both Chris and Jake got a contact warning on the last lap. So maybe they'll be trading a bit of paintwork soon enough. Luke Oliver has got to the front of the train in behind. He's there to P7 now, as he's got a lot of clear air between himself and the drivers up ahead. Archie Elliott, though, after being released out of that squabble for 2nd place, has just set the fastest lap of the race. 41.79 for Archie Elliott, as he's all eyes on the rear axle of Harrison Crook. He's only got just over 1 minute left to go, though, to do something about it. 41.98 for both Harrison Crook and Samuel Wyatt on the last lap. It's only Archie Elliott who sits in between them with the fastest lap of the race. On to lap number 8 they go then. Yet another fastest lap of the race from Archie Elliott. He is flying out there around Forest Edge. He knows the track like the back of his hand. Of course, he was the champion in 177s in 2024. And he's showing the other drivers how it's done out there on the black stuff today. Less than a minute left to go now then. Good to see scraps all up and down the order. The 44 and the 22 going at it. That's Stephen Ruddock and Scott Collins. And Josh Talbot only just in behind them. Looks like we lost Rob Simpson on the last lap. Something's happened to the number 24. He has not come across the timing line. And Rob Simpson drops down the order. So Sophie Jeffrey and George Walker getting a contact warning on that last lap. What is the leading gap now? It was 0.8 of a second. It's only 0.7 of a second now. Another fastest lap of the race from Archie Elliott. But Harrison Crook is dealing with the pressure well. Setting personal bests out there on track. And keeping a good buffer between himself and the number 54. But now it's Luke Oliver in that clear air in P7, who is now taking the fastest lap of 41.64. Impressive pace from Luke Oliver on the number 2, and he is scrapping his way through the pack very nicely. Looking to get up a few more places as they go towards the final lap. Timer has hit 0 then. It's going to be Harrison Crook who comes round Tollies to start the last 1.1 kilometres of this race. Crook ahead of Elliott, ahead of Wyatt, ahead of Thomas. That's your top 4. And then we've got our first proper squabble headed up by Jake Davis. Davis, Case and Oliver now joins the fray in that battle as well. Through the final lap they go. That's one to watch as we head round the last 1,100 metres of this one. But I think they're likely going to stay as they were. Gaps remaining pretty similar between the top 3. And make that the top 4, to be fair. It was actually slightly fast on the last lap from Chris Thomas. He's had a great few races. There's Luke Oliver going for it. Too late to the inside, though. Door is closed by Toby Case. Here comes your leader, though, round the final corner. Harrison Crook takes the win in the 177 heat number 3, ahead of Archie Elliott and Samuel Wyatt. Your top 3 in that one. Chris Thomas there, your top-rated Masters driver, in 4th place, ahead of Jake Davis, Toby Case, Luke Oliver there with the fastest lap. David Simpson, Scott Smith and George Walker with the top 10. Behind them, William Davies, Colin Davis, Daniel Hammett, Joshua Gollin. Already losing my voice, I'm not even at the finals yet. Then Tom Thompson, Sophie Jeffrey, Chris Abraham, then Neil Hemming, Scott Collins, Stephen Ruddock and Josh Talbot just about to come across the line there in 21st. Sadly, it looks as though we lost the 35 of Aston Parsons and the 24 of Rob Simpson there in the last few laps of that race. Well, 177s will be out for their final later on this afternoon. I do believe we're going to go for an attempt at the rerun then of heat number 3 in Rotax Inter. There's definitely some smaller drivers getting ready, and out of that we've got Rotax Inter and the Superkarts. It's definitely not the Superkarts, so I think we're safe to say Rotax Inter heat number 3 is coming out on circuit next. So, the Rotax Inters grace us with their presence yet again as my very smart sun visor falls down from the window. I have to fix that before the race gets underway. But Rotax Inters are back out yet again for heat number 3. Of course, they tried this once already. We had a bit of an incident on the rolling up lap that caused the red flag. They all went back into the pits. A bit of time to breathe and reset themselves. And here we go yet again for their last heat of the day. It's going to be Jack Baker on the front row alongside Ethan Coupland. Then Oliver Dan and Stanley Kearley on the second row, followed by Elliot Dimolov and Harrison Lord. Then it's Sebastian Mattel, Roger Guckelnaff, Alex Gaskin, Harrison Stacey, James Devereaux, Matthew Lilly, Finley Ormshaw, Maria and Freya Bond there. Then Lucas Esser, Casper McAllister, Elijah West. Then Tyler Banks, Marley Fisher, Lucas Gray, Ethan Manzi, Archie Cannon, Max Smith and Ben Hunt. Your 25 karts taken to the grid for this Rotax Inter heat number 3. Now, Rotax Inter have had plenty of chances here on the race starts across a lot of the heats today. Hopefully, dare I say it, first time of asking on this race start. Let's wait and see. They're about to come around the final corner. They're remaining relatively relaxed here as they come around the final corner. Could this be it? Red lights are on, they're off, and we're underway and racing for the first time here in Rotax Inter. We got a big off in the middle. One driver taking to the grass in avoidance and nearly gets airborne there. It was the 55 who spun initially. That was Lucas Esser, who had a bit of a rotation. I can't quite see who the driver was that went off in avoidance. It looks to be maybe the 51, was that, of Casper McAllister? I think it is the 51 of Casper McAllister, I'll tell you for sure, as he comes by comms box. So it might have been the 61, actually, sorry, of Max Smith. It was the 61 of Max Smith, who took to the air in avoidance. Ryanair, eat your heart out. But he rejoins the track and rejoins the action right at the back of the pack, sadly for him. But what a start it's been for Jack Baker at the front of the order. Already with a sizable lead. Moved for 4th place in behind, though. Moved down the inside for the 46 of James Devereaux. He gets it done there at the final corner. Devereaux's through on Dimolov. Devereaux's up 6 places on this first lap. What a first lap from James Devereaux. Great start to this one for James as he's cutting through the order already. But look at that difference in pace. 45.1 on the first lap for Jack Baker. All the rest of the drivers, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Baker is leading this one for the front with a commanding lead. Move for 2nd place, so here comes Oliver Dan down the inside up at midgets, and Dan is through into 2nd place. Coupland relegated to 3rd then up at midgets. They now head down towards Climber. I think those are 2 Coles Racing teammates that were going at it there. Well, at least if they're trading paint, they're going to be trading the same paint, so at least it'll look the same after it. Nonetheless, that was a nice committed and clean move, I think, from Devereaux to get that one done up into P2. I tell a lie, sorry. It wasn't Oliver Dan. He fell down earlier on in that lap to P7. It was James Devereaux getting through on Ethan Coupland. So Devereaux started P11 on this grid. He's up 10 spots now to 2nd place. And now, just looking ahead to the leader. But the leader is slightly far away, shall we say. Understatement of the century. 3.5 seconds in the lead now is Jack Baker. Still 4 minutes left to go in this race. They are still scrapping over 3rd and 4th place, though. Through has gone the 23 of Alex Gaskin who's made it through. Great moves from Alex Gaskin. It's the 43 of Ethan Coupland, who's now in 4th behind him. Stanley Kearley there in 5th. So we've got quite a few of the younger sort of Honda Cadet drivers from last year all taking into Rotax Inter and all battling up near the sharp end, which is fantastic to see. So we got Baker from Devereaux, from Gaskin, then Coupland, Kearley, Dimolov, Dan, Stacey, Lilly, Fisher. That's your top 10 as we head through onto lap number 4 of this race. Really close in that gaggle from pretty much 4th place downwards. Move for 5th, though. Is that Dimolov going for it on Kearley, potentially? They go side by side up through midgets. I think that was Kearley shuffled to the grass on the outside line. Another driver slips on by. Double check, it was the 43. Sorry, no, it was Ethan Coupland who was shuffled out wide. Kearley's still there as he goes a bit off track there at the final corner. He's still there in 4th place. Alex Gaskin in 3rd. Dimolov now in 5th. Marley Fisher up 4 places on that last lap. Wow. Impressive stuff from Marley Fisher on that last lap. Coupland relegated to 7th. Oliver Dan now down to 8th place. But Marley Fisher up into 6th and right in the centre of that squabble in and amongst the top 10. Through sector 3 they come then. New lap started for Jack Baker with just over 2 minutes left to go. 5-second gap he has at the front of the field. He's managing that pace super nicely at the front of the order. Move down into the Haynes loop though. That's in the sort of middle section of the top 10. That was the 99 of Elijah West getting a move done though. So that was through on Ethan Coupland up to 7th place for Elijah West. Coupland slipping a little bit further down the order. Dan and Matthew Lilly had a poor lap on the last lap as well. Both down 3 places to 11th and 12th respectively. Up went Elijah West to 8th and now I believe 7th. Casper McAllister following through into the top 10 as well. Tyler Banks there on 10th place. Yet another lap started then for Jack Baker. 1.5 minutes still on the clock. So I think 3 more laps likely of this one. Bit of a slidey moment there at the final corner for Alex Gaskin. He's under pressure here as they head through onto a new lap. He's got Stanley Kearley, Marley Fisher right in his wheel tracks. Elijah West not far off either. West now up to 6th. McAllister now up to 7th. Tyler Banks now up to 8th. Dimilov down to 9th. And Coupland down to 10th. So a few drivers just getting eaten up by the pack a little bit there as they slip down the order. Through goes Jack Baker yet again. 43.9, still the only driver. Actually, tell a lie, James Devereaux is down into the 43s, but only just. Look at this squabble across the line though. Elijah West trying the up and under. He forces the door open down into the Haynes loop and up and under for the drivers in behind though. It's so close as they come through into Johnny's. They're trying to go 2 by 2 as they head through to the exit. They just about managed to make it work. Stanley Kearley flirts with the grass on the exit there, but just about keeps the kart facing in the right direction as they carry on down towards Winger's Dip. This battle from 3rd place backwards has really kicked off as Baker and Devereaux are off in their own race at the front in the top 2. 3rd and 4th, the line of stern between Fisher and Gaskin, but it's in behind now. West, Kearley, McAllister, Banks, all battling over the same real estate out there on the tarmac. Round the final corner they come then. Timer has hit 0, but Jack Baker's already come through. So this is the penultimate lap of this race then. And Elijah West, he's all over the rear axle of the driver ahead. Oh, hold on a second, was that a re-overtake from the 81? No, it is Marley Fisher. Marley Fisher has been closed down on that last lap then by Elijah West, and that is the battle for 3rd place. Casper McAllister trying to get involved as well. It's another 2 places gained on the last lap for McAllister. Gaskin losing out though, he's down to P6. Tyler Banks gets 2 on Stanley Kearley as well. He's down to P8 on that penultimate lap of the race, as now Jack Baker leads us on to the final lap of the race. Here come the drivers though in that battle for 3rd place into the final corner. That's a big wallop there from Elijah West. I mean, if that's not a bump and run, I don't know what is there from Elijah West. A little bit too late in the braking there into the final corner. Huge whack onto the rear end of Marley Fisher. And through goes West into 3rd place. And that's actually going to mean that Fisher falls into the clutches here on McAllister and Banks as they head through into the final lap of this one. Gaskin still trying to hold on to 7th ahead of Stanley Kearley and Elliot Dimilov. Matthew Lilly close enough to that battle as well to get involved here through the last 1,100 metres of this circuit and of this Heat 3 in Rotax Centre. But Heat 3 of Rotax Centre is going to be won by Jack Baker. Great win yet again from Jack Baker in number 17. I think it's safe to say he's likely to take pole in the final. James Devereaux comes across the line in 2nd place. It's a huge battle in behind as it's a run to the line between the 81 and the 39, but Tyler Banks grabs it on the line. Elijah West gets the fastest lap of the race on the last lap. There's a few drivers here where they've been in different areas of the circuit during these races, but when the final comes, they're all going to be up near the sharp end. It's going to make for some amazing racing. Elijah West, fastest lap there on the last lap, takes home P3. Casper McAllister and Tyler Banks for your top 5. Marley Fisher there, 3rd place on the last lap, drops down to P6, courtesy of that wallop from Elijah West. Gaskin just behind in 7th place, followed by Kearley, Lilly and Hunt. Then it was Elliot Dimilov, Freya Bond, Ethan Coupland, Harrison Stacey, Roger Gokulnath, Oliver Dan, Sebastian Mattel, Lucas Esser, Finley Ormshaw, then Archie Cannon, Ethan Manzi, Harrison Lord, Lucas Gray, Maria and Max Smith. All 25 drivers who started that race made it to the finish. Took a few times of asking, but we finally got Rotax Centre Heat number 3 done and dusted. And ladies and gentlemen, there is only one more heat left to go before we get into the finals. Up next is the Superkarts. Superkarts head out on circuit then for their last heat of today's running. Of course, we've had some interesting occurrences today in the Superkarts. We'll leave it at that. You can scroll back to watch heat number 1 if you want to on the live stream. Heat 2 went a little bit more to plan earlier, so we'll be hoping for more of that here in heat number 3. Let's run you through the grid though. Daniel Buckland and Fraser Everett are on the front row, with Mark Smith and Matthew Duncan on row number 2. Ross Cornick and Reece Buckland are on row 3, with Callum Smith, Matt Ulnut and Adrian Day rounding out the 9-kart grid. So this is Matt Ulnut's start from the back of the grid in this one on the E-plate. He's won both heats so far, heat 1 and heat 2, both going the way of Matt Ulnut. But can the E-plate do it again from the back row of the grid in this one? Well, we've not got long to wait and see. The drivers are heading around the final couple of corners, the final corners of their warm-up lap as they go through the cut-through and onto the grid. I can see as well, quite a few of these drivers have clear visors on, and the sun is streaming through, so particularly down into the Haynes Loop, these drivers are going to be absolutely blinded if they've got clear visors on. You can see the number 73 of Matthew Duncan has a tinted visor on at the moment, so that's really going to help him through this part of the race. When you're racing like late-ish on in the day here, as you go through the last heats and into the finals, you really need that tinted visor on to keep the sun out of your eyes, as it dips down low in the skyline. Looks as though we got one driver out already though, doesn't join the back of the grid. The red lights go on. It's a jump start for the 73. We do finally get it underway, but 73 likely going to get a penalty for that one. Matthew Duncan having a bit of a jump start, and we've already got a spinner down into the Haynes Loop. That's the number 42 of Daniel Buckland. Was that our pole sitter on the grid? It was Daniel Buckland, our pole sitter, already going for a rotation out, well, not even of the first corner before he even made it down to the Haynes Loop. Ah, there we go. The 14 has got it going then. Ross Cornick gets it started a little bit late. A little bit late to the party, but he got the engine restarted nonetheless, and he's back into the race. The drivers battling up into midgets as, of course, they fly at top speed up into that corner. Late dive to the inside. Great move for the lead. That was down at Climate. Through goes the 17. The 73 follows through, but look, already the E-plate is up to 3rd place. Opportunistic through on the number 55. Fraser Everett loses 4 places there. He gained 2 off the start to take the lead. Buckland, Duncan and Ulnut all go through there at the final corner. And now the E-plate of Matt Ulnut closing in on Duncan and Buckland to try and take the lead of the race early on in this one. Of course, all of the Superkart heats, only 5 minutes plus 1 lap. As close to the 6 minute plus 1 lap that we've seen throughout today. Oh, that's a late move up at midgets. That is late on the brakes. In the move for 4th place, that's Callum Smith down the inside of Fraser Everett. And Fraser Everett loses out again there, down at Climate to the 96 of Mark Smith. Sorry, the previous move was at midgets. I'm getting myself all confused. But 2 moves, 1 up at midgets, 1 up at Climate for the 2 Smiths as they head on through past Fraser Everett. And Reece Buckland sets the fastest lap of the race. So Matt Ulnut has got through on Matthew Duncan. Now has his sights set on Reece Buckland, but Buckland ever so slightly faster on the last lap. Only 500ths of a second. Look at them go. No, Ulnut's going to go for it. Late down the inside, up at midget's corner, and he gets it done under brakes. He's got so much confidence in that kart as Matt Ulnut, and he makes it look easy as, oh, big slide there. The 70 of Reece Buckland trying to reapply some pressure there through Climate, ends up applying the pressure to himself and nearly sends it off into the green stuff. Luckily, holds onto the slide, kicks that throttle back in and carries on there in 2nd place. Battle for 3rd though, carrying on now. The 73 of Matthew Duncan leads Callum Smith and Mark Smith as the 2 Smiths start to put on the pressure there for the last of the podium places here in the heat. We're already closing on through halfway distance here in heat number 3 of the Superkarts. And they are still scrapping there over 3rd place. It is still Duncan ahead of the 2 Smiths, but the 2 Smiths are going side by side into midget's corner. They still are as they were as they come across the start-finish line to start another lap of this race. Through goes the leader. Look at how the gap Matt Ulnut has already. We saw they were on similar pace, only a few laps ago. Ulnut's already got a second quicker. Buckland set his personal best on the last lap of 38.6. Matt Ulnut, 37.3 that he's done on the last two occasions. What's it going to be this time across the line? Another 37.3. This time, ever so slightly faster. A 37.35. As that is the 73. With quite a bit of smoke coming out the back of that kart. We saw that already in a heat earlier on today, a bit of smoke coming out of a different kart that made some slippery surface flags have to come out onto the circuit. We'll see if that happens again. But it's looking all fine for the moment anyway, and Duncan is keeping himself ahead of Callum Smith and Mark Smith for the moment. Callum and Mark absolutely nose to tail as they head up there through into midget, and no move opportunity available then for Mark Smith. 1 minute left to go as Matt Ulnut crosses the line. This will be the third final lap, I believe, if my maths is correct. 37-second lap times Matt Ulnut doing at the moment. Right. 4 seconds, over 4 seconds now. Matt's lead over Reese in the top two. Good squabble going on here as well, the 42 and the 14. Daniel Buckland and Ross Cornick battling over 8th place. They're absolutely nose to tail. On the last lap, they set nearly identical times around the circuit. Adrian Day, our novice, our only novice here in the Superkarts, just ahead of them as well in 7th place. He's having a good race there in 7th, but he is getting closed down here by Buckland and Cornick, as Ulnut has led us on to the penultimate lap of this race, I do believe. Oh, attempted a move there. That's the 77 of Callum Smith, battling in with Mark Smith. Really piling on the pressure there as they head on through. But Matthew Duncan just about able to stay ahead. Here is Daniel Buckland and Ross Cornick. They've closed up to the back of the novice of Adrian Day. Will they be able to find a way through though? Timer has hit 0. Last lap board is seen by the E-plate of Matt Ulnut. Still smoking loads, the number 73 is Matthew Duncan. Has always had an issue. No, he's just gone wide, I think. Wide moment there for the 77 of Callum Smith down at Haynes Loop, and Mark Smith slips on by. Looks as though they've changed places in behind as well. Yeah, Ross Cornick is through on Daniel Buckland and Adrian Day. So Day slips back down to 9th place. Cornick's up to 7th. Buckland up to 8th. But here comes your race winner yet again. The E-plate of Matt Ulnut takes another victory here in the Superkarts at Forest Edge Kart Club, round number 1 for 2025. There's Reese Buckland across the line in 2nd place. A battle to the line, and they get it at the line. Mark Smith is happy about that one. He gets past Callum Smith at the start of the last lap, and then sneaks past Matthew Duncan on the final part of the last lap. Great race through there for Mark Smith. Callum Smith finished behind him in 4th as he sneaks past Matthew Duncan as well, who has to settle for 5th place. They're gutting for Matthew to lose out on that 3rd place on the last lap, but all still to play for in the final later on. Fraser Everett, Ross Cornick, Daniel Buckland and Adrian Day come across the line, with all of them seeing the checkered flag there, and that is it for the heats here at round 1 of the Forest Edge Kart Club in 2025. Well then, we don't have any time to breathe, we don't have any time to relax here before we get into the finals. First up, we've got 2 B finals coming your way. They'll be the same length as the heats that we've had earlier on, and that'll decide who goes through to the A finals later on in junior and senior Rotax, and then we'll get into what I believe to be the 11-minute plus 1 lap finals for every single class out there on circuit. So first up then is one of our B finals, and it's junior Rotax out next. Right then, let's kick off the finals here for the first round of the season in 2025 down at Forest Edge. The B final is up next. And of course, this is the junior Rotax B final. I nearly read you the senior grid. Thank goodness I noticed that one. Right then, Aidan Clark lines up on the front row alongside Daniel Wisniauskas. Harvey Lee Winteridge and Sam Mott are in behind with Rufus Holmes, Jaden Shearing, Kai Pepperell, Ethan Hunt, Noah Moulton and Karthik Kometi are top 10. Then it's Zach Ormshaw, Lucas Reeves, Trevelyan Sansom, then Nicolas Gorzalidis, Matthew Liddell, Alfie Clark, Joshua Jestin, Tyler Rackham, Ethan Hatch, Ison Theodore, Cruz Stasham, then Theo Jones, Ethan Barrow, Matthew Whitmars, Alexander Stefanoff and Archie Ray Watson. I've just about got the grid through. Let's not go to a Shefflin flag, boys and girls. No, we get it underway and racing. The B final is off and the leader's off. The leader's on the grass. Is he going to get it stopped for the Haynes Loop? Just about. That was a scrappy one as one driver goes up and over another one. We got two in the wall down at Haynes Loop. And that's pretty much B final lap for all of them. One driver takes out all the barriers there at the dummy grid. Managing to rejoin though. A less than ideal lap. Start of the lap for a few of them anyway. That was the 24, Matthew Whitmarsh, off into the barrier on the outside of the circuit. We have indeed got the race underway then. Now what you've got to be watching here for, well, there's a move for second place though, up at midget. Move is done up at the top end of the circuit. Trying to fight back through though. Door is closed. That was a move for the number 11 of Harvey Lee Winteridge. He gets himself home to P2. Late move to the inside there for third place. They're side by side across the line. The 27 chops across the 96. And Daniel Wisniauskas takes third place away from Rufus Holmes. Now the big thing to worry about, of course, you want to win the B final, but you need to be in the top 4. Only the top 4 will be getting through to the A final later on today. So that is the cut-off point that you want to watch. Rufus Holmes currently in 4th place. Sam Mott currently out in 5th. And that is where the battle is residing as well. From 3rd place backwards is the battle. We've got 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th all in a line. 2 of those will be making it through. The rest of the 4 will be out, and it'll be end of the day's racing for them if they can't get up to the sharp end in the next 4 minutes of racing. Late move to the inside. That's 4th place stolen away by the number 38 of Sam Mott. So Rufus Holmes got back through. Wisniauskas shuffled back down to P5. And it's an off-track excursion for Ethan Hunt at some point on this last lap. Haven't seen Ethan Hunt come. Oh, there he is around the final corner. He's dropped 15 places, sadly, for Ethan. So something's gone wrong there on that last lap for him. Through continue the drivers up to Midget's Loop though. The top 4 trying to break away. There's a move for 5th though. Was that a bit of contact between the 2 of them? They're still side by side on the exit. Move for 5th made though by Kai Pepperell. Kai is up into P5 then on the number 37. Relegates the 27 down to P6, and Kai now in the driver's seat to get into the top 4. Move for 3rd place. Very late to the inside. They're going to hold each other up. Kai Pepperell's going to go up and under. He takes one of them, not quite the other, but Kai Pepperell finds himself up in the top 4. It was Sam Mott going for a move on Rufus Holmes. Sam set the fastest lap on the last lap of the race, but it was a little bit too late. A little bit too much of a dive there. Held each other both up. They just about gave each other enough room where they didn't have an incident. But it meant that Rufus Holmes lost out from that one. They're still battling over, well, 5th place, and there's a contact. There's contact for 3rd. Almost going off the track. One driver hung out to dry, and the rest of the pack fly on by. Who was that? It was the 38 of Sam Mott, who's had a bit of contact, gone wide there, and now is right in and amongst the squabble here in the middle section of the top 10. So Pepperell's in 3rd, Holmes in 4th at the moment. 37 of Pepperell trying to clear off from this group, and now it's Rufus Holmes left as the lone soldier trying to hold on to his place in the A final. That's all 3 drivers off into the barrier here at Johnny's. I heard a big wallop there into the barriers. Hopefully all okay. Yellow flag still out there as a couple of them start to rejoin the pack. We've gone red flag. We've gone red flag here in the Junior Rotax final. That was a big wallop I heard outside the comms box. We've gone to a red flag. Drivers being told to slow down as they come across the line. Of course, they're all amped up in their fight to try and get into the A final, but that B final is going to come to a close early, and given that there's only a minute and 50 to go, the result could potentially be called there, which would be gutting for anyone 5th place backwards. But I'll let you know for sure when I can come back to you with some more information. All I know at the moment, we've got a red flag here in the Junior Rotax B final due to an incident down at Johnny's. Ambulance is on circuit, hopefully all okay, but I'll let you know information as soon as I can. We'll be back in a few moments time. Out onto the circuit then come our senior Rotax drivers, so I can confirm the race was called at the end there with the red flag. Drivers all taken off of the circuit. I think the ambulance crew's tending to one of them, so hopefully that driver all okay. But I can confirm through to the A final, barring any post-race penalties, were Aidan Clark, Harvey Lee Winteridge, Kai Pepperell and Rufus Holmes in the juniors, so we'll see them back out again for their A final later on. Here's the senior Rotax B final though. Here's your grid. Oliver Johnson, Jamie Burt on the front row. Then it's Paolo Nunes-Aranda, Ryan Sayers, Brody Skinner, Luke Evans, Ben Hicks, Henry Swanson, Aidan Blair, Emily Davidson, Bobby Rozier, Damie Green, Erin Meddy, Toby Street, Callum Brockhurst, Taylor England, Kaias Sangmanta and James Bailey Sartin. 18 drivers taking to the grid in this one. A few less than what we had in the junior Rotax B final, but I'm sure it's not going to be any less scrappy as the drivers all try to get into the top 4 and try to make their way through to the A final later on this afternoon. Right then, 2x2 formation, keeping it relaxed at the start. Red lights don't go, or they do go out. They do go out. It was late though, and round goes the driver in the mid-pack already. We do get the race started. First time of asking though, that was the 21 of Aidan Blair, who spins out from 9th place on the grid. So Aidan Blair already down the back of the pack. That's realistically B final over for Aidan then. Oliver Johnson and Jamie Burr led us off of the start. We'll wait and see though as they come round sector number 3 who is still in the lead of this race. Top 5 all line astern, then a very short gap back to the following 3. That rounds out your top 8 as they head through down into Clymer. Number 27 of Oliver Johnson still in the lead then after this first lap, but they're all closing up here as we go on to lap number 2. Big defensive move for the lead as well. That is great for Oliver Johnson, but awful for any of the drivers following in behind, because it's going to allow the rest of the pack to stay close in behind and allow for them all to continue to scrap over this top 4. Contact warning for Jamie Burt there as they headed through the Haynes Loop. Piling on the pressure. Clearly a bit too much on Oliver Johnson there as he gets a contact warning. Johnson's still in the lead though as they head through to the exit of the bus stop chicane. Not a great exit for Jamie Burt. He's going to be under pressure, but he holds that inside line through up into midgets. Top 4 still as they were. So as it stands, Johnson, Burt, Nunes-Aranda and Skinner are going through to the A final. It's been a good start of the race for Brody Skinner. I was expecting him to be coming up through and cutting through the order. We saw him get some good results earlier on. But luck not going his way today for Brody. He'll be hoping for a bit more luck here in the B final. Currently, he's in the zone to jump through into the A final. It's the fastest lap of the race for Erin Meddy down in 10th place. Contact warning comes through for Bobby Rozier, another name I wouldn't expect to see down here in the B final. He's currently there in 7th place and the leader's gone wide. The leader's gone wide. He's dropping down to 3rd place. Through goes Jamie Burt and Paolo Nunes-Aranda. He just touched the grass on the outside there of the bus stop chicane. The car got all loose underneath him. He managed to catch it, but only down in 3rd place. Move for 5th in behind though. Up and under goes the 49. Bobby Rozier through into 5th place. He's got past Ryan Sayers and Ben Hicks on that last lap. Brody Skinner just about fending him off though in P4. We've got Johnson, Skinner, Rozier, Sayers, Hicks all in a queue. Basically the entire field all still in a queue. There's only 3 seconds separating the top 12 at the moment still. And we've only got 15 drivers in this entire race. Top 2 then. Jamie Burt and Paolo Nunes-Aranda, they've been given the green light to try and scamper off at the front, and that's exactly what they're wanting to do as they all continue to squabble over 3rd place. It was an attempt to the move to the inside from Brody Skinner. It didn't work out, and now he's falling into the clutch of the driver behind. Bobby Rozier with a bit of a punt there into the final corner, but Brody Skinner holds onto it and stays in 4th as they go on to the next lap. Skinner holds the inside line down into the Haynes Loop. They're all scrapping in behind in their contact. Round go 2 drivers down on the exit of the Haynes Loop. And I think that might have broken something on the 99. Luke Evans is off of the road and I think out of this race. And so is the driver that he made contact with. That's potentially Ben Hicks, maybe Henry Swanson, maybe Ryan Sayers. We'll let you know when they come through to end this lap. But either way, that driver also pulling off to the edge of the circuit and out of this race. Yellow flags now through the first sector. So big overtaking opportunities nullified then as we head through onto the last few laps of this race. Still a minute and a half left to go. And still Brody Skinner under a lot of pressure here from Bobby Rozier. But now it's just going to be a straight fight. Bobby Rozier goes for it. Down into the Haynes Loop. He's got the up and under. And Bobby Rozier sends himself through into the A final provisionally. Brody Skinner still right there in the wheel tracks in behind in that battle for the final position in the A final. Fastest lap has gone the way on the last lap of Jamie Burt. He's doing a great job out there leading us through this race. Paulo Nunes-Aranda dealing with the pressure well in second place as well. He's had a good race in this one as Paulo. And look at this, third, fourth and fifth, line astern as we head round the lap. Bobby Roger's got through now on Oliver Johnson, so Roger's up to third. Now it's a scrap between Johnson and the 85 of Brody Skinner. Skinner's down the inside, so late on the brakes. They just about don't make contact at Haynes Loop. Round the outside, scything back through is Oliver Johnson. So realistically now, for the last sort of 30-40 seconds of this race, we are all eyes on Johnson versus Skinner for fourth place. Bobby Roger is putting a bit of clear air between himself and those two. Here's the move up at midgets. Down the inside goes Brody Skinner. And Brody Skinner provisionally sends himself back into the A final. But surely there's going to be a re-overtake attempt at least from Oliver Johnson soon enough. Or that's going to mean the A final is gone out of his grasp. Onto the penultimate lap they go then. Jamie Burt leads us onto it. There's still battles going on behind though, which is lovely to see. Aaron Meddy and Toby Street having a ding-dong battle there through the first couple of corners. Meddy still ahead of Street though as they go through to the exit. Not too long left in this race though. Fastest lap goes the way of Bobby Roger. We knew he was going to be quick in this one. 40.24. He's just on a 40.29 on the last lap as well. No one else able to get close. No one else able to get under a 40.5 really, apart from Jamie Burt. Well, last lap board is about to go out then for the leaders. Jamie Burt leads us onto it, ahead of Paulo Nunes-Aranda, Bobby Roger and Brody Skinner. They are your top four, currently going through to the A final. As someone's just pulled into the pits. That was Oliver Johnson. Oliver Johnson pulls into the pits on the last lap of the race. He was the closest challenger to Brody Skinner, but that is going to be no more. Oliver Johnson on the number 27 out of this race on the final lap. And this should be a smooth cruise home for our top four. Well, I'm saying that. Bobby Roger's all over the back of Paulo Nunes-Aranda. Guys, you do not need to fight this. This is the difference between one position on the grid for the next race. Well, round the final corner comes Jamie Burt. He wins the race on the road. It's going to be a great exit for the final corner. Up and under from Bobby Roger. Sees him take second place away from Paulo Nunes-Aranda. Gains himself one place on the starting grid for the A final. And Brody Skinner, the last of the four drivers to go through to the A final. Jamie Burt, Bobby Roger, Paulo Nunes-Aranda and Brody Skinner will go through to the A final later on today. Provisionally, of course, don't forget there could be post-race penalties, which I don't know about just yet. But provisionally, those are your four going through. Sadly, we're going to say goodbye to Toby Street, Aaron Meddy, Ryan Sayers, Callum Brockhurst, Taylor England, Henry Swanson, Emily Davidson, Aidan Blair, Oliver Johnson, Luke Evans and Ben Hicks. All those senior drivers going home for a bit of an early bath this evening as they don't make it through to the A final, sadly for them. But that is now both B finals done and dusted here at the Forest Edge Kart Club, round one of 2025. And that only means we've got our first full final coming up, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Honda Cadets out on circuit next. The first of the finals is about to get underway then, ladies and gentlemen. The Honda Cadets emerging from the dummy grid. And let's get this one underway. Eddie Duncan lines up on pole position for this one. He's been perfect throughout today. 3 wins from 3. And he's looking to make it 4 from 4 here in the final. However, plenty of drivers looking to try and stop him. Oliver Ratton's alongside him on the grid, with Harvey Ball and Oliver Spence on the second row. Daniel Barton and Alex Rocha on the third row, with Oakley Poulter and Kobe Wood on row 4. Logan Hart and Max Craven round out the top 10 on row 5, with Charlie Dickinson, Jack Gillay, then Callum Williams, Max Saunders and Ilian Bellick there, rounding out the 15 karts on the grid. Well, just so you know, as we head into all of the finals, because of all the red flags and issues that we've had here today at the Forest Edge Kart Club, we will be shortening the finals to 8 minutes plus 1 lap. So it's still a little bit longer than the heats that we've seen earlier on today, but a relatively short and sharp final. And it means you can't really settle into a rhythm and try and just rely on pace alone to either eke out a lead or close in on the drivers ahead of you, it's going to get scrappy in these shortened finals. Only 8 minutes to get things done and dusted and to sort out who goes home with a bit of silverware once the racing is all said and done. Well, here they come then, Honda Cadets round and through the cut through. Eddie Duncan takes his rightful place on the front row of the grid. And there is Oliver Ratton alongside him. He's been feisty throughout today. We're going to see a similar issue, though, like we saw in the Superkarts earlier on. A few drivers with non-tinted visors, with clear visors. I can see the 45 and the 90. Harvey Bull and Oliver Spence, both with clear visors. They're going to struggle a little bit with the low light now. As you can see already, the 45 covering his eyes on the grid. Harvey Bull might struggle to even see the lights here to get the race underway. But look at Oliver Spence. He's just throwing up hand gestures. He's smiling, giving thumbs up to the drivers around him. That's so lovely to see Oliver Spence just thoroughly enjoying himself out there on circuit, ready to battle with his fellow drivers in the Honda Cadet category. Well, here we go then. Eyes on the lights. Get ready for racing to get underway. The lights go out and we do get the racing underway. It's a good start from the second row of the grid for Oliver Spence. He cuts through immediately. I think he might even get to second place here. He'll be hung out to dry on the outside though. He'll slot into third place behind his fellow Oliver Ratton. But what a jump immediately for Eddie Duncan. We thought he could be pretty formidable here starting on pole position, and he seems to have proved that early on in this one as he already sides through into the lead and starts to put a gap between himself and the rest of the drivers at the sharp end of the order. So it's Duncan ahead of Ratton at the moment, Spence in behind, and I think it's then Harvey Bull who's with them in that scrap over the top four. Through midgets they come, down in towards Climate for the first time in this race. A little bit of a wide moment there, I will say, for Eddie Duncan. He hasn't lost too much time, though, because of that one. He holds on to it through the final corner. Up and under goes Oliver Spence on Oliver Ratton, though. Great opportunistic move from Oliver Spence. And through he goes into second place. I say that, though, immediately up and under down at the Haynes Loop. Oliver Ratton has taken it straight back for himself. The Olivers continue to swap places. We saw that in the heats earlier on today, and they're doing it again in the final. Ratton back through on Spence, retakes second place. Harvey Bull still in the wheel tracks of those two. And who's that coming to join the party? Is that Alex Roach, who's rejoined the train now from second backwards? I will say, Eddie Duncan's not clearing off at the pace I maybe thought he would do in this race. He's still within touching distance. He's got a bit of breathing room, but he's still within touching distance of the drivers in the top five. It's the 36, it is of Alex Roach, who's joined the back of this train. Oliver Roach now trying to put the pressure on to Harvey Bull. Now, who's that in no man's land? It's Oakley Poulter in a bit of no man's land there in sixth place on his own. Then we got a three-way battle. Max Craven, Kobe Wood and Logan Hart battling over seventh place as they head through Johnny's now. But it was a new fastest lap of the race from Alex Roach on the last lap. This is fantastic to see the drivers trading times and no driver particularly faster than any others in this final. As off we go, still 6.5 minutes left to go. Still Duncan leading Ratton, Spence, Bull and Roach in your top five group. And they have closed back in to Eddie Duncan. I did not think I'd be saying that at the start of this race. But Ratton is right on the back of Eddie Duncan now. And Duncan is starting to feel the pressure. And Oakley Poulter in behind will be hoping these guys all begin to scrap here and Oakley can try and close back in to this leading squabble. And it is those top five all in the 47s. The rest of the drivers in 48s, 49s and 50s in terms of their lap times. New fastest lap on the last lap though went the way of Oliver Ratton. Key point though, Ratton, Spence, Bull and Roach were all faster than Eddie Duncan on the last lap. As oh no, who've we lost? Oh, we've lost Kobe Wood. Kobe Wood is out of his car. Not in a bad way, don't worry. He's only got up and out of the car. He's not been flown from it, don't worry. But his car has given up the ghost up at midgets and Kobe Wood is out of the race here on lap number 3. They head through then onto a new lap of this race. Top 5 still line astern as they were. Drivers in behind, still that little bit faster than Eddie Duncan. Ratton has got a good exit as they head down towards Winger's Dip. I don't think the move's going to happen this time, but the battle is on here at the front of the Honda Cadets. Eddie Duncan was scything through the pack earlier. I thought he was he was definitely the bookie's choice to take the win here in the Honda Cadet Final, but it might not quite happen that way. Duncan has pressure, serious pressure going up into Midgets. He holds that inside line as they head through the right-hander. They're heading down now into Climber. The two Olivers piling on the pressure in behind here for the lead of this race. Through into Tollies they go then. And Harvey Ball now getting involved as well, trying to put a bit of pressure on to Oliver Spence. When will they decide to go for it now? We're halfway through this Honda Cadet Final. And it's Alex Roach at the back of the train that now takes the fastest lap. Eddie Duncan's picked up the pace as he's feeding the pressure. He can feel Oliver Ratton breathing down the back of his neck as they head through up towards the bus stop chicane. Still Eddie Duncan in the lead of the race, but key point here, they are closing in on a couple of back markers. They are closing in on Ilian Bellick and Max Saunders here. Two of our Honda Cadet 160 drivers. They are closing in, and this could be interesting with how these five deal with the traffic. There's going to be blue flags, but we're dealing with young drivers here. You never know what might happen. Duncan leads us through onto lap number 7 and through into the Haynes Loop. New fastest lap for Oliver Ratton. Here they come then. They're closing in on the back markers. Who's going to get the better exit? Oliver Ratton goes to the inside. Eddie Duncan goes to the outside. They fly down towards Winger's Dip. But who's going to be in the lead when they appear back into your camera shot as they fly up towards the bus stop chicane? Up the inside. Oh, late down on the back marker. That was so close as they go into the bus stop chicane. They all managed to get past him just about. But that was impressive. Duncan went for it early on, and Ratton thought, well, I can't wait anymore. I'm not wasting all this time sitting behind you for the bus stop. So he sent it down the inside, right over the inside curb, and he gets it done. So he keeps himself within touching distance of Eddie Duncan. Spence, Ball and Roach have ever so slightly fallen off of those top two at the moment. Now, what is that gap? About 9/10 of a second between second and third place at the moment. Both Ratton and Ball getting a contact warning on the last lap. That's contact warning number 3 for Oliver Ratton in this race. He's the fastest driver out there on circuit with a 47.25. All drivers a bit slow on that last lap. I think that was just dealing with the map markers. They've lost a bit of time there. But Ratton trying his best to get through into the lead. A few contact warnings throughout this race. When can he get it done, though? He is right on the rear axle of Eddie Duncan as they head through sector number 3 once more. Just over a minute and a half on the clock to go. And Ratton, it's all down to him now. They're dropping the 3 in behind as they all start to battle. Through has gone Alex Roach on Harvey Ball. So Ball has been relegated to P5 there on that last lap. Roach gets himself up into P4. But we are watching with excitement this battle between Eddie Duncan and Oliver Ratton. For Oliver Ratton, yet another fastest lap of the race on the last lap. A 47.22 now he's managed to get. 3/10 faster than Eddie Duncan, but Oliver still unable to find a way through, and that continues as they head through your camera shot there at the bus stop chicane. And through into Climate they go once more. Oliver Ratton's got himself 2 more contact warnings. That's 5 now in this race for Oliver Ratton. He needs to be a little bit careful that these don't become penalties post-race for him. Either way, he's still right in the wheel tracks of Eddie Duncan. He needs to go for it soon. He needs to bite the bullet and just go for a move soon enough, does Oliver Ratton. We've seen him hammering around here last year as well in the Honda Cadets. In 2024 here at the Forest Edge Kart Club. He's got the experience. He's got the confidence. He just needs to pull one out the bag here as they head through onto the last few laps. 1 minute left to go. And Ratton still piling on the pressure to Eddie Duncan at the sharp end of the order. Spence still in 3rd, Roach in 4th, and Ball in 5th place. Those 3 have all elongated their gaps a little bit. Their biggest opportunity now is if Ratton goes for it. They start getting scrappy at the front. Those 3 can try and close back in. Here we go, though, round the final corner. Last lap is started by Eddie Duncan. He's got 1.1 kilometres to hold on to this. We saw him earlier, how fast and great he was at cutting through the traffic. A win in Heat 1, a win in Heat 2, and a win in Heat 3. He's looking to take the quad here in the final. And, of course, the all-important final where he gets to take home a big trophy for his efforts as well. Through they come up into the bus stop chicane. Ratton still in behind. He's super close. Has he got a good exit though? No. I think Eddie Duncan's got the better exit off of the bus stop chicane. The opportunities are dwindling here for Oliver Ratton. Can Eddie Duncan hold on to it? There's 2 corners to go. There's 1 corner to go, and Eddie Duncan holds on to it round the final corner. Eddie Duncan's going to win the Honda Cadet Final. Great racing from all those drivers at the front. The first time we saw all the drivers really getting in and amongst it at the sharp end of the order, but Eddie Duncan dealt with the pressure beautifully and takes the win in the final. Oliver Ratton and Oliver Spence round out the podium. Those 3 will be going home with some silverware this evening. Sadly, Alex Roach and Harvey Ball just missing out on some silverware there in 4th and 5th, but still a great effort from all the drivers out there on circuit in that one. Oakley Poulter finishes in P6. With Logan Hart, Max Craven, Jack Gillett. There we are, top 9. We've got the rest of the drivers coming through. It's going to be a side-by-side finish across the line. And it's going to be Callum Williams in P10, Charlie Dickinson in P11, Ilian Bellick in P12, Max Saunders in P13. And sadly, we lost Kobe Wood there on lap number 3 of that race. Gutted for you, Kobe. Hopefully we'll see you back out in round number 2 next month and absolutely going for it yet again. Well, 1 final done and dusted. Then the Honda Cadets, we won't be seeing them back out again until round 2 next month. But again, the other of our cadet drivers who are out on circuit today, it's the Rotaxes out next. Rotax Cadet Final coming up shortly. Here we go then, second final of the day emerges out onto the track, and it's our Rotax Cadets who are going to get this one sorted and underway. Interesting, I've just seen the grid, and I know, on track anyway, Oakley Riggs has won every race here today. He's starting in P4, so something has happened post-race in one of our earlier heats that has dropped him down the grid here for the final. It's going to be Junior Wright who lines up on pole position. Alongside him is Rio Pocock, Kieran Ranger and Oakley Riggs on row number 2, with Elijah Sang and Arthur Kaiser on row 3, Max Tomsit and Johnny Butterfield on row 4, with Harry Reid, Monroe Wilcox and Wilfred Tomlinson. They're rounding out the 11 karts on the grid for this one. As oh no, we've already got a driver stopped in the infield down here at the Haynes Loop. This might just cause a little bit of hold up to proceedings as the drivers head round to get the race started. They're heading through to the final corner now. See if we do go to a chevron flag or not, as the kart is picked up out the way by our photographer Stu Stretton. Not only a photographer, but a great marshal as well. Clearly, it's the number 28 who's not made it round then. That's Munro Wilcox, who sadly won't make it to the start of the final on his Hunter Motorsport kart. Munro Wilcox out of this race before it gets underway. That is gutting for Munro. But either way, the rest of the drivers carry on round the warm-up lap. Sadly, as we say, Munro will not be taking to the start in this one. So we're down to 10 runners for this 8-minute plus 1 lap Rotax Cadet final. But like we were saying, a big surprise that Oakley Riggs is not on pole position for this race. We'll have a bit of fighting to do then. But if anyone can do it, it's our 2024 Rotax Cadet champion. Let's see how that one goes then as they come to the lights, but we're not going to get it underway this time of asking. Drivers a bit too fast there as they headed up to the tram lines. And we're going to go around again for a second opportunity at the race start. And the drivers again just get another chance to get back in position and get this start worked out. It's so difficult as a driver though, because you sort of build yourself up as you come around the final corner, like, right, this is it, let's get ready to go. And you go through and it's a false start. You gotta simmer yourself back down again, wait for that lap to carry on round, and then build yourself up again as you come back round to hopefully see those lights go out. But as we say, Junior Wright on pole position. Rio Peacock alongside him on the front row. Oakley Riggs and Kieran Ranger on that second row. Great to see Elijah Sang, one of our novices, on row 3. Right then, come on drivers, let's get this one started. 2 by 2, we're not going to get it started. Chevron flag's going to go out again. And a couple of drivers' hands going up, gesticulating furiously. But this race is not getting underway. But it's all to their own fault at the end of the day. We need to keep it slow and steady. As we come to the lights, only then when the lights go out do you go to full throttle, and only then when you cross the start-finish line can you start racing. But we'll go for third time lucky? We'll see. Let's see how this one goes then. Rotax Cadets heading round once more. Let's try and see if we can see how any of these finished. Was it number 3? Yes, it was. Disqualification for Oakley Riggs and Arthur Casia in heat number 3 for scrutineer non-compliance. Both disqualified in heat number 3. That's dropped them both down the order for this race start. Let's see if they can battle through then. Right, let's get it underway, drivers. We do get it underway. Lights are out. We're underway in racing, and Rio Peacock immediately chops through and takes the lead. Big slide through the first couple of corners for the number 23. And that is Wilfred Tomlinson getting it all sideways, but he hasn't got it back going. He parks it up down at the Haynes Loop, and sadly, that is Wilfred Tomlinson out of this race just as we get it started. It's already a stricken kart then down at the Haynes Loop. The rest of the drivers fly up to the bus stop chicane. Still Rio Peacock, who's in the lead of this race, but it looks as though Oakley Riggs has already made his way up in to second position. Junior Wright relegated down to third place then off of this race start. And Oakley Riggs has his sights fully set on the race lead. We're barely even to the end of lap number 1. And Oakley Riggs is all over the back of Rio Peacock as they come to the exit. That kart is moved out the way down at the first couple of corners. And that means green flag racing can resume into the Haynes Loop. And the yellow flags, I imagine, will soon be going in through sector number 3 as well. In they come. Full green flag conditions on the circuit once more here down at Forest Edge. And it was the fastest first lap from Oakley Riggs. Oakley Riggs still pressuring Rio Peacock, but still not able to find a way through then. How will Rio deal with this pressure right at the sharp end of the order? They've got Junior Wright waiting in the wings as well. There's a move in behind for 4th place. I think that's Arthur Casia getting through on Elijah Sang. Relegates Sang back to his starting position. It was an up and under attempt there into the final corner from Oakley Riggs. Peacock deals with it well though. He's going to go for it here though into the first couple of corners, down the inside into the Haynes Loop. Closes the door. Does Rio Peacock? That was bold. That could have easily ended up in contact. But really nice respectful racing for those two at the sharp end. Sees them continue as they were. Peacock ahead of Riggs. And I told a fib, actually. I apologise. It wasn't Kaiser getting through on Sang. It was Sang re-overtaking Kaiser for 4th place on the end of that last lap. Great to see the novice getting properly stuck in with the battles. And as you can see, that bit of battling has really held up the two leaders. And that is why, because Oakley Riggs is through to the lead of the race there. So there's been a move down at Winger's Dip there from Oakley Riggs. And he's got the lead of the race away from Rio Pocock. That's allowed for Junior Wright to close back in on them. But I think now, in a bit of clear air, we could start to see Oakley Riggs scamper off here into the sunset. Quite literally, actually, with the sun setting here at Forest Edge. Top 3 then, Oakley Riggs, Rio Pocock and Junior Wright. They're the ones currently sat in those top 3 positions and looking good to take home a bit of silverware for the mantelpiece at the end of this one. Elijah Sang still holding on to 4th place ahead of Arthur Kaiser. Kieran Ranger not far off of that battle as well. And then Johnny Butterfield, Harry Reid and Max Tomsit all just sitting a few tenths of a second off of those battles in behind in 7th, 8th and 9th place respectively in this one. Of course, sadly, we lost one of our novice drivers before we even got to the start in this one, that being Munro Wilcox. And then we lost another one of our novices on the first lap of the race, Wilfred Tomlinson, out of this one as well. So we're down to 9 runners total in this race. Move has been made on the last lap though. Arthur Kaiser finally gets back through on Elijah Sang. And now Sang feeling the pressure from the 82 of Kieran Ranger. Ranger up and under, not quite working though through Johnny's. Elijah Sang cuts back across and retakes the position. Great battling between these three, just outside of the top 3 places. But as you can see on the cameras on the right-hand side of your screen, Oakley Riggs starting to pull out a very, very nice, comfortable gap at the sharp end of the order. Checks over the shoulder as he heads down towards Climate. He can see the gap that he's producing. As he heads through the final corner, he kicks off lap number 6 of this race with just less than 4 minutes to go. Looks as though... no, I tell a lie. I thought that Kieran Ranger had got past on Elijah Sang, but no, Johnny Butterfield has got through on Kieran Ranger. Great final lap, or great last lap I should say, from Johnny Butterfield. Gets past Ranger for 6th place and is now right on the rear bumper of the 88 of Elijah Sang. So we were singing the praises of Elijah Sang being a novice so high up, but Johnny Butterfield is bringing the battle to him as they head now through the bus stop chicane. 2 novices battling over that 5th place here in the Rotax Cadet Final. Big gaps now forming between the leaders though. About a 1.5 second gap I think it is between the top 2. Yeah, 1.8 seconds now as Oakley Riggs sets another fastest lap of the race. Only driver down into the 47s, a 47.72 for Oakley Riggs. As Rio Pocock in the low 48s. High 48s for Junior Wright and Arthur Kaiser. And then 49s for the rest of the drivers out on track at the moment. New personal best from Max Tomsit though in 9th place there. A good lap from him. 49.68 as he carries on round. We head towards 2.5 minutes left to go in this final. Still our closest on track, Elijah Sang, Johnny Butterfield and Kieran Ranger in that battle for 5th place. They're just heading down towards Climate as the leaders start a new lap of this race. Still the 88 ahead of the 25, ahead of the 82, but not for much longer. Almost up and under at the final corner from Johnny Butterfield. He got a great exit there. Almost scything his way past Elijah Sang, but Sang holds on once more and carries on in 5th place for another lap. It was yet another fastest lap of the race on that last one from Oakley Riggs, 47.64 now. As he's basically just continuing a few laps of honour here with 1:40 to go. As he continues to extend that gap between himself and Rio Pocock. It was 2.2 seconds on the last lap. As they come through again to start lap number 9 of this one. What's that gap going to be now? 2.6 seconds it is between those two. New personal best from Rio Pocock, 48.06. But 47.7 on the last lap for Oakley Riggs. He's consistently there in the high 47s. Continues to build that gap. These three line astern though now. Oh, who we lost? Junior Wright. We've lost Junior Wright from the order. Where's he gone? He's down the bottom at Winger's Dip, parked up it seems. I know he didn't have anyone particularly close to him, so that sounds as though the kart has just decided it doesn't want to be a kart anymore. Parks up at the side of the road, and Junior Wright was set for a podium here with this race. Less than a minute left to go on the clock, and Junior Wright is out of the race. That is gutting for the number 11. My heart goes out to him. Hope to see him back again at round number 2 and try and claim that podium once more. Well, that's gifted Arthur Kaiser on the number 19, third place at the moment. He might not know it, but Arthur Kaiser is back up into the top 3. These 3 are still squabbling though, and Elijah Sang continues to hold on to it as they head down into the Haynes Loop. Johnny Butterfield absolutely filling his imaginary rear view mirrors of Elijah Sang. Butterfield personal best on the last lap, and it was actually identical to Elijah Sang's personal best. Both set a 49.09. Sang's was on lap 3, Johnny Butterfield's was on the last lap, and both setting relatively similar pace out there. Timer ticks down. It's just going to tick to 0 before Oakley Riggs comes across the line. So last lap, lap number 11, has been started by Oakley Riggs. 47.36 on the last lap as well, takes the new fastest lap of the race. But I will say, Rio Pocock is down into the 47s. 47.99 for Rio. He should be very happy with that one. But this battle rages on to the last lap between these 3 though. Elijah Sang, Johnny Butterfield and Kieran Ranger. The last 1,100 metres for them to decide who gets 4th position and who has to settle for 5th or 6th place by the time they get to the checkered flag. Well, here comes Oakley Riggs then, through midgets and down towards Climber. He won all 3 races on the road earlier. Scrutin in non-compliance took one of those away from him, but he didn't let that stop him here in the final. Round the final corner comes Oakley Riggs, and he takes the first win of the year in the finals for Rotax Cadet. And your 2024 champion starts off 2025 with a bang and a final win for the history books there for Oakley Riggs. It's going to be Rio Pocock and Arthur Kaiser who join him on the podium. Top 3 finish for all of those 3. And look at this battle through the final corner. It will be Elijah Sang who holds onto it ahead of Johnny Butterfield and Kieran Ranger, but all very happy as they come across the line, enjoying that battle throughout the race. And Johnny Butterfield pumping his fist in the air. He should be super proud of a top 5 finish there, both for him and Elijah. 2 novices in the top 5. That is fantastic to see. Harry Reid follows them across the line in 7th place. Max Thompson in 8th. Junior Wright, we sadly lost there on lap number 5 of that race. Wilfred Tomlinson we lost on lap 1. And of course, we also lost before the race started Munro Wilcox as well. So 8 of the 11 drivers scheduled to start that race making it to the finish. But well done to Riggs, Pocock and Kaiser, your top 3 there in the Honda Cadet, the Rotax Cadet final. Make sure I get that one right. Well, like we said so many times, what follows the Rotax Cadet? It's usually the Rotax Inters. They're going to be out next for their final. Right then, Rotax Inters out on circuit then. The older brothers and sisters of the Rotax Cadets that we've just seen, and a few more on the grid for this one than the Rotax Cadets. Already there are a couple of spinners on the warm-up lap there, but we won't go into detail on that. Let's look through the grid. Jack Baker and Elijah West are on the front row. Marley Fisher, Tyler Banks, James Devereaux, Freya Bond, Matthew Lilly, Alex Gaskin, Ben Hunt and Casper McAllister are your top 10. Behind them, Lucas Esser, Harrison Stacey, Elliot Dimoloff, Ethan Coupland, Sebastian Mattel, Oliver Dan, Roger Guckelnath, Stanley Kearley, Harrison Lord, Archie Cannon, Ethan Manzi, Lucas Gray, Finley Ormshaw, Maria and Max Smith there round out the 25 karts scheduled to start this Rota Intax final. 8 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock once again. And now we have had a few issues through today with Rotax inter-race starts. Let's hope everything comes together here in the final. They're going to do it first time of asking. I have faith. Here we go. 2x2 to the lights. They're going to do it. Underway and racing. Here we go then for the Rotax Inter final. And immediately chopping through is Jack Baker to take the lead. It looks like Elijah West has held on to second place, but they are side by side for third. And behind the two Coles Racing karts finally sort themselves out and get into a bit of a queue there as they head then through Johnny's. A bit of stragglers at the back, a few drivers dropping off the back of the pace there. I think that was Finley Ormshaw and possibly Maria there, just getting through the first few corners. Up into the bus stop chicane they go, then Elijah West is glued to the back of Jack Baker. This could potentially be the scrap of the day here between Elijah West and Jack Baker. Both drivers I know from multiple kart clubs, both very feisty racers and both very much want to win. Let's see how this one plays out then, as they're both trying to get away from the rest of the pack at the moment. In behind, it's Marley Fisher and James Devereaux, the two Coles Racing drivers, who are there in third and fourth at the moment. Who's that in behind them? 39 of Tyler Banks, and it's Casper McAllister and Matthew Lilly. A good start from Ben Hunt as well to 8th place as well. He's doing a good job. 1 place gain from his starting position there. And then Lucas Esser and Harrison Stacey round out the top 10 for the moment. Just keeping an eye. I'm trying to keep one eye on that leading battle, and then I'm watching the battle in behind. The Coles Racing drivers. They're trading paint there up at Midget's corner. Just about holding on and just about keeping the 39 at bay, and behind them as well of Tyler Banks. We've got 2 contact warnings out already, 2 for Lucas Gray and 1 for Harrison Lord. Late down the inside there into the Haynes loop. That is a move for 5th place. Casper McAllister getting the move done, and he chops across into Johnny's, takes 5th place away from Tyler Banks. Matthew Lilly is the one waiting in the real tracks of them, hoping that they came together so he could steal a couple of places. Sadly for him, that did not happen. And it's Elijah West who has the fastest lap of the race here, sat in behind Jack Baker. 44.2 on that second lap around this fantastic Forest Edge kart circuit. And in behind, Marley Fisher looks to have started to break away from the rest of them. There through comes Casper McAllister. He's on the inside for the left. He's going to be on the outside. Sorry, inside for the left, on the outside for the right. But he manages to get through. Shots back across though and loses the place once again. Tyler Banks holds on as they head through onto lap number 4. New fastest lap of the race. This time the pendulum swings the way of Jack Baker. Only 2 drivers down in the 43s though are Baker and West at the sharp end of the order. They've already got a 2.5 gap back to Marley Fisher in 3rd place. So realistically it is a 2-horse battle for this race win here in the Rotax Inters. 2-horse race between these two, but which horse are you going to be backing? I'm not even sure which one is the bookie's favourite in this one. I've got no idea. Here we go on to lap number 5. 5 minutes left to go on the clock. Looks as though the 2 Coles Racing drivers have now started to break away from that pack, as now the move has been completed on the last part of that last lap by Casper McAllister. That's what's lost. McAllister, Banks, and huge incident down into the first couple of corners. That almost was a flip there for one of our drivers. He got really airborne there over another car. It's another one of the Coles Racing karts that was the lower of the 2. And that was honestly super lucky that driver didn't go upside down there when he came to landing on the grass. I think he's a bit dazed and bemused, that driver. As they come round to end another lap, it's going to be yellow flags down into the first couple of corners. No overtaking, as there's lots of huge battle packs about to come through, so they better settle themselves down. So it looks as though both drivers are okay after that. Giving the thumbs up to one of our stewards down here. To the clerk of the course, I should say. He's getting them sorted to a bit of safety there in the middle of the pack, but that was a big off, and I can tell you it was Ethan Manzi and Lucas Gray who went off there down at the first corner. I'm really, really happy to see that they're both okay. Kart's getting dragged to the middle of the grassy area there. But we'll, for a moment, look back away from that and back to the racing going on track. Side by side for 5th place, I can see, as they head into the last corner. That's Casper McAllister fending off Tyler Banks. And Matthew Lilly has bought his ticket for this lottery as well. He's trying to get involved. But up and under go McAllister and Banks. They're just trading places here as we head through on lap number 7. And then there's a huge gap back to the next pack, headed up by Lucas Esser in 8th place. We've got Esser, Hunt, Bond, Gaskin, Stacey, Dimilov, Keeley, Coupland, Mittel, Dan. Like 10 drivers all on a train here in the battle for 8th place. And clearly the battle ahead is getting pretty feisty. Contact warning for Banks and Lilly as they both try and get through on McAllister, but it stayed as it was as they went through on the last lap. And still as they were at the sharp end, Jack Baker, fastest lap of the race on that last lap, 43.55, has given himself about 3/10 of breathing room over Elijah West. Two and a half minutes left to go on the clock then. We've got a yellow flag as there's a driver off at midgets. They've just about rejoined there. I think that might be Lucas Esser then. He's dropped down about 15 places on the last lap. He's just managed to rejoin, and it is the 55 of Lucas Esser dropping to the back of the pack. And now it's going to be right in the way of the leaders now as they all head on to a new lap of this race. But gutted there for Lucas Esser. Was lapping in 8th place, right at the front of that huge squabble that's about to come through your camera shot now. Freya Bond now leading that little group. Well, I say little group, quite sizable group as they head through the first few corners. And Freya doing a good job of scything through. The top two managed to get through the back marker relatively unscathed. Both Baker and West managing to get through, but look at that. West takes a new fastest lap of the race on the last lap, 43.45. I was going to say, does he have an answer to Jack Baker's pace? Well, there is your answer to that. He definitely does. West going a little bit faster. They are trading times out there, but that's not going to help Elijah West. He needs to close up enough to get a move done. There's a spinner down at the final corner. The 24 of Oliver Dan has gone from a rotation there from 16th place. He rejoins the action. Drops back in behind the 25 of Roger Guckelnath, though. Loses 6 places down to P22. There go the leaders continuing on there round the final corner. They're going to begin lap number 10 then, but still Jack Baker not looking under pressure at all here as he heads on round. The 81 and the 46 are battling. 46 goes down the inside. That's James Devereaux stealing away the podium place from his teammate Marley Fisher. Great move there from James Devereaux. He planned that really, really nicely to get the move done down the inside, and Devereaux takes P3. Still just keeping an eye on those leading two. They set identical times on the last lap of 43.55. There's absolutely nothing in between them, but the time is ticking down to 0 as they come through the final corner. It's going to be last lap here for Baker and West. Shake of the head from West. Is he already going into this lap thinking that he's not going to win this one? If you're going with that mentality, then it's definitely not going to happen, Elijah. See what you can pull out of the bag here through the final 1,100 metres. The 55 of Lucas Esser pulls into the pits. He's not going to make it to the checkered flag in this one after those earlier issues. But here come our leaders then. Up into the bus stop chicane. It's still Baker leading West. West not close enough to think about a move. Checks over the shoulder. Does Jack Baker. He's dealt with the pressure beautifully throughout this race. And I think it's going to just be enough here for Jack Baker. Round climate they come into Tollies. And over the line comes Jack Baker to win the Rotax Inter Final. He deals with Elijah West's pressure perfectly and holds on to the win. James Devereaux and Marley Fisher battled throughout that last lap, but Devereaux holds on to it with that photo finish across the line. 400ths of a second between Devereaux and Fisher, but it goes the way of the number 46, of James Devereaux. Marley Fisher just missing out on the podium there in 4th place, with Casper McAllister rounding out the top 5. Tyler Banks, Matthew Lilly, Freya Bond, Alex Gaskin and Ben Hunt are your top 10, with Harrison Stacey, Stanley Keeley, Elliot Dimilov, Ethan Coupland, Archie Cannon, Sebastian Mattel, Finley Ormshaw, Max Smith, Maria, Harrison Lord, Roger Gukulnath and Oliver Dan, the last of your 22 finishes in that race. Sadly, we lost Lucas Esser, Ethan Manzi and Lucas Gray from that one. Of course, Ethan Manzi and Lucas Gray with quite the sizable off down at the first corner, so I can confirm it was Ethan Manzi that was the lower of the two karts. It was Lucas Gray that went up and over the front. So lucky that he didn't flip that kart. Really happy to see all drivers seemingly okay. I think that Lucas Gray has just gone to the medics to go and be checked over after that incident, but seemingly all fine, which is lovely to see. Well, Rotax Inter Final is done and dusted then. We'll be heading out on track soon for the 177 final. As if by magic, the 177's already emerging from the pit lane then on their warm-up lap. I will say, in 2024, 177s was not really a final I was that excited for. It was never particularly interesting. Today, they have been fantastic. The racing has been quality in the 177s, and that is sure to continue here in the final. Let's run you through the grid then. Harrison Crook and Archie Elliott are on the front row, with Chris Thomas, your leading masters, alongside Samuel Wyatt on row 2. Scott Smith, Luke Oliver, Daniel Hammett, Jake Davis, George Walker and Colin Davis round out the top 10. They're followed by Toby Case, William Davies, then Joshua Gollin, Sophie Jeffrey, Neil Hemming, Rob Simpson, Chris Abraham, Tom Thompson, David Simpson, Ollie Bailey, Ashton Parsons, Scott Collins, Josh Talbot, Stephen Ruddock and Zen Zom Lim. That's your 25 drivers on the grid for this one. I hope to see Ollie Bailey out for this one. Of course, he was involved in that quite sizable impact down at Johnny's, and I think it was heat number 2, I want to say, of the 177s. Hopefully, he's back out for this one, along with William Davies on the number 50. I definitely saw him out in heat number 3. So hopefully all back out and racing. Let's see how we go then. Lights are on and ready to go. We've got 8 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock here for the 177 and 177 Masters Final. It's going to be Harrison Crook and Archie Elliott who lead us around the final corner. Archie Elliott, your 2024 champion, looking to start 2025 with a bang here. He's on the outside of the grid as they head into the first couple of corners. We're underway and racing immediately. Harrison Crook chops across and holds onto the lead as they head down into Haynes Loop. Up and under though goes Luke Oliver, immediately stealing away 3rd place there from Samuel Wyatt. Bit of contact between Wyatt and the 74 of Jake Davis, but they both managed to sort themselves out as they head through into Johnny's. They go out of my eye line anyway, down towards Winger's Dip. They're going to reappear here up into the bus stop chicane, and the top 3 are line astern. These are the 3 I was so excited to see battling, and they're already kicking it off here on lap number 1. Crook versus Elliott versus Oliver in the top 3. Bit of a gap then back. Oh, there's already the move at the final corner. I nearly missed that one. Down the inside goes Archie Elliott, and Elliott steals it away immediately, holding the defensive line. Oliver's going to try the up and under like he did on the first lap, but it doesn't work this time on the second place man of Harrison Crook. If these 3 battle like this, and if these 3 defend after making overtakes, well, the rest of the pack are going to get back involved with this battle and say thank you very much. Yes, we'd love an attempt at the race win. As Elliott still in front then as they head through the bus stop chicane. Oliver's got a good exit though when you think about the inside line into midgets. Not this time. Squirrely under brakes though for Harrison Crook. It's going to be not a great exit down towards Climate, but not quite good enough for Oliver to make a move possible. It's a difficult corner to make an overcake stick, but that's an easier one down at Tolly's. Oliver makes the move then through into second place, relegates the 72 to 3rd, and you might be open to an opportunity here into the Haynes Loop. Not quite, because Luke Oliver and Harrison Crook both defend into the Haynes Loop, and what a gap this is giving to Archie Elliott. It was almost a second as they came across the line. It's going to be more than that now after those defensive moves into the Haynes loop. Samuel Wyatt getting involved with the scrap, and Samuel Wyatt, fastest lap of the race on the last lap. 42.97 for Samuel Wyatt. And he is pressing on towards these leaders. And what's this gap going to be now as Archie Elliott comes around the final corner to start lap number 4 of this race? It is 1.08 seconds. So a new fastest lap from Archie Elliott, but not as much of a gap as maybe I thought it was going to be. 42.06 now the time to beat. And all of the drivers down to P13, all down in the 42s at the end of that third lap of the race. Still 5.5 minutes left to go in this one, though. Plenty of time for things to happen up and down the order. We're super close at about 7th place. That's a move, actually, for 7th place. I think that's George Walker down the inside of Scott Smith. I'll confirm that as they come down towards my eye line. Actually, it might have been for 6th. 38 has got through, so that's Scott Smith through on Jake Davis. George Walker getting involved in behind them as well on the number 39. George Walker goes for it into the Haynes loop on the 39. Great move on Jake Davis. So Scott Smith relegates Davis to 7th. Walker then relegates Davis down into 8th. However, key bit of information for you. Luke Oliver with the new fastest lap of the race. Oliver and Elliott down into the 41s on the last lap. But Oliver marginally faster. He brings that gap between himself and Elliott in the lead down to below a second once again. 4.5 minutes on the clock then. 72 of Harrison Crook fending off from Samuel Wyatt, trying to hold on to his 3rd place there as they head on to a new lap of this one in the 16 of Chris Thomas, your leading Masters driver, right there in the thick of it in P5, holding on to the back of that small train. And there's Scott Smith now in a bit of no man's land as Walker, Gollin and Davis still fight. Davis now being shuffled back to 9th place as Gollin slips through on the second part of that last lap as well. And now Jake Davis and Colin Davis a line astern there as they round out the top 10. We've just ticked over half race distance here in the 177 final. And that gap extended slightly on the last lap. 41.82 fastest lap from Elliott. Can he go any faster this time around? Yes, he can. 41.79 from Luke Oliver, but it's a 41.75 for Archie Elliott. 1.1 seconds now the gap between those two leaders. Still more drivers flying through, continuing this order. We've still got 21 of our 22 runners on circuit. We were supposed to have 25, but I think we've lost a few throughout the day today with injuries to themselves or injuries to their karts. There comes Josh Talbot across the line in 22nd place. So we do have all 22 still on the road that started this one anyway. 3 minutes left to go. What's the gap at the front? 41.76 for Elliott, 41.72 for Oliver. So he does close the gap slightly, but not very much. 0.04 of a second on that last lap. That's not going to help with the 1 second gap separating himself and the leader in this one. Crook, Wyatt, Thomas and now Smith in that battle for 3rd place. We'll see them emerge into your camera shot now as they head through into the bus stop chicane. And Scott Smith, after getting past Walker, Gollin and Davis, is pressing on towards the top 5. He's knocking on the door, but he's not quite there yet. The driver's now closing in on the 46 of Josh Talbot, so in about half a lap or so, we're going to see some blue flags coming out for Josh Talbot. Still nose to tail in that battle for 3rd. Scott Smith still trying to close them down, but Crook, Wyatt and Thomas are absolutely line astern as they head through on lap number 9. It was a new fastest lap again on the last lap by Luke Oliver. This time, though, 0.2 of a second quicker. 41.6 for Oliver, 41.8 for Elliott. That's the kind of amount we need to see. Oh, I was confused there. I thought that was Elliott that got holed up, but it was no, the back marker moving out of the way with the blue flag. So that's good to see. Archie Elliott through then. What's the gap now? It's back up to 0.9. There's the 46 doing a good job there. Josh Talbot of just getting himself out the way of the leaders coming through. On to lap 10 we go then of this race. 1.5 minutes still left to go. And it only takes one mistake here for Oliver to close down this gap on Archie Elliott. But as we know, Archie Elliott, your 2024 champion in 177s, he's clearly pretty handy, not only in a senior Rotax kart, but also around this Forest Edge kart circuit. And he's really proving that here at the front of the order. Round the final corner they come then, just under a minute on the clock, so I think we're going to see 3 more laps of racing here in the 177 final. As it's a new fastest lap from Luke Oliver. Archie Elliott matched his personal best there of a 41.71. But a 41.58 for Luke Oliver. He just needs to try and be consistent with that pace, which I know is easier said than done. And he probably punched me in the face if he could hear me saying that from the comms box. But that's what he needs to do out there. Just less than 0.8 of a second between himself and that elusive race win. Can Oliver find it here through these last few laps? Timer is going to be on about 15 seconds when they cross the lap here. So penultimate lap of the race is started by Archie Elliott. The rest of the 4 in behind, Crook, Wyatt, Thomas Smith, still nose to tail, but still none of them being able to get a move done. They're all so close on pace. Identical pace between Thomas and Smith at the back of that train. But Crook and Wyatt a little bit slower than those 2 in behind. So maybe this is where they all concertina up here onto the last couple of laps. And maybe we start to see some moves flying there. But who can grab the last of the podium positions? Well, visibly, you can see the gap has closed between Elliott and Oliver. It was 7/10 when they crossed the lap time beacon last time, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Last lap board is out then. Archie Elliott's going to see that first. And Oliver has the bit between his teeth here. He jumps himself forward in the seat, giving himself any sort of advantage he can take here onto the final 1,100 metres of racing here for the 177 final at round 1 of the Forest Edge Kart Club in 2025. That gap between the front 2 down to half a second as they go on to the last lap. But is it too little too late here for Luke Oliver? Through the bus stop they come then. Archie Elliott's just got to keep himself calm. He is nowhere near close enough for a move, is Luke Oliver. Archie Elliott's got to take a deep breath here, round the final couple of corners. He's got this one in hand. And Archie Elliott, your 2024 champion, is going to come round the final corner and start 2025 with a final win. Great race from Archie Elliott as he comes across the line to win another race in the 177s. And this time the all-important final. Great to see Archie Elliott and Luke Oliver shaking hands there as they come back into Parc Ferme. And it is Harrison Crook who holds on there across the final lap to take the last of the podium places. Samuel Wyatt, Chris Thomas and Scott Smith just missing out there on the overall podium. But well done to Chris Thomas. Your effective winner there in the Masters category there in 5th place overall. Behind them was George Walker in 7th, Joshua Gollin in 8th, Jake Davis in 9th, and then Colin Davis in 10th, and Daniel Hammett in 11th. Colin and Daniel were 2nd and 3rd there in the Masters class, so well done to them, just on the cusp of the top 10. Then it was Sophie Jeffrey, Rob Simpson, William Davies, Ashton Parsons, Toby Case, Chris Abraham, Neil Hemming, Scott Collins, Tom Thompson, Stephen Ruddock, and Josh Talbot. Well, the 177 final comes to an end then. Up next is the final for our Superkart drivers. Last race of the day, I should say, for the Superkarts heading out on track. We've got 3 more finals still to come this afternoon as the sun is setting down here in Winchester on the south coast of the UK. It's the Superkarts who are out for their final then. Let's run you through the grid as they head through on their warm-up formation lap. Matt Olner lines up on pole position. He's got 3 wins from 3 so far here today. I think if I had £1 million, I would bet it on Matt Olner winning this race. But you never know. Matt Olner, maybe not. Maybe something will go wrong. We've seen these Superkarts can not play ball at the best of times, so you never know. Anyway, Matt is starting on pole position. Alongside him is Callum Smith on the 77. Then it's Mark Smith and Fraser Everett on row number 2. Ross Cornick and Reece Butland on row 3. Daniel Buckland and Adrian Day on row 4. And then Matthew Duncan bringing up the rear of the grid there on position 9. So like I say, there are 9 drivers taking to the start here in the Superkart Final. 7 minutes plus 1 lap, so a slightly shorter final than the rest of the finals that we're seeing out there today. Just 1 minute shorter than the 8 minutes we've been used to throughout the rest of them. Of course, drivers pulling in for their grid start here. You can see them in the top right hand corner of your screen, as you can also see the beautiful sunset descending here round the Forest Edge kart circuit as we try and get all the racing done before that sun does in fact set. Right then, thumbs up at the back of the grid, lights go on, 7 minutes plus 1 lap of racing is underway here. It's a great start from pole position then for Matt Allnut as he comfortably leads us away here for 7 minutes plus 1 lap of racing in the Superkart Final. Callum Smith holds on to second place ahead of Mark Smith. Then it's Fraser Everett following through with Reece Buckland, Ross Cornick, Daniel Buckland, Adrian Day and Matthew Duncan. They're all heading through now down into Winger's Dip. We'll see them reappear. They fly through your camera shot in the bottom right hand corner of the screen and up in towards midgets for the first time in this race anyway. What sort of gap will Mark have at the lead of the race by the end of lap number 1? Then it's going to be a few tenths of a second only, to be fair. 6 tenths as they carry on. Well, can Callum Smith or Mark Smith or any of the other drivers be able to get involved and start scrapping for the win in this one? We'll wait and see. Well, there's been some changes on that first lap. Buckland and Cornick up to 4th and 5th. That drops Fraser Everett down to P6. And then Matthew Duncan is up to P7. That relegates Daniel Buckland and Adrian Day down to P8 and P9 respectively. How will they go through the rest of this race? And it does look as though Matt Allnut has started to extend that gap at the front of the order. Not as much as I was expecting, to be fair. Not as much as I was expecting, but that is slowly but surely growing. It's up to nearly a second now as they head through onto lap number 3. New fastest lap of the race from the E-plate, 38.26. I will say the top 5 all in the 38s, which is great to see. And look at that. 3rd place for Mark Smith, 38.87. 4th place for Reece Buckland, 38.88. 5th place for Ross Cornick, 38.89. All 3 of those drivers within 0.02 of a second on their last lap. And there's a battle going on up at the top of the circuit. Moves for 3rd place. Was that a move around the outside there? Or was that Mark Smith holding on to it? I think it was. Yeah, the 96 holding on to it around the outside. It was an attempt down the inside for Reece Buckland. He couldn't get it done though. Has to sit back into 4th place. And he's got Ross Cornick breathing down his neck as well as Ross rounds out the top 5. Less than 5 minutes left to go on the clock then. Another fastest lap of the race from Matt Allnut. And that's the pace we were expecting. 37.48. A whole second faster than the next closest challenger of Callum Smith. A 38.56, his personal best set on the last lap. Over a second slower on 1 lap around here at Forest Edge. That is crazy when the drivers are only doing about 37, 38 second lap times. Well then the E-player Matt Allnut leads us on to yet another lap of this race. We look back here, it's changed. Where's Mark Smith gone? Where is Mark Smith? I can see him parked up at the top of the circuit there. So Matt Allnut, the car has decided it doesn't want to go any further. And Matt Allnut parks it up at midgets. And he is out of this race, sadly. That gets Reece Buckland, currently anyway, 3rd place. But Reece Buckland, Ross Cornick and Matthew Duncan are all still very close. They're nip and tuck here in their battle for the last position on the podium. What way is it going to go? Well, it's changed in between the 2 of them. No, it hasn't. I tell a lie. I got confused by the 70s and them both being... Oh, hold on. Has the 70 gone? The 70 car might have gone. It has. Curse of the 3rd place. And this time it's Reece Buckland. Kart bites the dust here. And he just about coaxes his kart back into the pit lane. But another driver out from 3rd place. Mark Smith was out of the race from 3rd place on the last lap. Now we lose Reece Buckland from 3rd place. Ross Cornick now is the one gifted 3rd place, but he still has Matthew Duncan breathing down his neck, so there could still be a battle on here for the final of the podium places. Just over 3 minutes left to go on the timing screen then. That's now consistent pace in the mid 37s from Matt Ulnut. We saw a 37.4 a couple of laps ago. It was a 37.6 on the last lap. The rest of the drivers all in the 39s, 38s and 40s. It's gutting to see two drivers already out of this race with 2.5 minutes left to go. Buckland and Smith both out of this one. That's Reece Buckland and Mark Smith, of course. Why did I use the surnames when there are two other people with the exact same surnames in the same race? I won't do that again. Reece Buckland and Mark Smith out. What am I saying? Callum Smith and Daniel Buckland still in the race, but there's a change for third place on the last lap. Matthew Duncan has got through on Ross Cornick, so once again, we have a new driver into third place. And this time, it goes the way of the 73 of Matthew Duncan. Can Ross Cornick have any sort of response here through the last 2 minutes of this race? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Well, the E-plate of Matt Ulnut is about to start lap number 9 of this race. He's now closing in to the novice of Adrian Day, so some blue flags likely to come out over the next sort of half lap or so for Adrian Day. It says 73 and 14 flying through your camera shot then. They start lap number 9, a whole 10 seconds behind the race leader of Matt Ulnut. Lapping pretty much identical pace to Callum Smith in second place, but he's got a nice 4-second buffer back to them, so he's just got to keep driving, hitting his markers, and he'll be absolutely fine through these last few minutes of this race. Matt Ulnut sides through on the back marker of Adrian Day. The novice still chopping round fantastically as Adrian. Great to see him out here and doing a great job. As he, less than ideal there for him. He now thinks that there's a driver behind him because he was given a blue flag, but there wasn't a driver behind him. Matt Ulnut had already gone through, so I think a bit more time lost there for Adrian Day as he tried to slow down and get out of the way for a driver that was not there through the Haynes loop. Less than a minute left to go then. As Matt Ulnut continues to lead us through this Superkart final. He'll come under the gantry and he might just extend this race by a lap here. 39 seconds on the clock and he's lapping in the 37. So this is going to be close here as to whether we do get two or three more laps. Well, that's going to be helped actually by the back marker of Daniel Buckland. As Matt gets a little bit held up there through the first sector. It's not going to matter hugely. He's so far clear in the lead of the race. But that might have just held him off a second or two, and that might just mean that we only have one more lap in this race. So we'll wait and see. He's flying up towards midgets at the moment with just less than 15 seconds on the clock. The battle for third has stayed as it was then after Matthew Duncan made that move a few laps ago. He stays ahead of Ross Cornick. This is going to be really close here. 1 second. It is going to not quite be the last lap. That was right on the button. But it wasn't put out there as the timer hit 0. I think it was about half a second left of this race when the leader went across the line. So there'll be one more lap round, then he'll see the last lap board, and then we'll have another 1.1k for the drivers to head through to finish off this third to last final of the day. 8.5 seconds that gap was as they headed through between Ulnut in the lead and Smith in second place. About half a second separating Matthew Duncan and Ross Cornick in second and third. Well, here he comes yet again. E-plate across the line. This time does start the final lap of this race. Where are the rest of the drivers at the sharp end of the order? Here is Callum Smith across the line to start his final lap of this race. And here come third and fourth place then, still as they were. Duncan ahead of Cornick. 1.1k for him to hold on to it then. But when will we see the E-plate fly on through? He's already gone through. I've already missed him. Here he comes then down into the final couple of corners. What a perfect day it's been for Matt Ulnut. Domination in the Superkarts, and Matt Ulnut wins yet again here at the Forest Edge Kart Club. On the E-plate, he takes yet another win, and this time in the all-important final, the trophy goes home with him. Here comes the 77 of Callum Smith across the line in P2. He's very happy about that one. And in the battle for third place, it goes the way of Matthew Duncan. He beats Ross Cornick to the line by just over 0.2 of a second. Fraser Everett's going to come across the line in 5th place, with Daniel Buckland in 6th and Adrian Day in 7th. Sadly, we lost Reece Buckland and Mark Smith at one point or another during that race. Right then, Superkarts are done and dusted for round number 1. We've only got 2 more finals yet to come, ladies and gentlemen, and it's the big boys. Junior Rotax Final is coming up next. Out on the circuit go our junior Rotax drivers then for their A final. Both these two finals, junior Rotax and senior Rotax, are going to be reduced to 7 minutes plus 1 lap. So even less time for drivers to make moves. Let's run you through the grid then for this junior Rotax A final. Charlie Hume and Aidan Larger on the front row, with Jensen Hookey and Travis Rose on row 2. Then it's Devin Taylor and Dylan Morton on row 3, with Jack Price and Alfred Matthews on row 4. Nathan Edwards and Ethan Cousins round out the top 10, and in behind them are Jaden Sherwood, James Finley, Leo Basterfield, Barnaby Grubb, Teddy Cooper, Elijah Duss, Noah McNicholas, Luca Cook, Spencer Trahorn, Finley Hines rounds out your top 20. Then it's Jesse Whitmore, Jonas Yanasauskas, Sam Green Gomez, Arthur Way, Leo Steed and Jamie Rowe. Those are the 26 that got through to the A final initially, and they are joined by Aidan Clark, Harvey Lee Wintridge, Rufus Holmes and Sam Mott. Those 4 drivers coming up through the B final and onto the back of the grid for this all-important A final. But these two, I think we can safely say, us here in the commentary box, everyone around the circuit, these are the two we've been most looking forward to here. The junior Rotax and the senior Rotax finals. Huge amount of entries for today's racing, and it all comes down to this. 30 drivers taking to the race start, but who will finish it in the lead? Red lights go out. We're underway in racing here in the junior Rotax final, and Aidan Large immediately sights across to take the lead. There's a bit of argy-bargy there down to the first corner, all just about spinning themselves back around and rejoining the racing action, facing in the right direction. Through Johnny's they go then, all scampering and fighting for track position. Through Winger's Dip they go. Will it still be Aidan Large in the lead of the race as they head back into my view? Yes, it is. He's got a nice lead there as they head out of the bus stop chicane. As one driver's off on the exit, one driver spun around. That was in and around 10th place, I want to say, where those two have gone off. So that'll be 2 drivers dropping down the order here at the end of lap number 1. Around the final corner then comes Aidan Large. He's commanding this race from the front at the moment then. Following across the line, it's Hume, Hookey, Taylor, Price, Rose, Morton, Sherwood, Edwards and Cousins, your top 10. Some big movers on the first lap though. 5 places gained by Spencer Trahorn, 5 places gained by Jesse Whitmore, 7 places gained by Jamie Rowe, and 8 places gained by Harvey Lee Wintridge. Some great starters in this one, but plenty more time for there to be more opportunities to happen. Driver goes straight on at the bus stop. Couldn't get it stopped, clipped the back of another driver, and off and around they went to the scene of the accident. Trying to see if they're going to be getting it back going. Think they might not be. No, up and out the cart they get. That is that driver out of the race. We'll see who that is that drops down the order at the end of this lap. Sadly, we already lost Arthur Way on the first lap of this race. That's gutting for the driver coming up from Honda Cadets for this season into Junior Rotax. That's so sad to see him already out of this race. And I can tell you, it was Travis Rose from 6th place. Travis Rose from 6th place who had a spin there down at the bus stop chicane. And Travis Rose then out of this race along with Arthur Way. Well, the leaders head up into sector number 3 again. Second and third, Hume and Hookey are nose to tail there through midgets, and the battle continues for 5th place in behind. Devin Taylor, Dylan Morton, Jaden Sherwood getting involved. Morton gets a contact warning there up at midgets corner, as it looks as though Jack Price has been able to get clear of that squabble in behind. 2 Coles Racing drivers absolutely going at it, the 20 and the 49, that is, with Jaden Sherwood and Nathan Edwards. Edwards under pressure though from Taylor, Grubb and Cousins in behind. Spencer Trahorn and James Finley now join the back of that train as well, along with Finley Hines. We've got a huge train heading through there. More battles going on through Johnny's as they skip and scamper over those curves. Well, Jensen Hookie got the move done on the last lap, and he's now set the fastest lap of the race. Jensen Hookie is closing down on your leader here of Aiden Large. Hookie has been impressive throughout today's action, and he's bringing the heat here in the Junior Rotax Final. 4 minutes left to go, and that gap has closed yet again. New fastest lap, a 42 dead from Jensen Hookie. Only 0.3 of a second separating himself in the lead, and he gained 0.2 on that last lap alone. Plenty of contact warnings going out. Devin Taylor gets one, Alfred Matthews gets one, Barnaby Grubb gets one as well as Spencer Trahorn. All trying to fight over the same pieces of tarmac. That's going to end up happening on occasion here in Junior Rotax Racing. The top three still as they were though. Hookie closing up to Aiden Large, and Large is feeling the pressure out the front of the order. Pressure makes diamonds though, as they say, and can he shine here through the last 3.5 minutes of this race? Hookie's doing everything he can though to get himself in prime position to send an overtake in the last few moments of this one. Hulme falling ever so slightly off of the back of that pack. Jack Price now in that no man's land in between the two battles. Dylan Morton still heads up that battle in behind, but it's now Nathan Edwards who takes the fastest lap of the race, a 41.79. What a lap from Nathan Edwards there in 7th place. Here's the move for the lead though. Tries out the inside. It's so late on the brakes and he's got it done. Jensen Hookie takes the lead here in the Junior Rotax Final. Immediately though, Aiden Large is trying to fight his way back through, but he can't do it down at Climber. He's going to have to sit back in the wheel tracks of Jensen Hookie. We've seen Jensen take a heat win already today, but this is where it counts here in the final. And he sides his way through with an aggressive overtake down the inside there, up at Midget's corner. Well, new race leader for the first time here in the Junior Rotax Final. The number 33 now leads the number 32. They're number neighbours, but I don't think they're very happy neighbours at the moment as they're both trying to scrap for the win here in the Junior Rotax Final. As Spencer Trahorn now takes the fastest lap of the race. 9th place, Spencer Trahorn, a 41.49. Barnaby Grubb in behind, a 41.50. Those two, if they can work together, are on a charge here in towards the top 10. 2 minutes left to go then. Lap 8 has been started by our leaders. But they're still as they were for now anyway. Those three still in a close battle. That's got to be Jack Price, is it? No, it's Dylan Morton, Jillian Sherwood and Nathan Edwards, that is, battling over 4th place. Spencer Trahorn's made another move on that last lap up to 8th place. He's closing in on that battle, but they've got a bit of a gap between the battle for 7th and forward to that battle for 5th. Here come the leaders then through once again. Still Hookie holding onto it ahead of Aiden Large, but Large is not getting dropped anytime quickly here. He's got to hold on to the coattails of the leader and try and get himself within earshot of a move here over the last few laps of this race. Barnaby Grubb's made up a place on Devin Taylor on the last lap. Relegates Taylor down to 10th place. Cousins is through on Elijah Dust there to take back 15th place. And there's been huge changes down the bottom end of the order. Sam Mott and Aidan Clark, I think, have come together. They both dropped down the order to 26th and 27th respectively as a contact warning for Alfred Matthews. That's his 3rd of the race so far, so he needs to be a bit careful. But we've dropped down below 1 minute left to go in this race. And it's all very much still to play for out there on circuit. 40 seconds left to go on the clock then. This is going to be the penultimate lap of the race, and Hookie leads us onto it once more. So it's Hookie from Large, from Hulme, from Price, from Morton, from Sherwood, from Edwards, from Trahorn, from Grubb, from Taylor. That is your top 10, and it's yet another fastest lap of the race for Spencer Trahorn. He jumps down into the 41.3s as he's all eyes on the drivers ahead that are still battling over 5th place. He's only got 2 laps to try and close that 1.1 second gap forward to Morton, Sherwood and Edwards. He'll be hoping that those three start to scrap here, as we did have a yellow flag down at the first corner. I think maybe a half spin for one of the drivers as they rejoin the fray. Right then, timer is hitting 0 here. We're going to go on to the final lap of this race. And Jensen Hookie is in prime position here to take a win in the final. What a race this has been so far from Jensen Hookie. Closed down on the leaders, decisive moves to get through, and he's leading us on to this final lap. Another fastest lap for Spencer Trahorn. He's pulling them out of his pocket like they're going out of fashion. 41.21 for Spencer as he's closed up to the back now of that battle for 5th place. But they go out of my eye line, through into the bus stop chicane then. I think that Jensen Hookie's done enough here. There's a couple of kart lengths between himself and Aidan Large. What a performance it's been from Jensen Hookie. We talked about pressure making diamonds. And like I say, it's Hookie who's shining out there on this dusk circuit this evening. Jensen Hookie rounds the final corner and wins the Junior Rotax Final. What a race from Jensen Hookie. Aidan Large finishes in second place. He'll be a bit gutted he didn't get the win, but still a great race from himself. And Charlie Hulme finishes the podium there in third place. Jack Price finishes in fourth, with Dylan Morton rounding out the top five. Jaden Sherwood ahead of Nathan Edwards, Spencer Trahorn, Barnaby Grubb and Devin Taylor were your top 10 in that one. Followed across the line by James Finley, Finley Hines, Jesse Whitmore, Ethan Cousins, Elijah Dush, Sam Green Gomez, Noah McNicholas, Luca Cook, Jamie Rowe, Teddy Cooper, Rufus Hulmes, Jonas Janasauskas, Leo Basterfield, Sam Motts, no I'm still not done, Alfred Matthews, Aidan Clark, Leo Steed and Travis Rose, the last of your 28 finishes in that one. So Travis Rose, I think, did get back underway. Fair play to Travis from that incident down at the bus stop chicane. Sadly, we did lose Harvey Lee Wintridge though, with only one lap left to go in that race. That is gutting for him. He was running in 13th place out of the race on the last lap, and sadly we lost Arthur Way on the first lap of that race, which is absolutely gutting for Arthur. Hopefully we see him back out with a vengeance though for the next round at round 2 next month. But ladies and gentlemen, we have one race left to go. The Senior Rotax A Final is coming up shortly. Here we go then. Immediately out of the pits come our Senior Rotax drivers, ready for their final race of the day and our final race of the day. Race number 34 on the schedule. Let's get it underway then. And I want to say a massive thank you for you all enjoying the stream today. This is the first time we've had over 1,000 views during the stream itself. So thank you very much for joining us today, and I hope you've enjoyed the action. Let's run you through the grid then, nice and quickly. George Hulme is on pole position. Alongside him is Michael Pugh. Then it's Charles Green, Joshua Whitcomb, Freddie Worlock, Toby and Alvarez, Kieran Ives, Kieran Gifford, Maxime Smith, Mitchell Mulvey. Then it's William Ray, Mason Perham, Aaron Full, Ethan Lomax, JJ Hine, Louis Reeves, Ollie Owen, Jarek Metters, Dean Pedersen, Zach Burke, Oliver Gussman, Ben Ballou, Aaron Osakos, Adrian Hanovic, Arthur Thacker, Christian Brooks, Jamie Burt, Paolo Nunes-Aranda, Brody Skinner and Toby Street. 30 drivers on the grid for your Senior Rotax A Final, and that Junior Rotax A Final was rather exciting. Let's hope that this Senior Rotax Final is just the same. As we say, we're going into dusk here down in Winchester on the south coast of England. This is going to be the last race of the day here, the Senior Rotax A Final. The lights are out, we're underway and racing. Then they go 2 by 2 into the first corner. Charles Green nearly off onto the grass, big spin in the mid-pack. Somehow the drivers all managed to avoid collecting him. But that was a monumentally disastrous start for a few drivers there in the mid-pack. We had a spin in the middle, and basically all of the drivers parted the seas like Moses as they tried to get round him. We've got 2 drivers off at the first corner then. The rest of them have managed to rejoin the pack, but the rest of the leaders carrying on through this first lap then. I think George Hulme has held on to it here round the first lap of racing. Let's see as they carry on then. Is it Michael Pugh that has managed to get through to the lead? With this darkening light, it's even a struggle for me here in the comms box. They come round the final corner, and in the lead is the 92. Joshua Whitcomb has got to the lead of the race here on the first lap. Great start for Joshua Whitcomb. Big movers at the front of the order. Some big movers at the front of the order. 7 places gained for Lomax, 7 places gained for Hine, 8 places gained for Jarek Metters. He moves his way up into the top 10 early on in this race. Through go the leaders then. Through the bus stop chicane, and Joshua Whitcomb, after gaining the lead on the first lap, is trying to put a bit of a buffer between himself and Alvarez and Gifford at the front of the order here. Gifford trying to pile the pressure on here to Toby and Alvarez as they head through the final corner and on to lap number 3. Someone who is feeling the pressure though is Charles Green in 4th place. He's got back through on Mitchell Mulvey on the last lap, but he's leading a train of about 10 karts as they head through sector number 1. It's Charles Green in 4th, all the way down to William Ray in 13th in that train as they head through lap number 3 of this race. It was a purple sector 2 on the last lap from Maxime Smith. Fastest lap, though, goes to Michael Pugh in 27th place. So clearly it all went wrong on the first lap then for Michael Pugh and George Hulme. They were your two sitters on the front row of the grid, and they're down in 27th and 28th place. So your two leaders starting this race, your two drivers on the front row of the grid, coming together on the first lap. Calamities in the senior Rotax final, and they've dropped down to the back of the order. Thank you for setting a fast lap there, Michael Pugh. I wouldn't have noticed that. Issues then on the first few laps, but Joshua Whitcomb continuing in the lead of the race. However, Tobian Alvarez sets the fastest lap on the last lap. Could we see that pendulum swing back the way of Tobian Alvarez here, as we've still got over 4.5 minutes left to go in this race? We've got one driver parked up down at the first corner. Kieran Ives and Dean Pedersen both out of this race already then. As although there is a car stricken on the inside of the corner there down at T1. No yellow flags out down at T1 at the moment, so still all drivers racing, and they're making use of that there. Down through the Haynes loop, scrapping in the middle, nearly spun around there as they headed into Johnny's. I'm pretty sure that number started with a 3. I think it was the 30 of Maxime Smith there. Yes, it was. We've got JJ Hine, Maxime Smith, Aaron Phil, Ben Ballou, Zach Burke, all battling over just outside of the top 10. P11, that battle is over. And it's all scrappy a bit further up as well. The bottom end of the top 10 are going at it there on the exit of the bus stop chicane, as the leaders continue to close up ever so slightly. When I say ever so slightly, it was 1,000th of a second on the last lap. It was a new fastest lap of the race from Whitcomb. Then it went to Alvarez. Now it's gone to Charles Green in 4th place. 40.11 for Green, 40.13 for Alvarez, 40.14 for Whitcomb. That's not enough for Alvarez to start to close that gap on your leader at the moment. And currently Whitcomb still looking relatively comfortable out in the lead, as comfortable as you can be when there's half a second between yourself and the driver trying to steal away the win. Through sector number 3 they go once more. Huge gaps have opened up now. We've got the top 4 all on their own here heading through the final few corners, and a big gap back to Mason Perrin and Ethan Lomax. They're battling over 5th place. Then we've got the battle for 7th, Mitchell Mulvey versus Jarek Metters, and then William Ray leads basically the rest of the grid here as they head through onto a new lap. Tell a lie, that's now Ben Ballou who's got through. William Ray has dropped down. There's a bit of contact there outside the window. That was Maxime Smith, I think, again getting involved. He dropped 8 places on that last lap to 18th, and it's been a big off for William Ray. William Ray is out of this race, and I can see him outside of my comms box window. The 14 of William Ray has parked it up, and he won't be going any further in this senior Rotax A final. Still the top 4 as they were, then I don't think the gaps have changed. If anything, Whitcomb has extended that gap. 7/10 of a second, now down to 6/10 as Tobian Alvarez grabs himself yet another fastest lap of the race, but it's just not fast enough to close the gap here to Joshua Whitcomb. In that leading 4, 40.13 for Whitcomb, 40.05 for Alvarez, 40.34 for Gifford, and 40.16 for Green. So Green is closing in on Kieran Gifford here for the last of the podium places. Of course, this is Charles's first final in seniors here in 2025. Your champion in juniors last year, and he's showing that he's got some serious pace, even when jumping up to the senior category here. But will it be enough time? Just under 2 minutes, or a minute and a half, sorry, on the gantry. Is it enough time for him to close up? When we look back to this battle slightly further behind, down the inside, move at the Haynes loop there. That's the bottom end of the top 10. Is that Ben Ballou? Yes, it is Ben Ballou. Making moves. He gets through on Jarek Metters then for 8th place then as they head through on lap number 9. Gap still looking slightly stagnant at the front end of the order. They both went a bit slower on the last lap, but they were almost identical yet again, which is not what Alvarez needs, as they head through to the final minute of racing action here at Forest Edge for round number 1 in 2025. Gap stays the same again, still half a second between Whitcomb and Alvarez at the sharp end of the order. Green continues to close in on Gifford, little by little, lap on lap. Then the gap has opened up between Ethan Lomax and Mason Perrin and 5th and 6th. And then it's Mitchell Mulvey heading up a 4-way battle. Mulvey, Ballou, Metters and Worlock now battling for the last 4 positions in the top 10. Let's look at this. Green's closed up. He's going to go for it down the inside. Charles Green goes for the late move to the inside there at midgets, and he's done it. Great committed move there from Charles Green as he moves himself up into the podium places. There's not going to be enough time for any of these two to catch the top two unless there's serious calamities for both of them. But what a brilliant move for Charles to send himself up onto the podium in his first senior Rotax race here at the Forest Edge Kart Club. Great showing from the number 77. Well, that battle of four still hotting up there, still headed up by Mitchell Mulvey. I think actually Ben Ballou had got through there through the first couple of corners. So Ben Ballou, I think, is through to 7th place. Relegates Mulvey to P8. Metters and Worlock still in their wheel tracks. Just behind them, you've got Aaron Full and Zach Burke in a bit of no man's land. Same with JJ Hine, really. And then you've got Arthur Thacker leading a battle from 14th place, basically down all the way to 25th and 26th and last in this race then. Last lap of racing here for round number 1 of the Forest Edge Kart Club in 2025. And still, that gap remains stagnant between Whitcomb and Alvarez at the sharp end of the order. Look at that gap that's going through, that gaggle of carts that's going through your camera shot. That was unbelievable in that battle further down the order. As I said, it's 14th place backward, and Freddie Worlock has had an issue on the last lap. He's dropped down to 25th place, sadly, for Freddie on the penultimate lap of the race. But here come the leaders then through sector number 3, and Joshua Whitcomb has done enough. He comes through Climber, he comes through Tollies, and Joshua Whitcomb wins the senior Rotax final. What a calm and collected race from Joshua Whitcomb. He let the two drivers on the front row deal with themselves on the front lap. They scuppered each of their own race. Whitcomb was there to pick up the pieces. He dealt with the gap beautifully with some great pace throughout the race, and Whitcomb wins the senior Rotax A final. Tobian Alvarez and Charles Green join him on the podium there for senior Rotax. Kieran Gifford and Ethan Lomax were your top 5, with Mason Perrin, Ben Ballou, Aaron Full, Zach Burke and Mitchell Mulvey your top 10 then. Behind them was Jarek Metters, JJ Hyde, Arthur Thacker, Jamie Burt, Christian Brooks, Brody Skinner, Michael Pugh, Maxime Smith, Aaron Assarkas, Adrian Halalovic, then Paolo Nunes-Aranda, Ollie Owen, George Hulme, Louis Rees, Freddie Worlock, Toby Street, Oliver Gussman was the last of your 27 finishes in that one. William Ray, Kieran Ives and Dean Pedersen not making it to the checkered flag. Wow, what an end to the race that was then. This is finally, sorry about that, the timing is shown on your screen, the updated finalised timing. And that is the end of the race then for senior Rotax. And that is the end of the day for us here at round number 1 of the Forest Edge Kart Cup in 2025. And what a day it was. So fantastic to see 181 entries across today's action. And particularly across those juniors and seniors. 52 in juniors and 44 in seniors. I want to see that again. I want to see all these drivers. Really, I hope they will really enjoy themselves here at Forest Edge today. And I hope they do join us for the following rounds later on this season. Of course, a long season ahead of us for the Forest Edge Kart Club, and it's sure to be an absolute belter if those races today are anything to go by. I myself cannot wait for those to all start to happen. It's going to be absolutely brilliant. Now, just looking at my schedule throughout the year, of course, I've joined you here for round number 1. I'll be rejoining you for round number 5 and round number 6, and then once again for the final round at round number 9. So you'll be enjoying my comms, one hand, hating my comms on the other hand, whichever it is, you're going to have to deal with it. I'm joining you for 3 more rounds this season. First one will be round 5, then round 6 and round 9 is when I'll be rejoining you. But I do believe that there's some going on behind the scenes to get someone in to replace me for those rounds in the middle so that we don't miss out on them and you guys still have a stream to really enjoy from wherever you're watching. Thank you so much for joining us on the live stream today. Your support has been absolutely mega, and we finished the stream with nearly 1,100 views. We usually get to around there, but that's in the days following when drivers are going back and re-watching all of their races. We've got that during the stream being live. That is absolutely fantastic to see so many people enjoying the live stream, getting involved in the live chat as well. It's been thoroughly enjoyable to guide you through today's action, and if you've enjoyed my commentary, go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram. I would really appreciate your support throughout my commentary season in 2025. As I say, I'll be joining you for 3 more rounds at the Forest Edge Kart Club. You don't want to miss my updates, you don't want to miss the streams either. Make sure you're subscribed to the Forest Edge Kart Club YouTube channel so that you don't miss any of the future live stream round here on the channel. But a big thank you once again to all of you for joining us for today's action, and a big thank you to everyone around the circuit, all of the marshals, the clerk of the course, all the staff here in timekeeping, all the staff back over in the clerk's office as well. Of course, big shout out to Lucy especially down there in the clerk's office. Everyone has done such a brilliant job here to keep the racing going, particularly with this many drivers out there on circuit. It's never easy to get everything running smoothly, but they've done it, and we've got through all of the races just before the circuit goes into dusk, as you can probably see there on the cameras. So there we go then, round one comes to an end. A big thank you to Forest Edge and everyone who works behind the scenes for having me back for another season here in 2025. It's an absolute honour to get to be a shouty man over the brilliant racing that happens at this circuit. Forest Edge is just a legendary kart circuit on the UK racing scene, and I can't wait to see loads of you back in future rounds later this year. Of course, a massive shout out to all the staff, including the medical staff as well. Sadly, we did have to see the medical staff quite a bit today. They did a fantastic job dealing with everyone, and hopefully all the drivers that did have to go and see them at some point during the day, hopefully all okay, and hopefully we'll see them out and battling next round at round number 2. As I mentioned, I won't be able to join you for that, sadly, but I hope you all have a thoroughly enjoyable time if you do end up making it there yourself. Well, my name has been John Ratcliff. I've guided you through the action here today from round number 1 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. What a day it has been. I hope you've all thoroughly enjoyed the stream, whether you've been watching for the circuit or watching from home. I hope that my voice and this coverage has added something to the racing day and the racing action out there on track. And a big shout out to all the drivers that were out on track today who made that racing action so special and so exciting to watch. Well, from me, John, and from everyone here at Forest Edge, a big thank you for coming along and joining us for a properly exciting day of racing. We'll see you all very soon for round number 2 next month. Goodbye.